Chapter 172. Yi Futian looked at that figure a bit depressed. He was looked down on by the remnants of an intent. "If that's the case, I won't bother you," Yi Futian said with a smile, and walked away. "I'll do it," a voice said then. Someone walked forward. It was a strong cultivator from the Yen clan who specialized in fire. He was currently bathed in flames, and the mark of a flame lit up between his eyes. He grabbed at the flame, scepter up ahead. The flame figure was embedded inside the scepter. At that moment, a terrifying gust of fire intent exploded. The mark between the Yen clan cultivator's brows seemed to light up and transform into powerful fire intent. It was at the noble level. The surrounding spiritual chi surged into the mark. It glowed brighter and brighter like a fire zone. The two came to a stalemate. After a long while, a lazy voice drawled, "I'll just settle with you. I'm not willing to wait anymore. I hope you won't bring disgrace to my ritual implement. I will accompany your last few days in the relic. How much fire intent you can inherit is entirely up to you. Once out of the relic, you can only use your own abilities to activate the power inside the instrument." "Thank you, Senior." The Yen clan cultivator looked excited. He was the first to receive a ritual implement that contained noble intent. With this, he would have the chance to turn the noble intent into the purest and strongest fire intent, creating a mid-level noble intent. With its help, he would also have extremely explosive abilities, especially inside the relic, because the other could aid him. Many people glanced at Yi Futian. How could a first-level Dharma plane cultivator think so highly of himself and enter the relic? At the same time, many people made attempts after seeing the Yen clan member succeed, but they all failed. But just then, there was a shocked cry. In one area, a few people received recognition from the ritual implement at almost the same time. It's them. Everyone else's eyes flashed. It was the four mysterious people. Now, 3 of them had received ritual implements with a noble intent. Even the virgin Lulan Shui was a bit stunned. When the last person received his ritual implement, the 4 of them flew into the air and left without glancing at anyone else. "Virgin," the sharp youth beside Lulan Shui said, "these people come from the barren city. They're interested in the relic as well, and there might be a variable." Lulan Shui's eyes flashed. She could obviously tell that the 4 from the barren city were frightening. They were probably at the top level. If they really were interested in the Lulan relic and received something, they most likely wouldn't exchange with ancient Lulan. At this time, Yi Wuchen walked to somewhere in the air. There was a sword before him. It was silver, gleaming with sharpness within the silver light. Yi Wuchen's gaze was like a sword, and he was instantly surrounded by sword intent. It radiated from him, enveloping towards the silver sword. In an instant, the silver sword burst with dazzling light. Shocking sword intent pierced into Yi Wuchen's mind as if trying to kill him. Yi Wuchen's eyes were extremely sharp. Sword intent went flying from between his eyes, fighting against the other sword intent and trying to rush into the sword. Crackle! A burst of terrifying sword intent instantly swept through the air, wrapping Yi Wuchen within. It was out for the kill and wanted to shatter Yi Wuchen's will. He seemed to not feel anything. His body appeared to transform into a sword. Endless sword intent flew past him. He seemed not to be of flesh anymore. Rather, he had the body of a sword. Instead of retreating, he forged onwards. Crack! There was a sharp sound, and blood appeared at the corner of Yi Wuchen's lips. It was like the final warning to him. Yi Wuchen closed his eyes. He could feel the sword pointed at him as if it could end his life at any time. At that moment, in his senses, Yi Wuchen also transformed into a sword. He went towards the sword in front, trying to resonate with it. The 2 swords clashed, and the one that Yi Wuchen transformed into cracked. It broke apart bit by bit, but the broken sword melded into the other one. It couldn't be killed. The sword clanged and shone brightly. Then it was grasped in Yi Wuchen's hand. The sword intent fused with Yi Wuchen's will. He succeeded. Everyone's eyes flashed, trained on Yi Wuqian. Qian Yang's eyes were also odd. He invited Yi Futian's group because he saw the trio's performance at the Noble Grotto. They could triumph over the Noble Grotto. Could they triumph over the noble ritual implements? Reality proved that they could. Yi Wuqian had received one, while he and Zhao Han had failed. It was a different sword, but it showed that Yi Wuqian's will was strong and was recognized by the sword. Yi Futian saw Yi Wuqian with the sword in the air. A smile appeared in his eyes. He couldn't be left behind. Picking up his feet, Yi Futian arrived at a place further back. There was a dragon-shaped guqin before him. He stood before it and strummed the strings. In that instant, terrifying musical sorcery rushed into Yi Futian's mind. It shook in everyone else's eardrums at the same time, but the attack on Yi Futian was stronger. The music created when the strings were played was like a dragon's cry. The guqin contains dragon charm. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He played the strings again, and the dragon cry once again shook the sky and earth. This time the intense shaking inside Yi Futian's mind was even stronger, like a type of backlash. "Stop!" an ice-cold voice said. Yi Futian looked up and saw that flame scepter in the hands of the Yen clan cultivator. The illusory intent appeared again. The flame figure stared at Yi Futian and said coldly, "You are not allowed to touch that instrument." "Why?" Yi Futian glanced over. It was one thing for the figure to not let Yi Futian touch it, since it was the physical incarnate of the scepter's intent. But why did it care if Yi Futian wanted to choose another ritual implement? No reason. "If I tell you to stop, then stop," the flame figure replied indifferently. It appeared extremely overbearing. Yi Futian glanced at it and then lowered his head. He played the instrument again. True dragon roar sounded, shaking the world. His mind suffered from the backlash again. He realized that the guqin only had pure intent and no consciousness. The intent was completely melded into the guqin. "I want this," Yi Futian said coolly to the flame figure, looking up. "You can't withstand it," the flame figure said coldly. It seemed to care for the guqin and didn't want Yi Futian to disgrace it. "Oh!" Yi Futian sneered. He strummed the instrument strings, and music streamed out continuously, like a dragon roaring from a mountain. A burst of extremely powerful intent charged endlessly into Yi Futian's mind. The flame figure glared at him. "A first-level Dharma plain dares to touch this guqin? He's looking for death." Yi Futian didn't know what it was thinking. He continued playing while his mind continued to suffer the melody's backlash. It transformed into a shocking intent attack. The dragon's roar shattered everything. This instrument seemed to not allow anyone to play it. But Yi Futian wouldn't give up. He continued. The dragon's roar intensified, almost tearing apart his will. The emperor's intent descended, protecting his will. Playing the instrument, he overlooked everything. Ignoring everything, he plucked the strings, and an extraordinary aura radiated from him. The dragon cried, and the music continued without break. The surrounding people stared at Yi Futian, listening to his melody. The flame figure furrowed its brows. The music grew higher and more domineering, but Yi Futian was still unmoved. A strange look flashed past its eyes. Could Yi Futian really stimulate the guqin? But how could he withstand the backlash with his playing? The old and simple guqin slowly started glowing as Yi Futian played. The music grew more and more terrifying while the light became brighter and brighter. Following an extremely loud dragon roar that shook the sky, the music became bright. It cut across the sky and many ritual implements rattled, seemingly affected by the music. At that moment, Yi Futian felt something break in the guqin. It was dazzling bright, and his intent finally melded directly into the guqin, no longer feeling any backlash. In fact, he felt the extremely powerful intent contained within the guqin. It seemed to lie on the instrument just as how the flame figure had been on the scepter. Seeing this, The flame figure's expression grew uncomfortable. Yi Futian had actually awakened the Guqin. Terrifying flame, intent, burst from its eyes, going to brand Yi Futian. It was so frightening. Yi Futian's emperor's intent seeped into the Guqin. He plucked the strings, and a shockingly resonant music seemed to explode. It was like a true dragon coming to life. It collided with the incoming fire intent, shattering it. The surrounding ritual implements shook even more violently, seemingly guided by the music. The flame figure's eyes were extremely cold. It attacked once again, but Yi Futian, immersed in the Guqin, didn't even look. He played the strings again, and an even more powerful note tore through everything, wiping towards the flame figure's intent. Seeing this, everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian. He had received the ritual implement, and it seemed to be really powerful. Yi Futian used its strength to fight directly against the flame scepter's intent. What they didn't understand was why this flame figure wanted to stop Yi Futian. What was the story behind this Guqin? Finally, the flame figure stopped. It looked at Yi Futian and said coldly, "You are able to receive this instrument by serendipity. If I see you disgrace this Guqin in the relic, I will kill you." Yi Futian glanced coldly at it. He'd tried to communicate with it, but was rejected directly because of his low plane. Now that he'd received the Guqin, it was still being nosy. Chapter 173. Yi Futian continued to play. He could feel the remaining bit of will within the Guqin and wanted to awaken it. Yu Sheng threw a cold glance at the fiery figure before it disappeared. Then he made his way toward a ritual implement. It was a giant axe. The golden axe was filled with a sharp intent and a thick feeling. The implement seemed like it would destroy just about anything. Previously, Shi Tong from the Qianming area wanted this giant axe but failed. Yu Sheng reached out, grabbing the handle of the axe. In an instant, a fearsome force of sharp intent rushed into his mind. He could faintly see the gleaming of the axe's blade as it cut down on his will. He growled. Yu Sheng released his will in a frenzy. However, all he got in return was a voice in his mind that told him, "You're too weak." His level of cultivation was the same as Yi Futian's at the first level Dharma plane. He was far from Shi Tong's level. In his mind, his will formed into what seemed like a demon god with a fierce aura. The demon god stood opposite of the will of the axe. Coldly, Yu Sheng asked, "Are you going to come with me?" Everyone around froze and stared at Yu Sheng. Was there something wrong with this guy? The ritual implements picked their owners and needed to go through the test of will. But here he was, asking the will directly, "Are you going to come with me?" Who did he think he was? Yu Sheng did not care about all that. Naturally, his will was nowhere near as strong as the will of the axe. Its will was at the noble level. How could he compare? But Yu Sheng didn't care. So what if its will was at the noble level? If this noble will wouldn't acknowledge him, then he would move on to the next implement. The words that the will of the flame scepter said to Yi Futian had ignited a flame of rage in Yu Sheng. How dare it look down on Yi Futian when he was willing to choose that instrument? The will of this ritual implement was the same. If this was how it would act, then Yu Sheng would simply ask if it would go with him. If the answer was no, then he would simply switch over to another instrument. He was not going to waste his time seeking acknowledgement from the other party. Yu Sheng was the one picking a ritual implement, not the other way around. The will of the giant axe felt the willpower of the apparition in Yu Sheng's mind. Then, the glow on the instrument slowly dimmed, lying peacefully in the palm of Yu Sheng's hand. Yu Sheng retracted his extended arm, taking the axe with him as he turned around. Spectators were completely dumbfounded by the scene that unfolded. Was that even possible? Shi Tong's expression did not look too good. He had his sights on the giant axe, but was rejected by its will. Now, the will of the axe had no objections after one simple question from Yu Sheng. Shi Tong felt so humiliated. Zhao Han had a fairly similar expression on his face. He stepped out once more to walk toward the sharp golden sword. Clasping his hand around the hilt of the sword, he released a powerful force of will before asking fiercely, "Are you coming with me?" Everyone stopped what they were doing to watch Zhao Han. It seemed that even the sword faltered momentarily as the glow from the instrument froze. In the next moment, an even more terrifying force of will exploded along with a voice that spoke coldly, "Do you have a death wish?" Following this question, Zhao Han let out a petrifying scream. He was propelled backward. The pain on his face made it obvious that he was deeply injured by the sword intent. Yu Sheng threw a cold glance at Zhao Han while others gave the injured young man strange looks. Lin Yueyao could not help but laugh. Even the black-winged eagle let out an odd laughter, slapping its wings. Did that idiot think he was Yu Sheng? Zhao Han recovered slowly. His expression was even sourer than before. How did Yu Sheng do it? Could it be that Yu Sheng had a more forceful aura? But his level was higher than Yu Sheng, and his willpower was more powerful. Standing beside Zhao Han, Qianyang was not smiling. He had invited Yi Futian's trio to join them into the relic because he could see just how tough their will was. Now, the three of them had actually received recognition from the ritual implements and gotten their own noble-level instruments. All the while, as the young master of the Qianming area, Qianyang had yet to be acknowledged by any of the ritual implements. Yi Futian, who was in the midst of acquainting himself with the Guqin, also stared slack-jawed at Yu Sheng. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he was one-upped by Yu Sheng. Within the Guqin, that bit of will seemed to have been awakened, but did not make a sound. Yi Futian did not have anything to say to it either. Both Lin Yueyao and Yun Qianma made attempts, but also failed to be acknowledged by any ritual implement. Yi Futian thought to himself, "What would happen if I tried to take another ritual implement? Would it reject me?" However, he did not make any attempts to do so. Otherwise, if he actually succeeded, he would be public enemy number one. These people could not even get one ritual implement. If he took two, did that mean that he could take even more? Yi Futian would probably be cornered by people asking him for implements. "Let's go," said Yi Futian. He mounted the black-winged eagle, and others followed right after him. Everyone turned their attention to the group. "Follow them," said Qianyang. The 5 cultivators from the Qianming area got on the windrock and trailed after Yi Futian and his friends. Everything that happened was the perfect proof that Qianyang made the right choice inviting Yi Futian and the others into the relic. He wanted to see what further advantages Yi Futian would get following this. "Let's go," said the Yen clan member who had obtained the flame scepter. He was the head of Yen City, a prodigy of the Yen clan Xiaomu. He was extremely gifted in the element of fire. Everyone in Yen City listened to his orders. His position was equal to that of Qianyang in the Qianming area. The others also tried to communicate with the ritual implements, but quickly realized that they would not be acknowledged. Accepting their failure, they joined their leader in the skies to chase after the 2 groups that had previously departed. Only the Virgin Lulan Shui's people were left at the site. Something flashed through Lulan Shui's silver eyes. This situation was different from before. This time, everyone chose to follow closely after Yi Futian. It was probably because they witnessed 3 low-level cultivators obtain ritual implements. This might have sparked something in their minds. Those from the Barren City were also very outstanding. All 4 of them had acquired implements, but no one chased after them. Most likely because the 4 were much too terrifying. They were a group of their own and did not acquaint themselves with others. In a flash, Lulan Shui was also following after Yi Futian. There were more people who had acquired implements today than there ever was in the history of the site. No one knew how this would affect the site of the Lulan relic. Atop the black-winged eagle, Yi Futian and the others could clearly see the trail of people chasing behind them, but they did not care. Yi Futian was still getting acquainted with the Guqin. How would he be able to release its power if he was not well acquainted with the instrument? This is the imperial palace of the old Lulan kingdom, Yi Wuqian suddenly said. Yi Futian gave him a strange look before asking, "Another palace?" He looked at Yi Wuqian's sword. The sword contained will, just like the flame scepter. It might know some things about the ancient past. Ancient Lulan is called ancient because the Lulan kingdom had once fallen. The imperial palace was taken over, and all the powerful cultivators in the palace were brutally murdered. The Lulan kingdom was utterly destroyed and the nation collapsed. Later, a woman unlike any other arrived out of the blue with half a treasurable book in her possession. She revived a kingdom and was dubbed Celestial Empress. After that, the Lulan kingdom became ancient Lulan and only virgin saints were chosen. There are no princes or princesses. The virgin saints would be the ones inherited the place of the Celestial Empress, said Yi Wuqian. Then why is the old imperial palace in the ancient barren world, and what is that below? Yi Futian looked down. There, armor-clad soldiers were everywhere. The old Lulan kingdom had 2 treasurable books. The emperor used one of the books to kill invaders and prepared to go down with his enemies. Knowing that the end was near, he used the power of the book to seal the imperial palace in a matrix, allowing the will within the matrix to be preserved forever. At the same time, he hid all the treasures of the royal Lulan family in the palace. He then created the Soldier's Mound, allowing the soldiers who had passed to pick the successors of their will. The matrix sealed in the book was then sent into the ancient barren world and managed to slip through the cracks of the well-regulated world, allowing Lulan descendants to enter for trials, Yi Wuqian explained. So that would mean that the Celestial Empress who revived the old Lulan kingdom got her hands on half of the book here. Yi Futian thought back to the treasurable book that Lulan Xue had mentioned before and could not help but to be filled with curiosity. Furthermore, the treasures of the old Lulan palace were all sealed in the relic. No wonder why the people of ancient Lulan all rushed to the relic. They had total control of the Lulan relic. Ask the will and the sword who my Guqin belonged to, Yi Futian said to Yi Wuqian. He wanted to know why the will of the flame scepter cared so much about it. Yi Wuqian looked at him and replied, "The prince of the old Lulan kingdom." Yi Futian's eyes widened. His will traveled into the Guqin and asked, "You're the prince?" "Yes," replied a voice that seemed very far away. "Will you disappear after leaving this historical site?" asked Yi Futian. There was a slight pause before the voice answered, "Yes. After I disappear, it is up to you to activate the willpower contained in this Guqin." "That's such a shame," sighed Yi Futian. "I will do my best to aid you while we're still in the relic," said the prince. He thought Yi Futian's comment meant it was a shame that he could not help with increasing his powers. "Your Guqin is more well-known than you," said Yi Futian. What he meant was that it was a shame the prince could not watch his kingdom flourish. "Since you're the prince, you must be very familiar with this place. Take me to find the treasures," said Yi Futian. The black-winged eagle continued, moving forward. Up ahead, a thundering noise came from below. Yi Futian looked down to see a battle platform. Many soldiers stood in a straight line in front of war drums. They were suited in armors of flame. Heat radiated off their bodies, permeating the entirety of the ancient platform. In the center of the line of drums was a long, narrow table. On top of the table was a furnace, and on top of the furnace floated a majestic-looking book of flames. Boom! A thundering noise spread through the air. The black-winged eagle screeched loudly as it began its descent after losing stability. Yi Futian and the others felt vibrations in their minds. The sounds of the drums were too terrifying. They descended in front of the platform and looked straight ahead. Was the treasure really going to be placed out in the open like this? It wasn't hidden at all. Was this how the emperor of the old Lulan kingdom hid all his treasures? Let's go. Yi Futian and his friends stepped forward. He had the Guqin in his hands and was prepared to head over and grab the Book of Flames. "Get out of here," You actually think you're worthy? A voice rang out coldly through the air. The people who followed Yi Futian saw what was going on below and descended immediately. Still in the air, it was the will of the flame scepter in Xiao Mu's hand that had spoken. The fiery apparition appeared once again and looked to the book. It was a treasure he could not even lay hands on while living. Now, it was simply placed out in the open. Go get it. It'll help you greatly in cultivation. I'll be at your aid, the apparition said to Xiao Mu. Chapter 174. Okay. Xiao Mu nodded and walked forward with the flame scepter in hand. He could obviously see that the Book of Flames was necessary for his cultivation of the flame. Even though the Virgin Lulan had said that non-ritual implement treasures must be exchanged with the ancient Lulan, they obviously had other ideas. They could at least cultivate a bit within the relic. Yi Futian's group glanced at the flame figure. How many times had it been now? Rather than acting, he watched Xiao Mu walk towards the battle podium. The armored soldiers started beating the battle drums again. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst forth. The drum beats shook the air. Fire intent seemed to meld into the drum, charging toward Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu's intent fused into the scepter, and he placed it before him. In a second, terrifying firelight wrapped around him. Shocking intent burst and clashed with the intent within the pounding drum beats. Xiao Mu charged forward, wanting to take the Book of Flames. No one behind him dared to move recklessly. They could feel the mightiness of the battle drum. It was frightening. When Xiao Mu took a step, the drum started shaking again. This time was even more frightening than the first time. Xiao Mu furrowed his brows. The noble level fate burst from his body and activated the power of the scepter. At that moment, he was like someone from the noble plane. He was bathed in fire and seemed indomitable. As a leading figure from the Yen city, Xiao Mu had come to the relic after receiving the noble intent. He had terrifying abilities, otherwise he couldn't receive the ritual implement's recognition. Wild waves of fire tossed on the battle platform. Xiao Mu almost drowned in them, but he used the scepter's power to walk forward steadily. This was a battle of will. He used his noble intent to urge the noble scepter. The intent that burst forth was definitely close to that of the noble plane. There was no reason he couldn't receive the Book of Flames. As he walked forward, the drum beats pounded the sky. The people behind him couldn't stop retreating. Their intent kept shaking, especially those who didn't have the noble fate. They just felt that they couldn't withstand this power. They probably wouldn't be able to receive anything in this relic. Without a noble fate, they would need a ritual implement to make up for it, but most people didn't have either. Bathed in endless fire, Xiao Mu walked forward like a noble. The soldiers beat the drums again. The drum beats connected, seeming to resonate with the entire world. The skies and earth became one and transformed into undefeatable power that swept toward Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu paused. The terrifying heat wave blew onto him, and the hand holding the scepter trembled. He was close to the Book of Flames. He could get it after 7 steps. However, he had a feeling that he probably wouldn't have the chance to take these 7 steps. He forced his feet forward. With a boom, the drum beats started up again. In an instant, gales of fire swept through. Terrifying intent went alongside the drum beats, attacking the scepter and Xiao Mu. Boom! With a loud boom, Xiao Mu was forced back. He frantically urged the power within the scepter. The mark between his eyes burned brightly, but the scepter cracked. It almost broke, but he held on. The crack healed, and he panted heavily, his pallor slightly pale. He failed. Many people's eyes flashed. The powerful Xiao Mu had failed, even with the help of the noble ritual implement. This meant that they had no chance. In the back, the sharp youth besides Lulan Shui said, "It seems difficult for anyone to receive it. I wonder if those in the barren city would be able to do it." For many years, generation after generation of strong cultivators walked into the relic. The ritual implements that could be taken were all taken already. The ones that still remained were extremely difficult to take. The sharp man had tried for the Book of Flames before, but had failed, though he'd gone further than Xiao Mu. Virgin Lulan Shui had obviously tried before too. She'd almost succeeded, but failed at the last step. The flame figure appeared once again where Xiao Mu was. Its expression was not pretty. "Senior, I tried my best," Xiao Mu said. "I know." The flame figure nodded. "It seems that no one can take it. What a pity. Were the treasures in the palace so hard to take nowadays? If so, there would probably be no other gains." People started whispering amongst each other when they heard its words. Could no one take it? Since the noble intent's physical incarnate said so, it must be so. But just then, a figure clad in white walked out towards the battle platform, stealing everyone's attention. Everyone looked at him with some shock. Yi Futian's talent was unparalleled and was recognized by a ritual implement, but his plane was low. He didn't have the noble fate either. How would he utilize all the power of the ritual implement? Would he try something that even Xiao Mu couldn't accomplish? The flame figure was stunned when Yi Futian walked past it. It looked at him in shock and asked coolly, "What are you doing?" "Trying, of course." Yi Futian smiled at it. "Are you stupid?" the flame figure asked coldly. Xiao Mu had failed even with its help, but Yi Futian still wanted to try? Was he qualified to try? He totally didn't know his place. "Maybe I'm lucky?" Yi Futian smiled. "You overestimate yourself," the flame figure said coldly. Yi Futian didn't reply and continued forward. Drum beats sounded continuously, shaking in his ears. He could faintly feel the heat. Placing the guqin before him, Yi Futian carried it with one hand and plucked the strings with the other. Music streamed out. The scene was like a battlefield, so the decree of the general was obviously the most suitable song. In an instant, everyone was pulled into the artistic conception as if they were truly in a battlefield. Yi Futian really didn't have a completed noble fate, but he had the emperor's intent. Fusing it into the guqin could influence the ancient Lulan prince's intent to the max and activate the guqin's power. The music streamed out. A powerful feeling seeped from it, and there seemed to be a stampede of horses on the battlefield. On the other side, the drum beats pounded. They transformed into a terrifying presence as well. The two auras collided and extinguished together. Yi Futian walked steadily. He had a peculiar pattern and advanced with the music's rhythm. The music continued, strengthening. Each time it strengthened, he took a step. Activating the noble intent and ritual implement with the emperor's intent caused the decree of the general to be much more powerful than he'd ever imagined. The drum beats and music continued to overlap. The two forces were all terrifying. They went from weak to strong and became scarier and scarier until everyone present felt that they were on a battlefield, watching two armies clash. They seemed to have underestimated Yi Futian again. With this grandeur, he could most likely catch up to Xiao Mu's progress. But they couldn't figure out how Yi Futian accomplished this with his abilities. How could he activate the ritual implement to this degree? At this time, Yi Futian's surroundings were all filled with flames. The terrifying flames seemed to bury his body, but a music storm wrapped around him. It destroyed everything as if it was made of intent. The flames couldn't break through. He continued advancing, nearing where Xiao Mu had been. This made Xiao Mu uncomfortable. The flame figure stared deeply at Yi Futian. It looked down on Yi Futian because the youth's plane was too low and didn't have the noble fate. With this ability, he couldn't do anything in the relic. However, Yi Futian first received a ritual implement and then made the same progress as Xiao Mu. This shocked the flame figure. Had it judged incorrectly? He can't go further. It didn't believe that it could be wrong. It watched as the drum beats grew stronger and the mightiness multiplied. It tore through everything, and that music storm was no match. Yi Futian's fingers seemed to transform into shadows. He strummed the strings violently, and a music storm swept out. He sent out the decree of the general. Rather than continuing to defend, he started an offensive attack. "You're looking to die," the flame figure said coldly at this. If he continued forward steadily, he might get closer to the Book of Flames, but right now he was going to die. But Yi Futian obviously wouldn't search for death. He took many steps, and the music swept up with a far-reaching intent. It clashed with the drum beats. The space was in chaos. The abominable intent seemed to want to tear everything apart. The decree of the general had arrived. At this moment, beams of Emperor's intent music seemed to bypass the attack and snake into the drums. With another boom, the drums shook the sky and destroyed everything. The music storm before Yi Futian had already disappeared. He'd used up everything in that attack. "This is suicide," the flame figure uttered. In its eyes, Yi Futian was already dead. The others saw this as well. That intent attack really could kill Yi Futian. But at that moment, Yi Futian raised his hand to play the guqin. The drum beats resonated with the music. Gusts of destructive wind burst from the battle drums, destroying everything. The next moment, under everyone's shocked scrutiny, the armored soldiers crumbled to dust. Everyone's pupils contracted at this. What was this? How did Yi Futian do this? The flame figure trained its eyes on him too. Yi Futian had really succeeded and killed the soldiers. The Book of Flames hovered there without any other obstacles. Xiao Mu flashed and charged forward, ready to steal it. Yi Futian glanced back and played his guqin again. The music once again resonated with the drum beats and produced a tumultuous intent. Xiao Mu's expression changed drastically. When it swept over with a terrifying intent, he grunted and paled. He stopped and blood spewed from his mouth. The flame figure appeared beside the scepter, its eyes unsettled. Clearly it had misjudged. Yi Futian was stronger than Xiao Mu. The resonance between the musical sorcery and drums was very powerful. "You've received my recognition. Come take the scepter," the flame figure said, ready to abandon Xiao Mu. Chapter 175. Xiao Mu paled at the fiery figure's words. To be acknowledged by a noble-level ritual implement was supposed to be something he could be proud of, but now the implement was actually abandoning him. It was not difficult to take a guess as to how Xiao Mu felt. Everyone standing behind him was also surprised. Yi Futian's gifts actually received recognition from a noble implement. As long as he agreed, Yi Futian would be in control of two noble implements. It was undoubtedly going to elevate his abilities. Although the apparition of the flame was not too nice to Yi Futian before, he was still a noble-level existence. There was no reason for Yi Futian to reject now that he was willing to help him. This was an opportunity extremely hard to come by. The apparition stared at Yi Futian. He knew that he had not been the friendliest being to Yi Futian, but he was a noble plane cultivator after all. He was now willing to help Yi Futian and bless him with a noble implement. Why would Yi Futian reject? This was not what Yu Sheng thought, though. This flame scepter had previously insulted Yi Futian. How could he sound so righteous while practically begging Yi Futian to take him in? To be honest, after he rejected Yi Futian the first time, Yu Sheng was already pissed off. It was a miracle that he was able to keep his temper under control until now. "You actually think you're worthy?" asked Yu Sheng in a cold demeanor. He was throwing the words the will in the scepter used with Yi Futian right back at him. The fiery figure frowned at Yu Sheng. "What did you say?" he asked, his tone just as cold. "You said yourself that you would rather be with someone at the top-level Dharma plane than someone at the first-level Dharma plane. Now you actually have the audacity to ask for a change in owners. What would he need you for?" said Yu Sheng. He stepped closer and continued. "Where did you get the confidence to be sound so righteous while asking to be taken in? You think someone like you is worthy of being used by him?" "How preposterous!" scolded the figure. He was formed by noble will. How dare a junior in the mere first-level Dharma plane speak to him in such an insulting manner? "Yu Sheng, you're at fault here. Yi Futian spoke up suddenly. Both Yu Sheng and the apparition looked to Yi Futian. Everyone else followed suit. His eyes were glued on the fiery figure with a smile on his face. Yu Sheng was hot-tempered, but Yi Futian knew what to do in his own advantage. The fiery apparition of Will looked satisfied at Yi Futian's words. "Don't worry. If you're already this capable, you'll only get stronger with my help." Yi Futian looked at him with a smile. "Pardon, art thou worthy?" The figure shot Yi Futian a glare. Everyone else also looked over at him. Some not understand the meaning behind his words. "Are you playing me?" the fiery Will asked coldly. Yi Futian did not look at him. Instead, he said to Yu Sheng, "What were you thinking? Although this guy is a bit of an idiot, we can just get rid of him. It is a noble implement after all. Even if I don't use it, I can still sell it, right?" Yu Sheng was dumbfounded by Yi Futian's utterance. A smile then spread across his face. His rage dissipated, and he scratched the back of his head. "I guess you're right." Jaws dropped all around as the bystanders stared at Yi Futian. Forget about whether or not Yi Futian would actually be able to get rid of the flame will of the scepter. If it really was possible, it would greatly reduce the power of the ritual implement while still in the Lulon relic. Was Yi Futian really not planning on using the implement? The apparition's expression fell as he stared dead at Yi Futian. In a cold demeanor, he spoke. "You dare to insult me? You're too noisy, so you can disappear now." Finished with what he had to say, Yi Futian's emperor will surged into the Guqin. However, the will of the prince in the Guqin was unwilling to cooperate this time. The fiery apparition used to be a lord in the Lulon kingdom. Yi Futian's eyes grew cold. So what if he refused to cooperate? The emperor will pushed on forcefully. Yi Futian's fingers danced across the strings of the instrument. The music instantly rushed into the war drums, striking down on them. The drum beats shook the air, creating a terrifying battlefield. The sounds of the Guqin and the drums intertwined to form a ferocious force of willpower. A terrifying windstorm washed towards the fiery figure. "You're acting out of line," reprimanded the apparition. He was formed by will, and the flames around him blazed wildly to withstand the incoming windstorm. "Kill him!" Yi Futian shouted. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sounds of the Guqin started once again. The energy was through the roof. The drum beats vibrated through the air in the melody of a chaotic nation. The music was a destructive force. The windstorm swept past, and the fiery figure shouted, "You psycho!" After his outburst, 2 gusts of wind came together and washed over the figure with great force. The power from the combined forces wiped out the apparition formed by flame will. The spectators shook in fear as their eyes remained on the young man clad in white. This was crazy. He actually destroyed the will of a noble implement others couldn't obtain. The reason being it was unworthy of him. What an arrogant guy. "Yu Sheng, hold on to this for now," chuckled Yi Futian. Yu Sheng nodded and walked forward to take the scepter. Xiao Mu watched from the sidelines, but could do nothing to stop him. He was injured by Yi Futian even when he had the ritual implement in his possession. Now, without the instrument, Xiao Mu was definitely no match for Yi Futian. So, of course, he wouldn't want to go ahead and get in Yu Sheng's way. Yi Futian walked over to the Book of Flames and reached out for it. In an instant, the Book of Flames turned into nothing. The Chinese characters seemed to have escaped the pages of the book and were floating in midair. Each character contained a powerful will. Yi Futian released his own will. Afterward, he felt a rush of fire intent assimilate into his own will. At this moment, Yi Futian glowed in a strange light. The Book of Flames was truly mystical. The characters from the Book of Flames were incorporated into his released Sun Dharma under the guidance of willpower, becoming the power of the Dharma. At the same time, every character became ingrained in his mind. He acquired more fate, and the Book of Flame will probably enhance the power of his Dharma. Everyone around stared at Yi Futian. Xiao Mu's expression was far from happy. He couldn't do anything about Yi Futian now. All he could do now was to wait until they left the relic, so he could steal Yi Futian's fate. The Book of Flame might have been able to aid his noble fate into becoming mid-level noble fate, but now it had been taken by Yi Futian. Yi Futian turned his head to look in the Virgin Lulan, Shue's direction. He gave her an apologetic smile. He couldn't possibly be blamed for this, right? The Book of Flame had been absorbed into his dharma. There was no way he could exchange it with ancient Lulan, even if he wanted to. "I'm off," said Yi Futian. The black-winged eagle came forward immediately. The group stepped on to the back of the demon beast, and they continued to travel ahead. When everyone else saw Yi Futian leave, they immediately moved to follow behind them. Who cared if they weren't able to take down Yi Futian now? They could at least witness how far he could go. They finally understood. It was not their fault that they could not receive recognition from the implements. They should not even think about getting something from the relics based on their abilities. The Lulan relic existed for so many years. Who knew how many powerful cultivators from ancient Lulan had already set foot in the relic? Although ancient Lulan was inviting people from all different places to enter the relic now, the reality was anything that could be taken was already taken by ancient Lulan. To ancient Lulan, the most important thing now should have been to get their hands on the treasures they could not obtain previously. That was the real truth behind the invitations to the cultivators of other cities. Looking ahead at the figures on the Black-Winged Eagle, nobody would have expected for a first-level Dharma Plane cultivator to have the most outstanding performance in the relic. Qianyang, Zhao Han, and the others were in even greater disbelief. Qianyang thought that even though Yi Futian had extraordinary gifts, everything would still be easily controlled since his level of cultivation was so low. On the Black-Winged Eagle, Yi Futian's will entered the Guqin. He asked, "Do you know where the treasurable books of the Lulan Kingdom are located?" "No," answered the prince. He sounded very aloof. The prince had not wanted to destroy the fiery apparition before, but Yi Futian used his powers by force. Although the power was greatly weakened because of his resistance, Yi Futian was still able to activate the will in the war drums with the power of his own will, creating a harmony with the Guqin to wipe out the flame will. Despite it all, he was a noble will. You were too arrogant. The prince's will in the Guqin was not happy. Is noble will really that powerful? Yi Futian asked nonchalantly, "Can't you feel the difference in my class of will?" "What class?" asked the prince, after a brief silence. Although he could feel that it was powerful, he could not really tell of what class Yi Futian's will belonged. "Emperor will," Yi Futian answered. Yi Futian's godfather had instilled many ideologies in him since he was young. He had witnessed the snow ape's demeanor, and he had met the Donghuang general. His body once exploded with the true power of Emperor Will. Because of all of this, cultivators of the noble plane meant nothing to him. They weren't an unreachable existence. The noble plane was simply another plane in cultivation. The day would soon come when Yi Futian would slay a cultivator of the noble plane. The Nanda nation's Emperor Luo was someone he must kill. It was also because of this that he chose to wipe out the fiery apparition, even though many others thought he might forgive him. "Are you joking?" asked the prince. "It's a shame that I cannot release its power in all its glory just yet. I can only activate simple uses of this power, and to think you won't even be able to witness it in the future." Yi Futian did not try to argue with the prince. "Lead the way." The Black-Winged Eagle continued moving forward, ignoring the many armies on the ground below. Somewhere far ahead, large buildings could be seen faintly. The simple but classic architecture seemed to be the emperor's living quarters. Despite this new discovery, Yi Futian currently had his brows tightly knit. A terrifying aura radiated from the area ahead. A loud cry carried through the air. It sounded like a horrific battle had erupted. Seems like someone broke into the emperor's quarters. Yi Futian focused his attention up ahead. The prince had led them into the center of the ancient, historical site. This should also be the most dangerous area. If it was true that someone broke in, then it should be the four from the barren city. They had left right after acquiring their ritual implements. Did they come here directly? Continuing forward, they could see the large group of people on the stairs down below. Many of them were donning armors. They seemed to be a fearsome army. This army even consisted of many high-level Dharma plane cultivators. There were many generals in the rose-gold armors. However, all of them were now clustered around a single figure. This domineering figure stood at the very center of the crowd. He wore a simple long robe with no armor. From this figure came an indescribable aura, one of a true noble plane cultivator. His gaze closed in on Yi Futian's group. His stern eyes were ice cold. Had more people come to deliver themselves to death's door? All those years ago, the emperor of the Lulan kingdom met his demise bringing down this army. But not before he managed to set up a huge matrix to train the descendants of his kingdom. He even hid the kingdom's treasures in the matrix. Since things had already come to this, then they would kill anyone and everyone who approached. Chapter 176. Yi Futian focused his gaze on that figure like a true, noble figure. It was most likely that the will of a noble cultivator who entered the ancient Lulan palace wouldn't extinguish. This noble's abilities would appear in the figure created by the flame's intent. Die, the noble uttered coldly. As soon as he spoke, the military stepped forward at once. A burst of destructive intent agglomerated and hurled towards Yi Futian's group in the sky, wanting to destroy them all. Yi Wuchen took a step forward. He waved his sword, and sword rain instantly poured from the sky, falling towards the incoming attack. Everything in its path was pulverized. However, the intimidating figures continued. The army didn't fear death. Yu Sheng also stepped forward. He brought his axe down. Its shadow cut through the air, shattering all the armored soldiers in its path. Yi Futian sat cross-legged on the black-winged eagle. He placed the Guqin on his knees and stared forward at the noble. He now knew what level his combat ability was in the relic, but he was unclear how powerful the noble was. The people following Yi Futian also saw this scene, but no one went forward to fight. Yi Futian's trio had all received ritual implements of the noble level. Of the others, only those with noble fate would have any combat ability. The others would die a certain death if they were hit by noble level cultivators. This wasn't a true noble, but it was created by noble intent. The Virgin Lulan Shui's group stood in the back and watched quietly. Yi Futian was going straight to the relic's core, where the emperor had once been. Other than Yi Futian, there was also chaos up ahead. Lulan Shui knew that a battle must have erupted. The strong cultivators of the barren city must have arrived and fought into it. It was highly possible that the geniuses from the barren city were at the peak of the eastern barren territory. They used the Lulan relic as a trial ground and were terrifyingly strong. Seeing that the army continued to be destroyed, the noble stepped forward. A terrifying aura instantly spread from him. His body seemed to transform into an illusory shadow. He walked in the air, directly going towards Yi Futian's group. His intent was horribly strong. He was the physical incarnate of a complete noble intent. Yi Wuchen's figure flashed. He walked forward, and an indestructible intent radiated from him. It was about to upend every existence. The surrounding air shook horrifyingly. Yu Sheng also walked up and brought his axe down. They could all feel how powerful the other party was. The noble's figure walked towards the combat range of Yi Wuchen and Yu Sheng. Extremely wild intent burst from his body. At that moment, it was as if a huge hand came slapping down for the kill. It swept past, and the sword intent extinguished under the palm. The light of Yu Sheng's axe went out as well. After all, Yi Wuchen and Yu Sheng were in a lower plane and didn't even have noble fate. They couldn't activate true noble level intent attack from the ritual implement. Music sounded. Yi Futian sat on the black wind eagle and played his guqin. In an instant, strings of music intent rushed into the noble's body. Musical sorcery was best at attacks to the spiritual intent. It would definitely have a countering effect. However, the figure's body was like an illusory light. Terrifying, earthy light wrapped around it, while extreme pressure enveloped the black wind eagle and the people. In an instant, the black wind eagle couldn't withstand the power and dropped down. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Even just the intent of a noble cultivator was frightening. He continued to play the guqin, urging it on with the emperor's intent. The melody, a chaotic nation, ripped through everything with the resounding notes. It tore apart the palm coming down on him. The noble huffed. He transformed into an afterimage and was fast to the extreme. Endless palms overlapped towards Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen, and Yu Sheng. He stood with his hands behind his back, displaying his noble aura. A sword storm swept up around Yi Wuchen, and Yu Sheng's axe continued hacking downward. However, they could barely manage to stop the opponent's attacks. Yi Futian lowered his head and continued to play. The music continued, rising stronger and stronger. It continuously ripped apart the palm. Around him, a shocking music storm appeared, destroying all intent. The noble overlooked everything. He walked straight towards the music storm. Did a first-level Dharma plane cultivator want to fight against him with a noble-level ritual implement? He was only an intent rather than a true noble, but he was more than enough to squash Yi Futian. The noble stepped directly into Yi Futian's sword storm. In an instant, Yi Futian felt the horrible intent press down on him. He couldn't counter the mightiness at all. Though he could use the emperor's intent to urge the ritual implement, it was still far from true noble intent. At that moment, he activated the imperial tactics. An unusual glow seemed to appear around him, as insufferable as an emperor. Even stronger imperial intent rushed into the guqin. At that moment, the prince seemed to be stunned. The intense power was pushed to the max, playing the guqin with the emperor's intent. Once again, the rising music caused the storm around Yi Futian to glow brilliantly and hit the noble. The noble seemed to feel threatened. He dared to kill Yi Futian directly because he had felt that Yi Futian couldn't defeat him with the musical sorcery. But at that moment, the music storm had become so terrifying. His body shook and became more illusory. However, he still didn't retreat. At this point, there was no way back. As a noble, he was still proud even though only his intent remained. Boom! Even stronger intent charged at Yi Futian to crush him. The black wind eagle and the others had fallen down long ago. Only Yi Futian remained, fighting him in the air. Yi Futian used the emperor's intent to protect himself while his fingers didn't pause at all. A more terrifying gust of music burst forth, going directly through the other's body. The noble looked down with an ugly expression, but his feet didn't falter. He continued pressing towards Yi Futian. Die! Yi Futian uttered coldly. His song was still rising. He finally understood the terrifying pressure that his grandmaster had withstood when playing the chaotic nation. Fighting with this, he was destined to die. The music storm destroyed everything. It pierced through the noble figure, tearing it apart bit by bit. The illusory figure was unwilling, but finally transformed into nothing. When the wild current dissipated, the people behind looked forward in shock. Yi Futian had actually killed that noble. Noble intent couldn't be compared to a true noble, but this was still shocking. Lulan Shui was surprised. Yi Futian's accomplishments were beyond her expectations. The army below was still charging forward, but they weren't a threat anymore. Yi Wuchen and Yu Sheng worked together and killed them one by one. Let's go, Yi Futian said. The emperor's pavilion was up ahead and seemed to be in unrest. The prides from the barren city had entered it, and he wanted to see what it was like. The black wind eagle landed by Yi Futian's feet and flew forward. The group moved on while the others followed close behind. "They're so annoying," Yu Sheng said coldly. They followed without fighting at all. Were they really the prides of their cities? Were they all planning on stealing the treasures after they found them? Finally, Yi Futian came to the site of chaos. Screams shook the sky from all directions. "Be careful," Yi Futian said. The black-winged eagle slowed down. They were at some steps now. The majestic emperor's pavilion was right in front, but there was unrest left and right. At that time, a horrible aura came from behind. Yi Futian looked back and saw countless terrifying armies rush in from all direction. They seemed to know they'd broken in and were encircling them. The people behind Yi Futian were aghast. These armies all had generals in the noble plain, and they couldn't fight at all. With a flash, they moved aside, escaping quickly. "We're entering the pavilion," Yi Futian said. At this point, there was no reason to retreat. But here, two figures flashed quickly from both left and right. Behind them, countless noble figures chased after like lightning. These four were the strong cultivators from the barren city. They'd arrived here first and had been surrounded. "He's leading them here." Yi Wuchen frowned, his eyes sharp. The four cultivators saw Yi Futian's group arrive and came running here. The nobles and armies from either side, as well as the people behind them, vaguely surrounded them. "Go forward," Yi Futian said instantly. The black-winged eagle shot forward like a streak of lightning. Wild wind swept left and right. The four figures came to Yi Futian's side, sandwiching his group. They ran towards the pavilion, side by side. Yi Futian placed the guqin in his lap. He sat on the black-winged eagle, and music streamed out. He was ready to fight at any time. "Go back." A barren city, cultivator rushed before Yi Futian's group and withdrew his sword. It burst, and sword light submerged everything, enveloping everyone on the black-winged eagle. Not only that, but the other three acted at the same time. Using the power of the ritual implements, the four worked together, forcing the black-winged eagle back. After forcing them back, their spells disappeared. They didn't really want to kill Yi Futian's group. Instead, they just wanted them to block the pursuers. Streaks of noble figures descended and rushed to Yi Futian, coldly glancing at the four who had entered the pavilion. Cold, murderous intent flashed past the eyes of these nobles. In their eyes, Yi Futian's group was already dead. Chapter 177. Those beside Yi Futian did not have pleasant expressions on their faces. The pursuit of the four cultivators had actually pushed their group back to block the army chasing after the four, while they escaped scot-free into the pavilion. Just then, multiple figures formed by noble will appeared in front of them. It was terrifying enough to that one figure at the beginning. Now, it was basically mission impossible. They were not going to stop until Yi Futian's whole group was dead. "Respectable seniors, please carry on." "I'm simply passing by," smiled Yi Futian. The black-winged eagle retreated into the sky above the pavilion, clearing the entrance to the building. But the noble beings just stood there, disregarding Yi Futian's words. An enormous army rushed towards them from behind. It seemed like all the cultivators in this area of the palace were gathering here, looking out at the ocean of soldiers. There seemed to be no end. A truly terrifying sight to witness. At the wave of a noble being's hand, the armored soldiers began to advance from all directions in the sky. They had the whole area on lockdown and had no intentions of letting any intruders leave unscathed. Away from where Yi Futian was, the people who were chasing him were now trying to get away from where he was. They were being chased as well. Had they turned around just a bit later, they might have been caught in the same situation as Yi Futian and his friends. Luckily, it did not seem like the noble beings noticed them. But even so, the army chasing after them had their hearts pounding. After getting far away, they looked back at the pavilion. The entire area had been completely filled by the army. A shiver ran up their spines every time they laid eyes on the enormous army. The pavilion was at the very center of the relic and also where the most powerful cultivators were gathered. It was difficult for anyone who set foot in the area to make it out alive. From the corners of their eyes, they were faintly able to see the blurred figures of Yi Futian and his friends. They were still hovering above the pavilion, completely surrounded by the army. There was no escape. This was probably going to be the end of Yi Futian and the others. The group, watching from a distance, had witnessed the fight between Yi Futian and the noble from before. The opponent was just too powerful. Yi Futian used all he had to kill the noble. But in this situation now, it did not seem like he had a chance. "Can they escape?" asked the sharp youth beside the virgin Lulon. It was said that ancient Lulon had sent numerous cultivators into this area over the year, but none had succeeded. Those who entered never exit. However, some extraordinary beings have been discovered during this expedition into the relic. Monster cultivator Yi Futian, as well as the 4 prodigies from the barren city. The group had already made their way into the pavilion. Perhaps they would be able to find half of a treasurable book. "Keep moving." Lulon Xue did not answer his question because she did not know the answer either, but things were not looking good. Seeing that the army was still chasing after them, they could only continue to run. It would be easy enough for them to kill these ordinary soldiers, but they could not risk attracting attention from the nobles. Things would be tough if that happened. Although the royals of ancient Lulon were prepared for all types of situations, they did not have to get involved just yet. It was better to just observe for the time being. Above the pavilion, Yi Futian and the others were surrounded. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen were on either side of Yi Futian, prepared for combat. "We already cleared the way for you. Seniors, can you guys go after them first?" Yi Futian asked, feeling slightly defeated. "You're all going to die anyway. The order doesn't matter," said one of the nobles. "Why do you guys have to be this way? I don't want things to end badly for both sides." "How preposterous," said another noble. "And badly for both sides?" Did Yi Futian really have what it took to say something like that? Just then, one of the nobles waved his hand, signaling for the army to move in closer. The armored soldiers all charged toward Yi Futian's group. "You guys take care of this," said Yi Futian. Yi Wuchen and Yu Xing nodded. They might not be able to go against the nobles, but the soldiers were not a problem at all. The 2 of them attacked from either side. When the enemy approached, Yi Wuchen's sword and Yu Sheng's battle axe swung out at the same time. Blood was shed immediately. Yi Futian sat down in the air above the pavilion and began to play his guqin. The crisp sound of the instrument filled the air, disturbing the atmosphere. The imperial tactics were activated, and in an instant Yi Futian's body was surrounded by an invisible force field. He sat there with a majestic vibe around him. As he played, the notes elevated, vibrating through the air. The sound created a force that was able to disturb all consciousness. The soldiers charged forward one by one, but were stopped when the sounds of the guqin reached their ears. Crackling noises filled the area, and the soldiers were destroyed with nothing left of their bodies. After all, they weren't really living beings. At this time, another battle had started inside the pavilion. Shocking forces of energy were given off of 5 figures. The 4 barren city cultivators had one person surrounded. This person was another noble, but had a majestic vibe. His noble will was extremely powerful and domineering. He was like an emperor and exuded superiority in a single glance. This person was the one who led his army in the invasion of the Lulon kingdom. He was the emperor of another powerful kingdom. He stood guard in the imperial palace, and no one could make it past him. The barren city cultivators did not come from the same group. They were sent by 4 different powerful groups in the eastern barren territory. Groups from there treated the Lulon relic as a training ground and a test. The test was to see who could acquire the most treasures from the Lulon relic. They all had noble fate and mid-level noble fate at that. In addition to their powers as top-level Dharma plane cultivators and their ritual implements, they were extremely capable. However, They were still no match for one noble, even after joining forces. The noble's abilities were incredible. He wielded his sword, also formed from noble will, ready to kill. The barren city, cultivators kept retreating. They only managed to defend themselves against the opponent's attacks when working together. "Let's go," said one of the cultivators. It seemed that it would be impossible to get any treasures from this building. Under the watch of such a fearsome being, as well as the ones outside, they were overpowered and had no chance of finding anything remotely valuable. The four fought back as they retreat. Even though the noble was very powerful, there was no way he could kill all four of them. The group of cultivators continued to escape from one side. Finally, the four ritual implements released a significant force at the same time, giving them a chance to turn and make a quick escape. The soldiers outside could not even stop them. The noble wanted to chase after them, but even if he managed to catch up, he wouldn't be able to stop all four of them. He turned his attention to what was going on outside of the pavilion. A terrifying musical storm had erupted. He could faintly see a gleam of light glowing in the distance. He thought to himself, had the younger generation of the Lulan kingdom already gotten so powerful? The noble headed outside. Futian activated his ritual implement using the imperial tactics. The air exploded as he played his piece, a chaotic nation. Even the nobles stepping toward Futian could feel the fearsome power of his music. The sound from his guqin could be threatening to them. It was then that the noble arrived, wielding his sword. Wuqin noticed him approach from behind and formed a sword filled with intent to shot towards the noble. The noble huffed. Did he want a competition of sword intent? The emperor's sword swung out, and the area immediately filled with sword intent. The gleam of a blade shot through the air toward Wuqin. Wuqin gathered all his power and released it at the incoming sword. His attack was destroyed. His silver sword vibrated, threatening to escape his grip as his body flew backward. The noble made his way to Futian. All the soldiers bowed at the sight of their emperor. "Are you a Lulan royal?" the emperor asked Futian. Futian continued to play as he looked up at the person speaking to him. "No, I'm not from the Lulan kingdom. I'm just a person who came for a trial. How about we call it a day?" "Call it a day?" The emperor's expression was ice cold, for people had already escaped. There was no way they could let these people get away as well. "Since you're already here, then stay," said the emperor. "Don't force my hand." Futian stared at the emperor, his eyes just as cold. "Oh, really?" sneered the emperor. "Kill them." Futian continued to stare as he spoke. "Yu Sheng, take the others into the pavilion to search for the treasures. Wuqin, you watch my back. I'll take care of these people." Yu Sheng, Wuqin, and the others widened their eyes. Futian spoke so nonchalantly. But how was he going to take care of such powerful beings? "Go. Trust me," said Futian. As if he could feel the self-confidence exuding from Futian, Yu Sheng nodded and guided the others into the pavilion. The emperor and the other nobles looked at Futian as if he were insane. Was he going to take care of them? Where did this arrogant bastard come from? Wuqin took a step back to stand behind Futian. He was also curious where Futian got all that confidence from. What made him so sure he could take care of the nobles? After Yu Sheng and the others were out of sight, Futian looked to the emperor and said, "Senior, you're a swordsman and is formed by will. If I am victorious today, then you shouldn't let your sword will go to waste. My friend is an extremely talented swordsman and definitely will not disgrace you. Will you consider allowing him to be the successor of your will?" The emperor had on a look of disbelief. Not only was Futian super confident, but he also wanted his will. Preposterous indeed. Wuqin had a similar look on his face. So this was why Futian wanted him to say. He was being too gutsy. If it was really able to obtain the will of a single noble, he might be able to get noble-level will. The emperor took one look at Futian, but did not give him an answer. At the wave of his hand, the nobles made their way toward Yi Futian. A terrifying force of will was released into the area, ready for destruction. Please reconsider what I said, Senior. Isn't having a successor to your sword techniques a form of living on? Said Yi Futian. He then lowered his head, activating the imperial tactics from within. His blood flowed wildly through his veins, and the Emperor's mark appeared within. Right now, Yi Futian's body was ignited. All the spiritual qi around rushed into his body. The glow around him grew brighter and brighter. The spiritual qi mixed with noble fate. It was unbelievable. At this moment, Yi Futian, who sat cross-legged, looked like a majestic emperor. Chapter 178. During the Donghai City battle, the mysterious emperor's intent appeared within Yi Futian. It helped him kill someone of the Arcana plane, but this power didn't belong to him. However, that emperor's intent gave him the imperial tactics. After that, he was able to use the imperial tactics to activate the emperor's intent hidden within him. Yi Futian knew that the imperial tactics could raise his fighting to another level, but he never fully used it before or pushed the imperial tactics to the extreme. Today, though, faced with the bombardment of all the noble intents, he knew that he couldn't succeed even with the emperor's intent. Thus, he broke out all the power within him. He urged the imperial tactics to the limit without holding back at all. The familiar feeling from the Donghai City was back. Last time, the mysterious intent was controlling and guiding him. This time it was completely his power, though it was far less powerful than at the Donghai City. If the opponent was a true noble figure, Yi Futian would die without a doubt. He would die even if the opponent was in the Arcana plane, let alone the noble plane. Intent power could greatly magnify a cultivator's combat ability, but he still couldn't overlook the difference in plane. It was different in the Lulan relic, though. The opponent wasn't a true noble and was just the physical incarnate of the intent. In the lower ancient barren world, even the strongest intent was restricted to the Dharma plane. Since the opponent's body was formed by intent, Yi Futian only had to repress it from that aspect to defeat it. That was why Yi Futian was so confident. He didn't perceive a true noble intent yet, but by fully activating the Emperor's intent, fusing it into his Guqin to attack, he believed he could surpass the opponent with his strong intent. The Emperor's mark burst inside him. Yi Futian's body seemed to morph. Behind him, Yi Wuqian watched his changes in shock. He could sense that perhaps this was the true undisguised Yi Futian. He was like a natural-born emperor. The nobles before him were stunned as well. Thai stared hard at Yi Futian's body. What level of intent was this? At this moment, a handsome figure stood before them. He was too beautiful. Even as nobles, they wanted to worship him. He was high and mighty and should be loved by all. This kind of temperament and intent was not learned. It was something he was born with. It seems that you really aren't from Lulan, the emperor sighed as he studied Yi Futian. Ancient Lulan wouldn't have someone like him. Senior, are you planning on giving up now? Yi Futian asked, studying the other. The emperor gazed at him and then into the distance. His eyes seemed tired. He was obviously discontent to exist in this relic for so many years as intent, turned into a chess piece for testing the descendants of ancient Lulan for his opponent. Thus, he would kill anyone who stepped foot in here. If he had to be a chess piece, he would kill all Lulan descendants. He was long tired of this and survived through persistence. No. He looked away and said to Yi Futian, if you lose, you die. If you win, you can have anything you want. All right. Yi Futian lowered his head and didn't say anything else. His music continued to rise. In a moment, a burst of violent intent accompanied the music and swept out. The armored soldiers in its path were all pulverized. The emperor waved his hand. Various noble shadows charged forward with extremely terrifying noble intent, pressing towards Yi Futian. But Yi Futian, playing his instrument, was still calm as ever. There was a tinge of heroic tragedy in the music, just like Grandmaster before the Nandu clan before. However, this tragic feeling was for the opponent rather than himself. He would fully restrict the nobles existing as intent. They weren't even as threatening as the prides of the barren city. After all, they were at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane and possessed noble intent, rather than being created by pure intent. Just as Yi Futian had predicted, the music seemed to be branded by the emperor's mark. It passed through the nobles' bodies, instantly marking them with destruction. The charging nobles looked down dazedly at their bodies. Boom, boom. Various holes appeared in their bodies. There wasn't any blood, but they could feel death approaching. Of course, they'd already died once, but this time they might disappear completely. The emperor watched all this quietly. His expression was extremely calm. Was the heroically tragic music played for them? He walked forward, standing before the nobles. He surrounded himself, and whistling, swords appeared. They seemed real. As he walked, the tens of thousands of swords followed. At that moment, he was like a noble of swords. The countless swords flew to Yi Futian at once. In a straight line, they destroyed everything in their way. Yi Futian continued playing his instrument quietly. The music was like heavenly cranes crying. The music storm swept out. The swords in its path were obliterated and turned to dust. At the same time, rays of music ignored everything and bombarded the emperor. The most terrifying thing about musical sorcery was that it was difficult to defend against. The dazzling emperor's marks seemed to burn on his body. Like golden flames, they were beautiful. Intent restraint, he muttered. He didn't expect that someone in the relic could restrain his intent, but anything was possible. Someone in the first-level Dharma plane could restrict his intent. As the physical form of intent, he was suffering from intent restraint. How could he continue fighting? He wasn't even as strong as a slightly more powerful Dharma plane cultivator. The solemn music continued. The storm blew past, submerging everything. The various nobles all burned from the emperor's intent. After that, their bodies grew illusory until they finally turned to dust and disappeared. It was as if they'd never existed before. Yi Futian didn't continue. His music slowed, and he looked up. His clear eyes gazed at the figure in the sky. "Is his talent really as powerful as you say?" the emperor asked. His tone was calm, no sign that they had been intent on killing each other earlier. He received recognition by a noble ritual implement while in the fourth-level Dharma plane, Yi Futian said. He would definitely not stop at the noble plane in the future. "Well, you're confident," the emperor said. He was a powerful noble and knew how difficult it was to advance further. "Then, senior, do you believe me?" Yi Futian asked. The figure in the air fell silent. He looked at Yi Futian, understanding what he meant. Looking to Yi Wuchen, he said, "Do not fight back." Yi Wuchen looked at the figure in the air and nodded. After that, the figure slowly turned transparent, as if transforming into a boundless yet illusory sword shadow. It shot toward Yi Wuchen and dug into the spot between his brows. At that moment, Yi Wuchen closed his eyes tightly. Terrifying sword intent flowed across his body, strengthening by the second. Yi Futian watched this scene with a smile. His emperor's intent disappeared. He felt extremely weak, devoid of any strength. By fully using the imperial tactics, he'd used all his strength. Earlier, he'd supported himself with pure will. The figure in the air grew more and more insubstantial. The emperor's figure could disappear at any moment. "What is that?" At that moment, Yi Futian's eyes flashed. When the emperor grew less substantial, a beam of light appeared from his body. Within it, there was a thread of coldness. "I said earlier that if you defeat me, you will receive what you want," the emperor said to Yi Futian. As soon as he finished, the apparition scattered in the sky, all going towards Yi Wuchen. A voice sounded in the air. Dying with Lulan back, then, was not due to war. With that, he disappeared completely. Half a scroll of a valuable book hovered in the air. It radiated with shocking coldness. Yi Futian now understood what those words meant. The book was inside the emperor's body. He could only receive it if the emperor died. Such strong intent. Yi Futian couldn't help but shudder at the coldness. He used freedom meditation, and instantly, Yi Futian felt even stronger intent seep from the book. With his emperor's intent, he could faintly feel that this scroll might contain intent above the noble level. It was for cultivators above the noble level. The coldness spread and frost appeared, covering the world. Soon, Yi Futian's long hair and eyebrows were all covered in white. He saw a beautiful and mighty picture in the book. It was of a boundless snowy peak. Snowflakes floated in the sky, falling down. It gave one the feeling of absolute coldness at a glance. In the sky, an icy moon hung in the air. It was even colder than the snowy mountain. This was a picture of loneliness and coldness. It snowed around Yi Futian as well. The snowflakes melted into his body, and endless water, elemental spiritual qi, flooded towards his body, streaming in. In his life palace, the world tree rustled. It seemed to be covered in a layer of frost as well. Above it, a cool moon formed gradually, hanging in the sky. On the other side, the sun life spirit hung high. The sun and moon shone in turn. The sun was yang and the moon was yin. Fire and water. Yin and yang, they represented life. In the outside world, Yi Wuchen accepted the intense inheritance. When he opened his eyes, he was covered frost. He looked around and saw that the army up ahead was all sealed in ice, looking like various ice sculptures. The entire world seemed to be about to turn into a world of ice. Even the faraway Virgin Lulan could feel the iciness spreading to them. She reached out and a snowflake floated down. She trembled inwardly. "Let's go." She flashed and charged forward hurriedly. The half-scroll might have been found. Chapter 179. The will of ice seal spread to cover the whole relic. The immeasurable armored soldiers had all become sculptures of ice, crackling and crumbling into nothing, destroyed. Not only this, but some of the architecture had begun to collapse as well, vanishing from view. It was as if the entire site of the imperial palace was just a figment of the imagination. However, there were still some parts that were real, like the ritual implements containing noble will and the treasures within the relic. The noble wills in the implements could feel that they were about to disappear. The matrix was disintegrating. Buildings collapsed all around Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen, disappearing right in front of their very eyes. Half of the treasurable book floated in the air above, and its strong will rushed into Yi Futian, causing the air around him to grow cold. "I am about to disappear," said the voice from the Guqin. "What's left of my will shall be left to you." After that, the will escaped the Guqin and headed for Yi Futian. The will was just as shocked as everyone else at the power of the piece that he had previously played, a chaotic nation. Perhaps it was just as Yi Futian had said, he had the emperor's will. Two types of will entered Yi Futian's body. Suddenly, Yi Futian's eyes snapped open, sweeping the environment he was in. The emperor's pavilion was collapsing and vanishing from his sight. He said to Yi Wuchen, "Get out of here, quickly." A gust of wind brought the half of the treasurable book to Yi Futian. He received it and used his will to order the black winged eagle to come to him immediately. "Wuchen, give me a hand," said Yi Futian. Yi Wuchen looked curiously at Yi Futian before helping him onto the black winged eagle. "Have you overexerted yourself?" asked Yi Wuchen. He had witnessed every second of Yi Futian's battle. The power of his will was so scary. It seemed like the pure force of the power would burn Yi Futian up from the inside out. Whether it was will or spiritual qi and energy, all his powers were ignited and used to fight the nobles. "There's no such thing as a free lunch." "Let's go," said Yi Futian. Yu Sheng, Yun Qianmao, and the others were in shock when they joined the two. Yi Futian had really succeeded. He killed all the nobles and even destroyed the area. Now, everything the entire Lulan relic was going to collapse. Yu Shang and the others felt the drop in temperature even while they were inside the pavilion. They knew that the object Yi Futian acquired was special and was also what led to these results. The black-winged eagle lifted off and traveled with great speed. They could no longer stay here, especially when Yi Futian's combat abilities were diminished. The battle took up all the power he had. If he hadn't even at his all, it would not have been possible to defeat the nobles. However, they did not get too far before getting stopped, for figures approached them and cut off the black-winged eagle's path from all different directions. They were the barren city cultivators who had previously escaped the relic. After they were forced by the noble to retreat, they had given up on this area, knowing they had no chance there. However, they were able to feel the chilling temperatures of the ice will come from the Lulan relic and made some predictions about what was going on. And so they decided to head back to the site immediately. Presently, the gazes of the 4 cultivators fell on Yi Futian. They were immensely shocked. When they had pushed Yi Futian and his friends to block the nobles and the army, they did not think it would be possible for them to destroy the nobles and the relic site. Although they were not clear as to how they accomplished such a task, they knew it must not have been easy. "How did you guys do it?" one of the barren city cultivators asked. How did these low-leveled cultivators make the nobles disappear? The cultivators had experienced the power of the noble emperor firsthand. He was extremely powerful. There was no way Yi Futian and the others could beat them, unless they had some other methods to destroy the relic, which then led to the demise of the nobles. Nobody answered their question. The barren city cultivators were not bothered by the lack of a reply. It doesn't really matter how you did it. Hand over all the treasures you acquired. Since Yi Futian's group had taken care of the group of nobles for them, the barren city cultivators were now the strongest beings in the relic. From the other direction, Virgin Lulan and the others rushed over. The barren city cultivators were surprised to see them, but chose not to care. It's only the Virgin Lulan. She might have been an all-powerful being to the people of the cities around Lulan City, but to them, she was simply a pretty girl with an okay gift. They were more interested in her beauty than in her abilities. With her silver hair and bright eyes, she was graceful beyond words. Behind Lulan Shui, powerful cultivators from other groups joined. They had a feeling that the collapse of the relic was due to the appearance of the most important treasure. What's more, the wills in the noble ritual instruments all disappeared following the collapse of the relic. Without the help of the wills in the implements, it would be difficult for anyone to activate the power of the implements with their own spiritual will. The implements definitely were not as powerful as before. If so, they now had a chance against Yi Futian, though those chances were not too high. There were also those who were smart and decided not to chase after Yi Futian. Instead, they immediately rushed in the opposite direction. Qianyang was one of those people. He knew the cultivators from the barren city were there, and there was more to Lulan Shui than she let on. Even if he tried to go fight for the treasures, his chances of victory were slim, and so he decided it was best to first go and get his hands on the ritual implements at the soldier's mound. Yi Futian was now the passive party. He saw all the powerful cultivators around him. He had no power for another fight while Yi Wuqian and Yu Shang's level of cultivation were still too low. They would not be able to withstand an attack from all these people. "Hand it over," a voice rang out coldly. It was the sharp young man beside Lulan Shui. His eyes glowed gold as he stared at Yi Futian and his friends. If the treasurable book had indeed appeared, the royals of the old Lulan kingdom must get their hands on it. It was a treasure the celestial empress wanted. In the past, the empress borrowed the power of half a treasurable book to rebuild Lulan. She had always wanted to have a completed book. Many people predicted that once the 2 books were joined, it would give the empress a chance to reach a level higher than the noble plane. If that was true, then ancient Lulan would be able to take control of the entire eastern barren territory. Yi Futian frowned and looked over at the sharp youth coldly. He then turned to Lulan Shui and said, "I will fulfill my promise to you, But what about what you promised me? He had agreed to make the exchange with Lulan Shue. The treasurable book appeared, and from that, he was able to gain a life spirit using the freedom meditation. He was also able to obtain willpower. The exchange would be worth it to him. Especially in a situation like this, he had no choice. But there was no way he would hand over the book first. As soon as he did so, he would lose his leverage against her. Lulan Shue took one look at Yi Futian before giving her orders. Protect their safety. Understood. Her people came out from behind. The Virgin Lulan, as well as the young man beside her, moved to stand between Yi Futian's group and the group from the barren city. She said, Ancient Lulan has no need for the things you guys acquired from the relic. We will allow you all to keep them. You guys may leave now. You think you can stop us? One of the 4 cultivators asked. They all held their ritual implements in their hands. Noble level fate rushed up, causing their auras to grow terrifyingly. You guys are stepping out of line here, said the sharp youth. This is the imperial palace of Lulan. So what? Asked the cultivator holding the thunderwood. He took a step forward, bathed in the glow of lightning. The thunderwood in his hand began to absorb thunder spiritual chi from all around. His figure looked like that of a thunder god. Get in formation, shouted the sharp youth. Immediately, a group of Dharma plane cultivators stepped out from behind, all with ritual implements in hand, though not all of them were noble level implements. Still, the group gave off an impressive aura. It seemed they were all metal elemental cultivators. They got into formation, perhaps setting up a matrix. A great light of the metal element shined towards the same direction. The light gathered there, and a golden pattern appeared, spitting out an immense energy. The cultivator holding the thunderwood huffed before moving closer. His dharma appeared behind him. It was a large, thunderous apparition, comparable to a majestic thunder god. A ferocious wave of thunder sorcery was released, coloring the world in a hue of purple, like the sky of a stormy night. He charged forward. The cultivators in formation let out a loud roar, releasing more energy, which caused the matrix they had formed to glow even brighter. The curtain of golden light blocked of a thunderous attack from their opponent. It was easy to imagine just how powerful a matrix formed by a group of top-level Dharma plane cultivators would be. They were the very cultivators groomed by the ancient Lulan for the specific purpose of protecting the relic. It had been the same generation after generation. The other 3 from the barren city finally made their moves as well. The energy they exuded was terrifying. The sharp youth beside Lulan Shue stepped up, followed by 2 other people. The trio held ritual implements they had obtained from the relic some time ago and went against one person. Lulan Shue had an ice scepter in hand, another ritual implement from the relic site. Her silver hair blew in the wind. The world frosted over as she stared at her opponents. A storm of frost blew toward them, ready to seal it all in ice. At this time, however, there was still the other barren city, cultivator. He was a swordsman. A smile spread across his face, even though his eyes were ice cold. In a flash, his body shot forward like a sword, headed straight for Yi Futian and the others, shielded behind the lineup from the ancient Lulan. Lulan Shue frowned. The 4 cultivators from the barren city were too strong. Any one of them could fight against the top-level Dharma plane cultivators alone, while the lot of them could only stop 3 of the 4. More people are coming from the palace. Just hold on a little longer, said Lulan Shue. Her voice was completely overpowered by the noises of every attack. She wanted to comfort Yi Futian and his friends. Let's go, said Yi Futian. Spell scrolls appeared in his hand, and he threw them in the direction ahead. The scrolls released powerful attack spells at the cultivator headed for them. The barren city cultivator simply smiled. Did they really think spell scrolls could stop him? Sword intent flowed from his body, slicing through the attacks. But he could see that Yi Futian continued to activate spell scrolls. However, he did not use them to attack. He covered the black-winged eagle with them. They were wind elemental spell scrolls. A gust of wind blew past, and the black-winged eagle flew away quickly. A light flashed past the swordsman's eyes. The spell scrolls were probably top-level Dharma plane spells. They were indeed well prepared for escape. But when he was the opponent, they amounted to nothing. The sword he acquired from the relic floated in front of him. He stepped onto the blade of the sword and was carried away at the speed of light to chase after the demon beast. The figures mounted on the black-winged eagle did not look too good. Just then, Yi Wuchen stepped off the black-winged eagle to head for the cultivator chasing them. He screamed out, "You guys leave first!" Chapter 180. Wuchen. Yi Futian's expression changed drastically. Yi Wuchen was at the 4th level Dharma plane, while the other was the pinnacle. They both had ritual implements of swords. Even if Yi Wuchen had received noble intent, the other also had noble fate. In comparison, Yi Wuchen could only be defeated. There was no chance of victory. However, he still walked out without hesitation. He could truly die here. "Stop!" Yi Futian ordered the black-winged eagle. "Don't stop. Go!" Yu Sheng yelled. His eyes were red as he stared at Yi Wuchen's leaving figure. To him, Yi Futian's life was above all else. He wouldn't hesitate to use his own life in exchange either. The top figures of the barren city had noble fate and top-level ritual implements. They really couldn't put up a fight. The black-winged eagle screamed and continued flying forward, disobeying Yi Futian for the first time. Yi Futian's eyes were bloodshot. This scene was so familiar. He continued to take out spell scrolls, stacking them wildly around the black-winged eagle so they could hurry to the Lulan Palace. The relic had collapsed already. Lulan Shui said strong cultivators from the palace would come. He had to find them quickly. The moment Yi Wuchen stepped down from the black-winged eagle, his noble intent exploded. It was filled with omnipresent sword intent that surged into the ritual implement. Then his body seemed to transform into a sword. He became one with the ritual implement. That moment, his determined strength seemed ready to kill anyone blocking his way. Li Daoyan looked at the incoming Yi Wuchen. Irony flashed past his eyes. Was a 4th level Dharma plane going to challenge him? It was suicide. The sword was like wind, fast as a shadow and sharp to the max. He seemed to transform into the apparition of a sword and went straight towards the sword intent Yi Wuchen released. All sword intent in his path moved aside. It couldn't stop him at all. He was before Yi Wuchen in an instant. They were both going forward with no sign of retreating. The power seemed to contain true sword intent. In an instant, 2 ritual implement swords clashed. The sword tips collided and clanged. Waves of terrifying sword intent burst in all directions. Yi Wuchen was far below Li Daoyan, but the gap between them had reduced because they both used noble intent to activate their ritual implements. To Yi Wuchen, the increase was even bigger. If he didn't have the noble intent or ritual implement, he wouldn't be able to withstand the hit. Despite that, he still couldn't be equal to Li Daoyan. The moment the swords touched, Yi Wuchen retreated hurriedly. They seemed to have turned into straight lines. Li Daoyan's sword aura pressed towards Yi Wuchen wildly. He was so fast he was like an afterimage in the air. Amongst the rising sword intent, Yi Wuchen grouped endless sword intent. His left hand reached out. Endless sword intent seemed to be between his 5 fingers. Noble intent burst out, stabbing towards the figure before him. "You want to die?" Li Daoyan said coldly. His sword sliced past Yi Wuchen's face like water. It was extremely cold and came down on Yi Wuchen's outstretched arm. It was too fast. Swords were fast on their own, but this was Li Daoyan's sword. With a squelch, the sword's flash swept past the arm and it fell off. Blood splattered, but Yi Wuchen seemed to feel nothing. In fact, the moment his arm was chopped off, a small silver sword shot out from between his brows. Endless sword intent was included in that sword. Faster than lightning, it streaked towards Li Daoyan. It was as if the sword from his now broken arm was a trick. He seemed to have predicted that his arm would be chopped off. A battle between swordsmen was naturally dangerous. Victory and defeat was a matter of seconds. Li Daoyan's sword was fast, but Yi Wuqian wasn't slow either, especially at such a close distance. When Li Daoyan chopped off his arm, he even stopped retreating. The silver sword was like a beam of light that flew directly to the point between Li Daoyan's brows. Li Daoyan was powerful. The moment he chopped Yi Wuqian's arm, he felt the danger. Horrible sword intent burst from between his brows, protecting him. When the sword stabbed in, endless sword intent seemed to explode from him. The two seemed to be frozen in space. Even time seemed to stop. Blood seeped from between Li Daoyan's brows. He roared, and swords appeared behind him. The silver sword between his brows was forced out. The endless swords behind him went flying at Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian waved his sword. Like rain, the sword blocked all the sword flashes. He flew back. You used your arm as bait. Li Daoyan's expression was ugly. Sword aura wrapped around his brows. He'd been hurt by someone in the 4th level Dharma plane. This was humiliating. Yi Wuqian didn't reply. He turned and left decisively. He knew his abilities weren't enough, so he baited the enemy with his arm and lost it. But it was better than losing his life. Li Daoyan closed his eyes. The sword aura remained, healing the injuries. After a while, he opened his eyes. He shot into the sky again, fast to the extreme like lightning. The murderous intent in his eyes was so harsh. He wanted Yi Wuqian dead, not just Yi Wuqian, but all of them. Yi Futian now approached the palace. The relic had collapsed, and this place wasn't big. In the distance, a group of people flashed. Their auras were extraordinary and were clad in Lulan armor. The leader was very powerful. They saw Yi Futian's group rush over. "I have the book," Yi Futian said straightforwardly. The people stopped, and Yi Futian continued. "I already agreed to exchange with the Virgin, but someone is trying to steal it from me. Follow me." As soon as he finished, the black-winged eagle immediately turned around. The group didn't know what was the truth, but they still followed to check. Now, Yi Wuqian also came in this direction, but his left arm was empty. Blood dyed his clothing red. It was a shocking sight. Yi Wuqian. Lin Yueao paled. Did Yi Wuqian, the most talented figure of the Kengi kingdom, lose his arm? But Yi Wuqian climbed onto the black-winged eagle expressionlessly. Seeing the Lulan royalty, he said, "The people after us are extremely powerful and may be equal to your virgin. Can you fight them?" The leader's eyes flashed. "I must determine if this is true." Yi Futian took out the book, and coldness filled the air. "The book is right here. You can ask the Virgin if it's true later. The people are from the barren city. Think about the consequences if they take it." The leader had a heavy expression. "More people will come. I'll bring some men to stop the pursuers. Go to the palace first." With that, he ordered some men to protect them. Of course, this was also to ensure that Yi Futian wouldn't escape. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. He advanced with the people from the palace. Behind them, horrible sword intent came rushing over. It was Li Daoyan after them. The people of ancient Lulan grew serious. He truly was powerful. The leader waved his hand and led his men forward. "Whoever blocks me dies," Li Daoyan said coldly. He released his dharma, and endless sword light burst forth. The figures pursuing him were stabbed between the brows and died immediately. Yi Futian looked over coldly and continued using spell scrolls to go forward. Before entering the ancient barren world, he'd taken many spell scrolls from the Kengi kingdom. The wind spell scroll was specifically for this type of situation. He looked at Yi Wuqian's arm, and murderous intent flashed past his eyes. "Why did you do this?" he asked. Even though Yi Wuqian losing his arm angered him, he knew that it was already difficult for Yi Wuqian to stop the other and escape. The moment he walked off could have been his last step. Having one person die is better than many dying. Yi Wuqian's answer was simple and sounded logical. But who would choose to sacrifice himself for another? When he'd stepped off the Black Wind Eagle, he was as straightforward and decisive as his sword. It was so rare to see someone with that determination. Perhaps this was why he could complete the 13 steps of death and receive a ritual implement at the 4th level Dharma plane. Your arm, Yi Futian looked at Yi Wuqian's shoulder. It doesn't affect my swordsmanship. Yi Wuqian was calm, so Yi Futian didn't say anything else. He made a silent decision, though. We're brothers from now on, Yu Sheng said from the side. He'll use his life to repay your arm. Lin Yueyao and Yun Qianma looked at this quietly without saying anything. Lin Yueyao understood clearly that there was a difference between her and Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, despite being the top beauty of the Kangyi kingdom. At first, she'd been unhappy and thought that Yi Futian was too arrogant. But as Yi Futian and Yu Sheng displayed astonishing talent time and time again, she finally realized where the distance came from. They weren't from the same world. She could even feel that, to Yu Sheng, only Yi Futian existed. The latter was his religion and an existence he must protect. There was even distance between Yu Sheng and Yi Wuqian. But with what Yu Sheng had just said after this event, she understood that the distance didn't exist anymore. She suddenly thought about a lot. The top 3 of the Kangyi kingdom's Fenghua rank, the 3 top figures who had stolen the spotlight at the Nanda Nation's Tingfeng banquet, had stirred up a storm in the ancient barren world too. They made all the top talents in the outer world lose color. What miracles would be made if they were together? She might never be able to imagine what would happen. The palace appeared before them. Even more strong cultivators flooded out. After understanding the situation, they all went over there. The danger was temporarily dissolved. Li Daoyin couldn't attack the Lulan Palace. Chapter 181. Near the Lulan Palace, Yi Futian and the others stood on top of the Black Wind Eagle and watched the battle unfold in the distance. Li Daoyin was even more powerful than they had imagined. He made his way near the palace. Many people had died under his sword. Ancient Lulan had absolute control over Lulan City, but their control was limited to the areas surrounding Lulan City. Li Daoyin, who came from a powerful group of the Barren City, he did not care about ancient Lulan. So, what if he killed many of their people? It wasn't like they would send people to his clan and try to even the score. He cared even less about them while in the ancient barren world. Corpses laid all over the ground, but Li Daoyin still couldn't advance to the Lulan Palace was right there in front of him. Everyone knew what would happen if he made it there. Just then, those fighting Li Daoyin got into formation, attacking him and blocked his way. Li Daoyin stood there and looked over at Yi Futian standing far away. His cutting gaze also held a hint of ridicule. You guys got lucky this time. If the Lulan Palace hadn't been here, Yi Futian and his friends would have never made it out alive. It was a pity that he could not get his hands on the treasure. Li Daoyin turned and was prepared to leave, still as arrogant as ever. What's your name? Where are you from? Yi Futian suddenly asked. Li Daoyin stopped in his track. Turning around, his eyes fell on Yi Futian. The ridicule in his eyes grew. What could he have wanted? Revenge? This was the way everyone lived. They always dreamt of getting revenge after being humiliated. What they did not know was there was never a happy ending to revenge. Just death. Li Daoyin of the Fuyun Sword Clan. Remember that, he replied. Everyone heard what he said. From his tone, it was easy to tell that he looked down on Yi Futian. Li Daoyin did not deem Yi Futian a worthy opponent. Of those from ancient Lulan, the ones who had heard of the Fuyun Sword Clan felt a shiver. They were left speechless. Although Li Daoyin had killed many of their people, it seemed like it would be impossible to get revenge. Li Daoyan left those words before leaving. He obviously didn't care about what Yi Futian thought. He was just a little disappointed that he could not steal the treasure from Yi Futian. However, this also did not bother him too much. This was the pride he had from being from one of the most powerful clans in the Eastern Barren Territory. Li Daoyan of the Fuyun Sword Clan, mumbled Yi Futian, repeating his name. He was also unbothered by Li Daoyan. They shared similar thoughts. In Li Daoyan's opinion, Yi Futian would only end up dead if he tried to get revenge. But in Yi Futian's opinion, Li Daoyan was dead as soon as he introduced himself. Cultivators of ancient Lulan left to bring back virgin Lulan Shui. "Let's go," said Yi Futian. He turned around and headed for the palace. Many of the cultivators of ancient Lulan stayed behind them to ensure their safety. Mounted on the Black Wind Eagle, Yi Futian seemed to be in deep thought. He remained that way for a while before whispering, "What would have happened if I handed the book over to them?" Would Yi Wuchen's arm still be chopped off if he had released the book to the Barren City cultivators? "Don't think too much about it," said Yi Wuchen. He did not dwell on the situation at all. "Had you given the book away right in front of the Virgin, could you have ensured that the people of ancient Lulan wouldn't come after you?" Yi Futian made no further remarks. Returning to the same residence in the palace, Yi Futian took out the treasurable book. A chilling energy was still coming from the object. The picture in the book was just as icy cold as before, bone-chillingly cold. However, besides the terrifying will and the chilling artistic conception, there did not seem to be anything special about the treasurable book. Could it be that the existence of this half of the book was for the sheer purpose of carrying on the energy of this ice will? If so, then what was contained in the other half? He was very curious. The book would only be complete with both halves, but rumors had it the Empress of ancient Lulan rebuilt the kingdom with the power of just half a book. Although these rumors could not be fully trusted, Yi Futian refused to believe that a person with no gifts could become the Empress of ancient Lulan by relying solely on the power of a treasure. This was not to say that the power of treasurable book should be looked down on. There was obviously something special about it for the people of ancient Lulan to hold it in such esteem. Not long after, Lulan Shui returned with her people and arrived at Yi Futian's residence. "What are your conditions?" Lulan Shui stood in front of Yi Futian and asked in her usual cold demeanor. She definitely did not beat around the bush. "I want to take a look at the other half of the book," he said to Lulan Shui. "Of course, if the Virgin doesn't agree to it, I can consider changing my conditions." Ancient Lulan had previously stated that they wanted to do an exchange of equal value. To be honest, Yi Futian was the disadvantaged party when it came to trading his half of the book for a glimpse of the other half. However, ancient Lulan still might not agree with his request, and he was not going to force them to comply. After all, he did not have the right to bargain after their people provided him with protection to keep him alive. "I'll have to ask the Celestial Empress," said Lulan Shui. When it came to the other half of the book, she could not make a decision. "All right, then you can take this half first." Yi Futian handed the book over to the Virgin. She looked at him in confusion, but took the book anyway. Yi Futian did this to make his attitude known. Otherwise, the Empress might think that he was using the book as leverage. That might put them in danger once again. In the best-case scenario would be that they get a chance to see the other half of the book. If not, then he'll just have to change his conditions. "Wait here for my news," Lulan Shui said before turning to leave. Not long after the departure of the Virgin, another group of people arrived. It was Qianyang and his posse. They had previously stayed in the pavilion across. Yi Futian. Qianyang walked up to him with a seemingly friendly smile. "You sure got a lot from Lulan relic trip I invited you on." "I had some gains, but also lost a lot," said Yi Futian. Qianyang looked over at Yi Wuchen's dismembered arm and continued. "I heard you got your hands on the treasurable book ancient Lulan wanted most. I bet you made set some conditions for an exchange with the Virgin, right?" Before bringing you guys here, I said that we'll split anything we got from the relic site. What do you plan to do now? Qianyang stared at Yi Futian. When everyone had rushed to fight over the book, Qianyang had headed to the soldier's mound. But when he got there, all the ritual implements had already been taken. In other words, he did not get a single thing from this trip to the Lulan relic. Unlike him, Yi Futian and his friends gained so much. Right from the beginning, they each acquired a ritual implement from the soldier's mound. Then, they even obtained the most important treasure at the relic site. There was also the Book of Flames, and probably even more they did not know of. With his bad mood, Qianyang was bound to have certain opinions of Yi Futian. Split. Yi Futian's group looked at Qianyang's group. Yu Sheng's eyes were ice cold when he asked, "Where did you get the audacity to ask such a question?" Qianyang did not tell them a thing about the relic site before they entered. Neither did he warn them of potential dangers. It was obvious that Qianyang was just using them. In Qianyang's eyes, it did not matter if Yi Futian and his friends got a hold of the treasures, because everything they got belonged to him. So, why would it have mattered to him if they died during the collapse of the relic site? "Watch your mouth," Shirtong said coldly. His eyes fell on Yu Sheng's battle axe. He wanted it for himself. "Did you ever chip in when we were fighting the nobles for the treasures?" Yi Futian asked with a sarcastic smile. Qianyang looked uncomfortable at the question. It was Zhao Han beside him who spoke up. "If it hadn't been for young Master Qian, you guys wouldn't have even been allowed to enter the relic. Now, you guys want to keep all the treasures for yourselves?" He wanted the sword in Yi Wuqian's hand. Now that the wills and the implements had disappeared, there was no need to get acknowledgement. As long as they could get their hands on the implements, it was theirs. Yi Futian looked at Zhao Han and knew there was no need to argue. He chuckled. That's right. If he said they were keeping everything for themselves, then that was exactly what they were going to do. "Have you thought this through?" asked Qianyang. He still had a smile on his face. "Absolutely," replied Yi Futian. The two met eyes. Although they had gained a lot from this trip, Yi Wuqian had lost his arm. How dare these people come at them with talks of splitting the treasures? What a joke. "I'm going to stay at the residence, just across, thinking it over a little more. Perhaps you'll change your mind," chuckled Qianyang before leaving. Zhao Han and Shi Tong glared at Yi Futian and the others while Yu Linglong smiled charmingly at them. "Things are different here, outside of the relic. How strong can you be even with a noble implement if there's no noble will to help you?" she asked softly. Within every ritual implement in the relic existed a noble level that used their powers to help activate the powers of the implements they once used. In that situation, the powers of the implements were not to be doubted, but now, an implement was just an implement. It was only powerful if the person wielding it was powerful, and at the level of Yi Futian and his friends. The implements wouldn't be too powerful. Yun Qianma. Qianyang suddenly spoke up again, with his back still turned to everyone else. "You should also think things over." Yun Qianma was shaken up by his words. Zhao Han turned his head to look back at her. His cold eyes pierced into her before he finally left. Right now, it was possible to see the conflict within Yun Qianma from her eyes. She knew how powerful Yi Futian could be, and was able to say that everyone in his circle was more powerful than Qianyang and his posse. If she continued to cultivate with him, it would really help her. But now, it was possible that Yi Futian and Qianyang might come face to face for a battle. Qianyang was the young leader of the Qianming area, and Zhao Han was the son of her master. She could not stand on their opposing side. Furthermore, Yi Futian and the others were powerful. But how would they go against Qianyang's group outside of the relic? Yi Futian turned to Yun Qianma. It was almost as if he could see the conflict in her eyes because he said, "If you want to leave, I'll let you go." Yun Qianma's gaze froze on Yi Futian. Making a final decision, she said, "I can't stand against them." Yi Futian observed her calmly. Although Yun Qianma's gifts were not too strong, she was a fairly resolute person. It was obvious when she had made the decision to become his maid. It was the same this time around. Once again, she was firm with the choice she made. Yu Sheng watched Yun Qianma with his cold eyes. It was then that Yi Futian brushed past Yun Qianma. He said, "Yu Sheng, take her fate and let her leave." Chapter 182. Stealing of fate was a cruel thing. Using one's intent to tear the other's intent away, the latter would decrease in plane. But Yi Futian still made Yu Sheng do it, ignoring Yun Qianma's hateful eyes. People had to pay for their choices. If Yun Qianma hadn't agreed to be his servant, he couldn't have forced her to do so. This was a voluntary matter. Later, Yun Qianma had fulfilled her duties, and so he helped her when possible. Yun Qianma had gained much at the Tsang Mountain Relic and Noble Grotto. Now, Qianyang and Zhao Han had made it obvious they were enemies. Yun Qianma was prepared to leave with just one sentence. How could it be so easy? When she went back, she would be part of the Sword Clan again, Zhao Han's junior sister. What would she do to them? If Yun Qianma chose to leave after things settled, Yi Futian wouldn't snatch her fate. But she had to leave in this dangerous time after Yi Wuchen lost his arm. Yi Futian's mood went without saying. Yun Qianma left after her fate was taken. She didn't fight. Yi Wuchen's ability to escape from Li Daoyan proved his abilities. Even though he lost his arm, she still wasn't his match. Only Qianyang with his noble fate could restrict Yi Wuchen. Yun Qianma didn't know that not only had Yi Wuchen escaped, but he'd also injured Li Daoyan. She also didn't know that Yi Futian hadn't used the intent contained in the ritual implement to receive the book, punish the king. He didn't use fate either, and instead had an even stronger intent. Only Yi Wuchen saw this secret. Yi Futian had had Yu Sheng take them to the pavilion because he didn't them to see the secret. Yu Sheng had understood this. After Yun Qianma left, Yi Futian cultivated peacefully while waiting for Lulan Xue's news. Ancient Lulan Palace. The true Lulan Palace was not in the ancient barren world. The majestic palace was simple and clean, not opulent at all. A middle-aged woman clad in a white robe sat quietly in the ice matrix. She stared forward. There, a gust of terrifying coldness seeped out. It was the two scrolls. Right now they were being combined, gradually. She focused entirely on the books. She felt coldness bite into her bones from the books. It was like the intent of a sage and was extremely frightening. Sage. At that moment, her expression suddenly changed. As the Empress of ancient Lulan, she'd never been so serious before. Yes, a voice rang out in her mind. It was from the book. The Empress's heart quivered. The rumors were true. The scrolls of Lulan's ancestors contained and preserved sage intent. The one who had the scroll would win the world. "Are you the Empress of Lulan?" the intense voice said. "Sage, I am the descendant of Lulan's first empress," the Empress said. Very few people knew this. They only knew that the talented girl had recovered Lulan's glory with a precious book and was given the title of Empress. But in reality, she was the descendant of ancient Lulan. Every virgin after that was actually all the Empress' daughter. They inherited the position and continued ancient Lulan's bloodline. The book was silent for a while. Then a voice sounded, and the Empress listened quietly. After a long while, she closed the book and looked outside. "Lulan Xue," she called. Outside, a beautiful figure walked over. She had silver hair and white eyes. Bowing, she called, "Empress." The person before her was not only ancient Lulan's Empress. She was her mother. "Bring him here," the Empress said. "I will lend the book to him to read." Yes. Lulan Xue left. The palace of Lulan Xue was connected to the ancient barren world. The entrance was right in the palace, so Lulan Xue quickly entered the palace in the ancient barren world and found Yi Futian. "The Empress wants to see you in the Lulan Palace." She agreed to your request, she said. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. The Empress wanted to see him? Okay. Yi Futian nodded and said to Yu Sheng beside him, I'm going. Wait for me here. With that, he left with Lulan Shui. The sharp man and a group of guards were beside them too. They were curious why the Empress wanted to see Yi Futian. He stepped into the passageway with Lulan Shui and found that he'd arrived before an immensely majestic palace. This was the true Lulan Palace. The strong force was truly confident in itself. It controlled the passageway alone. Anyone from the ancient world who wished to enter the ancient barren world needed Lulan's permission. The true Lulan Palace was obviously more imposing than the one in the ancient barren world. It was bold and simple. Yi Futian and the others arrived before a large pavilion. He looked left and right and saw guards everywhere. A beautiful figure stood on the steps. She was extremely elegant and felt like a king despite being a woman. Empress! Everyone greeted and bowed. Her eyes instantly fell on Yi Futian. She turned and walked towards the pavilion while saying, Lulan Shui, bring him in. Yes. Lulan Shui nodded. She brought Yi Futian up the steps and into the pavilion. The pavilion was open and clean. There was an ice matrix in the front. Coldness seeped from it. The book hovered above the ice matrix, releasing powerful coldness. I heard that you received the book with only the first-level Dharma plane. You killed many noble intents too. How did you accomplish this? The Empress asked. She stood before the matrix, back to Yi Futian. It was luck. I almost lost my life, Yi Futian said. The Empress obviously knew he didn't say everything. She didn't continue asking and just said, This is where I cultivate. The book is here. You can cultivate here for a period of time. Thank you, Empress, Yi Futian said. You deserve it, she replied coolly and turned around. Her eyes were silvery as well. They seemed to see through Yi Futian. Then she started walking out. Let us go. Lulan Shui obviously knew the Empress was talking to her. She glanced at Yi Futian and followed the Empress away. If I cultivate for too long, please notify my friends, Yi Futian spoke out. Okay, Lulan Shui replied. The Empress and Lulan Shui left. Yi Futian said amongst the ice matrix that the Empress was cultivating from. The powerful frozen water elements surrounded him. With a thought, the freezing power surged into his body. Behind him, the ice Dharma appeared. It began absorbing the coldness. The matrix spun, and his body was buried in the foggy coldness. The freedom meditation was activated. Yi Futian gazed at the hovering book. The artistic conception of the moon, snowy peaks, and frozen world remained on it. Above the snowy peaks, he could faintly see a snowy figure sitting quietly at the top. Yi Futian's heart shuddered. This wasn't there before. Now the book was complete and more objects appeared in the picture. The freedom meditation was pushed to the max. Yi Futian felt another attractive force. His mind was pulled into the book and arrived at the top of the snowy mountain. It's so cold. Yi Futian shivered. The cold moon hung high while the figure at the mountain top sat quietly. Yi Futian's mind walked over. The figure turned slowly. Seeing Yi Futian, he smiled. I didn't think you really could enter. Senior, is this the space created by your intent? Yi Futian asked curiously. You can say that. Unfortunately, you are not a descendant of Lulan. This book must remain in Lulan. Since you can come here, I won't let you go empty-handed. The figure rose slowly. His eyes had turned white, terrifyingly so. At that moment, Yi Futian felt various ancient words float into his mind. He absorbed them wildly, but every word contained extreme coldness, sealing his mind in ice. It's like the Book of Flames. Is that book of a similar level? Yi Futian asked, heart trembling. It was long ago, but the flame technique lost its spirit and sage intent, the figure replied. Endless icy words entered Yi Futian's mind. After a long while, his mind was transformed into an ice sculpture and shattered. In the outer world, Yi Futian remained sitting quietly in the matrix. There was a layer of ice over him. He didn't move. The days passed by, but nothing happened inside the ice matrix. Lulan Shui came many times, but it was always the same. Today, she came again with the Empress. The Empress sat quietly outside the matrix. Seeing Yi Futian, she was shocked inwardly. The sage was correct. Yi Futian could dig up more of the book's potential than the Lulan royalty. Unfortunately, he wasn't from Lulan. Let us go. The Empress left after a short while. After a few more days, something terrifying came from within the matrix. Scalding hot currents flowed out. The ice on Yi Futian melted bit by bit. Then a terrible aura burst out. Behind Yi Futian, a strange sight appeared. The sun and moon hung high. Coldness and heat overlapped, transforming into a horrible whirlpool. All the surrounding spiritual chi sizzled. There was a sea of fire below the sun. Below the moon, icy glaciers appeared. This was Dharma. Now, Yi Futian created yet another Dharma. This was the artistic conception of the ice matrix. It was even stronger than the sun Dharma from before. Sun, moon, water, fire, Yi Futian murmured. Not only did the Lulan sage have the ability to cultivate ice, but he also cultivated fire. However, the sage intent in the Book of Flames disappeared later. The flame talent disappeared gradually, and only the ice ability was passed down. Chapter 183. Lulan Palace, the Empress Pavilion. Presently, the Empress sat quietly in a gazebo. Beside her, Lulan Shui stood still like a statue. "What do you think of him?" the Empress asked out of the blue. Lulan Shui looked at the Empress in confusion. "Yi Futian," she clarified. "He is very talented," answered Lulan Shui. "Besides talented?" the Empress continued to ask. Lulan Shui blinked a couple of times, still not understanding the meaning behind her mother's questions. Seeing how confused Lulan Shui was, the Empress realized just how clueless her daughter was to these things. Her eyes drifted toward the pond by the gazebo. She said softly, "He's got the look. It's hard to find someone so handsome in the palace. Plus, he is also gifted, although he is a little young. Age has never been a problem when it comes to the world of cultivation. What do you think?" Lulan Shui's beautiful silver eyes widened. The expression on her face meant she finally understood her mother's meaning. "I never thought about it," said Lulan Shui. "It's not too late to start thinking now," the Empress said, turning her gaze back to her daughter. "You'll have to start thinking about this topic sooner or later. Now the perfect match has arrived. If you let him go, it'll find hard to find a better guy." Lulan Shui looked into her mother's eyes, realizing she had a point. Yi Futian was able to acquire ritual implements and the book at the first level Dharma plane. Her mother also told her that Yi Futian was able to communicate with the sages will in the book. There was no doubt that he was extremely gifted. He was also very handsome, which indeed make him the perfect candidate. The Empress noticed that Lulan Shui was thinking about what she had just said. "If you don't choose him now, you'll still have to pick someone in the future. Think carefully." Lulan Shui hesitated briefly before nodding. "All right." Her reply was simple, as if she hadn't just made one of the most important decisions in her life. It was simply a mission to be accomplished by her. Just as the Empress had said, she was going to have to find a man sooner or later, and she did indeed have a great impression of Yi Futian. He was easy on the eyes. "Then it's settled," smiled the Empress. She had a clear understanding of her daughter's personality. Lulan Shui was disinterested in most things, just like the vibe she gave off to others. This also applied to her love life. She had not known Yi Futian for long, so naturally, she had no special feelings for him, but she did know how to make the best choice for herself. Yi Futian was definitely not a bad choice. "Empress," a servant girl stepped in to report he has emerged. "Perfect timing. The Empress smiled. Have him come over. The girl was shocked. The Empress was inviting Yi Futian into her pavilion. No other man had ever had the privilege of doing so. Although she was shocked, she had to suppress her emotions. The servant girl bowed and was off to carry out the Empress' order. Not long after, Yi Futian was brought to the Empress. In his eyes, the Empress and Lulan Shui looked like sisters, both cold yet beautiful. Except the Empress was more of a dignified beauty. No one would dare to disrespect her. With silver hair and eyes, Lulan Shui's beauty was bewitching. Greetings to the honorable Empress. Yi Futian bowed. The Empress nodded in acknowledgement and looked straight at him. How did the cultivation go? I have made some progress thanks to you, Empress, said Yi Futian, expressing his gratitude. He was worried about why the Empress had summoned him. The pavilion where the Empress and the Virgin resided hardly seemed like a place where he should be entering. You earned it, the Empress replied nonchalantly. What do you think of the Virgin's looks? Yi Futian froze. All he managed to do was blink. What was going on? He looked over to Lulan Shui. She simply stood there, cold and silent like a statue. She's beautiful, of course, Yi Futian answered with a nod. This was the truth. He was a truthful man. In ancient Lulan, whether it be the Virgin's appearance or her gifts, she is truly outstanding. Peerless, if I may say so, the Empress rambled on, complimenting her daughter. The wheels turned in his head as Yi Futian tried to figure out why the Empress was saying all this to him. And so it's difficult to find a man worthy of the Virgin in ancient Lulan, she said. The topic of her future is a big headache. Yi Futian did not dare to follow up with any comment. A ridiculous thought popped into his mind. Have my good looks brought me trouble once again? Do you have any thoughts about this? The Empress asked Yi Futian with a smile. I wouldn't dare to express any opinions on such an important subject. Yi Futian lowered his head. He had a bad feeling about all this. The Empress chuckled. Was he playing dumb? Her intentions were already very clear, but he was still not giving a proper reply. Did she really have to spell it out for him? This boy was too sly. How would you feel if I betrothed the Virgin to you? Asked the Empress. Her tone was extremely casual. Yi Futian's entire body tensed up. He was even more nervous now than he had been fighting the nobles and the army in the relic. Right now, he was in the pavilion of another kingdom's Empress, and she was trying to marry her daughter to him. No words were needed to explain just how stressed he was. How could I be worth on the Virgin? Yi Futian said politely. As sound as he was finished, an invisible force descended upon him. He felt cold. It was the Empress' aura. If I say you're worthy, then there's no problem, said the Empress. How dare this boy say no? Yi Futian was completely dumbfounded. The wheels in his head turned faster. The Virgin and I have not known each other for long and have barely communicated. It's hardly fair to the Virgin to make such a rash decision. Lulan Shui looked at him calmly and said, I have no objections. Yi Futian was rendered speechless. I know I'm good-looking, but how can they be so direct? If you're already standing here, it means that I've already asked for her opinion. There's no need for you to consider anything else, the Empress said. I'm going to pick a good date and announce it to the people. Let's get you guys married as soon as possible. How about it? Empress, you can't do this. There was a change in his expression. Hua Ji was still waiting for him in the Kengi kingdom. There was no way he could just marry another girl. The Empress frowned. Another force of majestic energy was released from her and pushed down on Yi Futian. I already have a woman I love. Yi Futian knew there was no other way around this. All he could do was tell the truth. How can she be better than the Virgin? Asked the Empress after pausing briefly in shock. She was trying to betroth Lulan Shui to Yi Futian, and he was actually unwilling. Now, he was doing everything he could to get out of this situation. She was the Empress, so of course this put her in a foul mood. Empress, This isn't a matter of who is better or more gifted, said Yi Futian. In his heart, Hua Jiu was obviously better, but he couldn't come out and say that to the Empress. The Empress stared at Yi Futian. She could see the determination in his eyes. He was looking her straight in the eyes, unwilling to back down. The force of energy disappeared, and she spoke again. If so, then you can take that girl as a concubine. Make Hua Jiu a concubine? Yi Futian shook his head at the Empress. The Empress' frown grew, and she continued to stare at him. Don't tell me you're planning to make the Virgin be a concubine. She was already being very polite to him. If it wasn't because the sage favored Yi Futian, she wouldn't be here bartering with a junior. She was the Empress for crying out loud. But here he was, not appreciating her kindness. Then I'll just have to kill her, said the Empress coldly. As soon as he heard this, the look in Yi Futian's eyes sharpened, shooting daggers at the Empress. His fists clenched tight. He was trying to control his boiling anger. Seemingly sensing the change in Yi Futian, the Empress' aura grew colder. Everything in the surrounding looked about ready to freeze over. The atmosphere in the room was ice cold. Lulan Shui also did not anticipate for things to end this way. She looked at the two people in front of her and said, "If he doesn't want to, then forget it." Not only did the Empress' anger not die down after these words, her aura grew even colder. She had brought up marriage for her daughter and offered to betroth Lulan Shui to Yi Futian. Then he actually rejected. Hearing her daughter's words now only made her feel that Lulan Shui had been wronged. The Empress called out to summon someone, and multiple females appeared. "Capture that bastard and keep a close eye on him," ordered the Empress. "Yes." The females stepped closer to him. "I can show myself out," said Yi Futian. He turned around and began to walk away with the females following behind him. "How preposterous," said the Empress in anger. "This bastard. You wanted me to marry him because you valued his talent and wanted him to become a citizen on ancient Lulan, but by doing this, you are offending him." Lulan Shui remained calm all throughout, although she did feel strange. Her mother had made an offer to marry her to Yi Futian, and she had even agreed to it herself. Now they had both been rejected. "Then kill him," said the Empress in a cold demeanor. So what if he was extremely gifted? She had already made her compromise, allowing him to marry both females. It was that jackass who chose to reject. Did he really plan to make Lulan Shui his concubine? Or did he think that Lulan Shui was not worthy to be his wife? Why do you have to do this? Didn't you say that the sage holds him in high esteem? Lulan Shui attempted to dissuade her mother from killing Yi Futian. The Empress' anger began to die down. She was just pissed. After all, this was her only daughter. As the Empress, of course, she would be upset after getting rejected by Yi Futian after she had been the one to offer her daughter's hand in marriage. "I shall go speak with the sage." In a flash, the Empress disappeared and showed up at the hall for cultivation. She sat down at the center of the ice matrix. The book was still floating in the air. The Empress' consciousness slipped into the book. Not long after, she opened her eyes with a strange expression on her face. Lifting her feet, she walked outside. She then arrived at the place where Yi Futian was being put on lockdown. He was being watched. Seeing the Empress approach really pissed him off. Indeed, Lulan Shui was beautiful, but so what? Did that mean he had to marry her? What were you thinking? The Empress stopped right in front of Yi Futian. Her tone was much calmer now. The anger from before was no longer there. "I don't understand what you mean," said Yi Futian. "When you tried to leave before, I really wanted to kill you, but the Virgin begged for me to have mercy on you," she answered. "Then please thank her for me," Yi Futian replied coldly. "I'll make another compromise. What if you just take both of them as your wives?" "I'm not marrying her," Yi Futian answered calmly. Chapter 184. Yi Futian's decisive rejection changed the Empress' calm expression. This was blasphemous. She was the empress, and her daughter, Lulan Shui, was extremely talented and her beauty was unbeatable. She was willing to marry below her status, but was rejected. Now, she was even willing to have her daughter share with another woman, but was still rejected. "The virgin isn't qualified enough for you?" the empress asked coldly. If not for the sage's words, she would slap this boy to death. "Empress, you must know that the virgin doesn't have any feelings for me. How can something like this be so casual?" Yi Futian asked. "Just because she is pretty? Does that mean I should marry every pretty girl?" "Feelings can develop slowly. After being together, you will naturally fall for her," the empress said. Was this bastard pretending to be pure? Didn't all men only care about looks? After getting used to Lulan Shui beside him, the empress believed he would change heart. In her opinion, the girl Yi Futian liked couldn't be prettier than her daughter. "Empress, I do not know the reason why you wish the virgin to marry me, but I really do have a girlfriend already. Our relationship is very good as well. If you have your eyes on my talent, I've received some things in the Lulan relic and met the sage in the book. I can be friends with Lulan. You do not need to force me to marry the virgin." Yi Futian knew that he was attractive, but the empress was obviously doing this for his talent rather than his looks. She wanted to tie him in. Because he was in her territory, Yi Futian must bow down and first get through this. The empress stared at Yi Futian. This bastard was truly sensitive. She knew that Yi Futian's words were logical too, but Yi Futian would soon enter the ancient barren world to cultivate. He wasn't from Lulan either. How tight would their friendship be? It would just be a favor at most. This wasn't what she wanted. The sage wished for Yi Futian to become a Lulan citizen. That was why she had the idea to marry her daughter. Only this relationship could tie Yi Futian tightly. He couldn't run if Lulan Shui had his child in the future. The Lulan bloodline could be passed down well too. But she didn't expect that Yi Futian would refuse. Looking at him, the empress pondered. Her voice became slow and calm as she said, "In that case, I won't force you. I was too extreme earlier, but it is your fault too. The virgin does have good feelings toward you. Maybe you will change your mind after some more interactions. Follow me." With that, she walked towards her own pavilion. "Thank you, Empress." Yi Futian followed her. The Empress' expression was cold as she cursed Yi Futian inwardly. She really wanted to beat Yi Futian up. Yi Futian also looked at the Empress' backside, cursing her inwardly for changing so quickly. He wished he was strong enough to beat this old hag up. When Yi Futian saw Lulan Shui at the Empress Pavilion, she was quiet and cold as before. It was as if nothing had happened. Perhaps this was her personality. Seeing the Empress and Yi Futian, she understood that they must have resolved things. "You'll return to the ancient barren world to cultivate soon," the Empress said. "Yi Futian, how long do you plan to stay there?" "I'm not sure. I might go to the barren city," Yi Futian said. Yi Wuqian couldn't lose his arm for nothing. He still couldn't take revenge, but he wanted to learn about some things. This could help with entering the eastern barren territory as well. "Your plane is still too low," the Empress said. "Ancient Lulan has placed many noble ritual implements in the ancient barren world. They're from the relic and have never been taken out. I heard that you received a guqin, but it won't be enough. I'll have the Virgin help you choose back in the ancient barren world." Yi Futian blinked. No wonder she was the Empress. Her tactics. Earlier, she seemed to want to kill him. Now, she was like a senior caring for her junior. So powerful. "Thank you, Empress," Yi Futian said. "Go out first." "I must speak with the Virgin," the Empress then said. Yi Futian nodded and went outside. Lulan Shui looked up at the Empress. It seemed that she still hadn't given up. "That bastard is very fake. With your features, I don't believe he won't change his mind. He'll forget his girlfriend within the month," the Empress said. "At that time, I'll make him beg me to marry you." As if imagining that scene, a cold sneer appeared in the Empress's eyes. Lulan Xue studied her without saying anything. "All right, you may go," the Empress said. Lulan Xue nodded. She left the pavilion and found Yi Futian. "Let's return to the ancient barren world," she said. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. They returned together. Lulan Xue was still as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. After returning to Yi Futian's pavilion, the black-winged eagle came up. Yu Sheng also walked over. Yi Futian asked him, "Have those people bothered you guys?" "They're very arrogant. They often come over to check, as if they're guarding us and waiting for us to leave the Lulan Palace," Yu Sheng replied coldly. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Were they waiting to fight? "Where's Wuchen?" Yi Futian saw Lin Yueyao, but not Yi Wuchen. "He's cultivating in private," Yu Sheng said. "He improved greatly while you were gone. I've entered the second-level Dharma plane too." "Not bad," Yi Futian said, smiling. "Me too." Lin Yueyao pouted. This group was crazy. She was only in the second-level Dharma plane right now. When she was in the 9-star glory plane, they were only in the 7-star. Now they had already caught up. That was only for planes. Their combat abilities were much higher than hers. "Then we'll continue cultivating for a while and wait for Wuchen to finish," Yi Futian said. Yi Wuchen had been nourished by noble intent in the relic, lost his arm, and received a ritual implement. He must have many thoughts and would need to spend some time on raising his plane, solidifying his intent. After that, Yi Futian began cultivating peacefully. One day he was playing his guqin. A beautiful figure walked over. It was Yu Linglong. Zhao Han and Shi Tong were behind her. They looked at Yi Futian coldly. Yu Linglong moved lightly and came before Yi Futian, who was playing his instrument. Smiling, she said, "You're finally back. I actually missed you." Her smile was too beautiful and mesmerizing. "Sadly, I'm not interested in older women," Yi Futian said, raising his head. Yu Linglong's eyes hardened. Looking at Yi Futian, she said, "Young Master Qian wanted me to ask you if you've thought it through yet." "Think what through?" Yi Futian asked, not understanding. Shi Tong huffed. "I've heard that you went out of the ancient barren world and exchanged the book for some treasure these days." "Yeah, you want it?" Yi Futian looked at Shi Tong. "Yi Futian, are you planning on hiding in here forever?" Zhao Han asked straightforwardly. His voice was frigid. As long as Yi Futian stayed in the palace, they couldn't do anything. It would disrespect the Lulan royalty. "Are you done?" Yi Futian looked at them and said, "If you're done, scram." The three all stared at Yi Futian, expressions cold. This guy was as arrogant as before. "I'll see how long you can hide," Zhao Han said as they left. "Hide?" Yi Futian smirked. These guys really were waiting. After a few more days, Yi Wuchen finally came out. His temperament had changed, becoming pure. Even if he didn't release any aura, he gave one the impression of being a sword. "How's the cultivation?" Yi Futian asked. "I'm at the 5th level now. My sword intent is more complete too." Yi Wuchen's voice was calm. "I see." Yi Futian nodded. He left and found Lulan Xue, requesting her to seal all news about the palace. That day, Qian Yang's group was still waiting for Yi Futian. He was in a bad mood. Yi Futian was really good at hiding. He didn't show any sign of leaving the palace, even after all these days. However, Qian Yang took the time to cultivate too. The Lulan royalty hadn't kicked them out. Just then, a figure walked into the pavilion, quietly. His steps weren't fast, they had some sort of rhythm, entering the pavilion step by step. Before long, he stood before Qian Yang's group. Qian Yang, Zhao Han, Shi Tong, and the other two were together, discussing something. Now they all looked forward. There was a one-armed figure. He walked quietly, his right hand holding a sword pointed downward. He made his way over to Qian Yang's group. They were bewildered. What did Yi Wuchen want? He'd really forced his way into the pavilion, killing someone with each strike. He was so brazen. Chapter 185. Yi Wuchen stood there looking sharp as a sword. He eyed the 5 people in front of him. Leave or die. These past days, Qianyang had made his attitude very clear. They were waiting for Yi Futian's group to leave the palace, so they could steal the treasures they acquired from the relic. They had even come out and admitted to it. Qianyang had nothing to hide. In the time that Yi Futian left for the outside world, Qianyang kept a close eye on them. They were his prey. If so, then there was no need for discussion. If Qianyang and his people left, then it would be a happy ending for both parties. If they didn't, then they were the enemy, and one party had to die. As always, Yi Wuchen was not much of a talker. In a few simple words, he had already made his point clear. Qianyang and the others were surprised by Yi Wuchen's words. They were all top-level Dharma plane cultivators. Even if Yi Wuchen had a ritual implement, how was he going to close the gap between himself and Qianyang's group? Yi Wuchen probably wouldn't even be able to take down just Zhao Han. Furthermore, Qianyang's powers were boosted by the noble fate he possessed. It was enough for him to kill any ordinary top-level Dharma plane cultivator instantly. Is your brain failing after losing your arm? Shirtong asked coldly. Young Master Qian, he's the one picking a fight. So if he dies here, the Virgin can't blame us, right? Chuckled Yu Linglong. Zhao Han, kill him and the sword is yours, said Qianyang. Thank you, young Master Qian, nodded Zhao Han. He was thinking the same thing. He and Yi Wuchen were both swordsmen. Yi Wuchen's sword was going to be his. Stepping forward, Zhao Han released a dominating force of sword intent. Behind him, swords appeared. All of them unsheathed loudly and floated in the air behind Zhao Han. Since you're asking for death, I'll give it to you. Zhao Han's eyes were cold. Everyone could feel his murderous intent. Zhao Han was the son of the clan master of the Futian sword clan. Although he was gifted, he was completely defeated by Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen at the grotto. That event made him feel utterly humiliated. Yi Wuchen was a swordsman, just like him, but was more gifted. However, it was a shame because no matter how gifted he was, he still had to die. The sword dermas behind Zhao Han shot out like flashes of lightning. The blades reflected in the daylight. The gleams of light from the swords were blinding. A deafening noise erupted, and in the blink of an eye, all the swords whistled through the wind, headed straight for Yi Wuchen. Almost at the exact same time, sword intent exploded from Yi Wuchen's body. A formless flow of air wrapped around his body. With him at the center, a terrifying sword storm brewed. It was frightening to hear the sound the swords made as they cut through the air. When Zhao Han's swords approached, they were all destroyed by the air created by Yi Wuchen's swords. Zhao Han walked forward, and with every step he took, his sword intent grew stronger. The swords came endlessly from behind him. It was as if they wanted to drown Yi Wuchen in an ocean of swords. The sword in Yi Wuchen's hand twirled slightly before charging forward. Any swords that came his way was destroyed. Zhao Han was still on the move. A sword also appeared in his hand. His body was guided by the sword, moving quickly. Suddenly, there was a gleam of light, the gleaming of a sword. The bright light caused Yi Wuchen to close his eyes. In the next moment, the light grew brighter. Not only was it bright, it was also cold. It cut through the air and towards Yi Wuchen. That's a quick sword, Yu Linglong exclaimed. Zhao Han was indeed the clan master's son. His abilities were not to be doubted. With the appearance of this sword, Yi Wuchen was bound to get hurt. It was a dead end for him. He released a force of sword intent which rushed into the sword in his hand. He waved the sword into the air. Swords fell like the rain. The light reflected off the blades resembled stars in the night sky. It was as if a meteor shower had struck the area. The chillingly bright light from Zhao Han's sword was drowned out by the meteor shower of swords. Yi Wuchen's Sword cut through the light of Zhao Han's sword, destroying it. When the two swords met, everything stopped. Zhao Han stopped moving as well. He stood not far from Yi Wuchen. He lifted his head to look at Yi Wuchen with wide eyes. In his eyes were looks of shock, despair, and regret. In the following moment, he was bleeding from every orifice. His entire body was quickly covered in blood. When Qianyang and the others saw Zhao Han hit the ground, they finally lost the relaxed expressions on their faces. Their carefree smiles had disappeared long ago. Dumbfounded and scared, all they could do was stare at Zhao Han's body on the ground. And then there was the one-armed figure who stood silently releasing Noble Fate. Noble Fate. Shi Tong stared at Yi Wuchen. When had he accomplished this? Furthermore, it was mid-level Noble Fate along with the pure sword will. Bathed in this force of will, Yi Wuchen was lethal like the sharpest sword in the world. Yi Wuchen's level of cultivation had increased. He was now a 5th level Dharma plane cultivator. Before, this level of cultivation was nothing in their eyes, but having a pure, noble level sword will on top of that was something to be afraid of. It was enough to allow Yi Wuchen to fight those in higher planes. The noble level would boost his powers greatly. What's more, Yi Wuchen also possessed a ritual implement, an implement that once contained a noble will. Yi Wuchen's own noble will had been activated. He was going to be able to unleash the full power of the ritual implement. With 2 forces of noble will, his sword was going to be the most powerful sword in all of the Dharma plane. If he wasn't powerful, then he never would have made it out alive from the fight with Li Daoyun, though he did lose an arm. But with Li Daoyun's abilities, losing an arm was a light price to pay for his life. Now, Yi Wuchen was much stronger than he was when he fought Li Daoyun. He had made it into the next level with a pure will. Both of these things greatly improved his abilities. Whoosh! Yi Wuchen was on the move. As he moved, the entire area seemed to have been covered by a force of will. Qianyang and the 3 others released their dermas. Seeing that Yi Wuchen was getting close, Shi Tong of the true martial clan stepped out. A giant axe appeared in his hand, followed by a loud noise. A fearsome energy pushed down on the surrounding area. An enormous figure appeared behind Shi Tong. In his hand was also a big axe. The figure swung the weapon down at Yi Wuchen, wanting to kill him with a single swing. The glimmer of a blade shot past, and along with it was a cold breeze. Following that, a crack had actually formed on Shi Tong's axe. A low sound was heard before blood spilled from the cut on his neck. There was no stop to the blood flow. Yi Wuchen's body turned into an afterimage and headed straight for Yu Linglong right after killing Shi Tong. Yu Linglong's facial expression changed immediately after she realized that Shi Tong could not even withstand one attack from Yi Wuchen. Her eyes became seductive. She looked at Yi Wuchen, and an illusory figure appeared in his mind instantly. There, Yu Linglong walked toward him. The clothes on her body fell to the ground one by one. She was bewitching and flirtatious. In a seductive tone, she asked, "Can you really bear to kill me?" She specialized in illusions and was a spirit, elemental, illusionary sorcerer. The mirages she created were strong. Her specialty was in male and female relations. It was difficult for those under her spell to pull themselves out. In Yi Wuchen's mind, all that was left on her body was a see-through piece of clothing. He could very faintly see what was underneath. She was so captivating, enough to make anyone lose focus. However, the Yi Wuchen now had a strong will and noble level will. Countless swords appeared in his mind and raced towards the sexy body. The illusionary figure had been destroyed. Some noise sounded, and Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes were frozen in place. All the color drained from her face. She was an illusionary sorcerer, but her defense skills couldn't even catch up to that of Shi Tong's. So, if Shi Tong was killed, then she was not going to end up any better. Yi Wuchen had killed 2 people in one go. Presently, only 2 people remained from the group of 5, Qianyang and Dugalung. Qian Yang did not look too good. His noble fate built up inside as he stared directly at Yi Wuchen, whose noble-level sword Will had released. Yi Wuchen did not seem like a fifth-level Dharma plane cultivator at all. He was most definitely not any weaker than Qian Yang. Qian Yang's noble fate was of the lower level and was mixed. It had yet to form any type of pure will. Yi Wuchen moved closer to the two with his sword in hand. A powerful force of noble will was released, making Yi Wuchen looked even scarier. A terrifying force of energy also released from Qian Yang. Lightning, fire, sword, and powers of other elements were released. In addition to the noble fate, Qian Yang was definitely not someone Zhao Han and Shi Tong could be compared to. Behind Qian Yang, Dugalung had a chilling energy revolving around him. He held a scimitar in his hand and was bursting with an incredible energy. Yi Wuchen flew into the air and lifted his sword. An endless amount of will erupted. Right now, Yi Wuchen seemed to have transformed into a true noble and even had the majestic feel of an emperor. This was because his will was inherited from a powerful emperor. Just then, all the air flow seemed to have gathered by his sword. Everything seemed to be at his mercy. Yi Wuchen's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The sword in his hand turned into the emperor's sword. Qian Yang also had noble fate, though it was of the lower level. But with his own abilities, he was going to be just as strong. Yi Wuchen was going to have to give it his all. Finally, Yi Wuchen's sword swung down. The emperor's sword controlled everything around. Air gathered around the sword, moving along to its every movement, and swung down on Qian Yang below. From Qian Yang, swords of both thunder and fire elements shot into the sky, and instantly, a thunder dragon and a fire dragon roared loudly. Sorcery and swordsman skills were combined together. Two forces clashed together, and Qian Yang shouted, "Dugalung!" At his call, Dugalung bounded into action. A force of energy erupted, was followed by cracking noises. Qian Yang shook violently and his complexion paled. His aura was withdrawn. His swords fell straight out of the skies. Dugalung retreated right away. A shocking gash appeared on Qian Yang's back. He shivered in pain and turned around. Looking at Dugalung, he asked, "Why?" Dugalung did not look at him. Instead, he lifted his head to speak to Yi Wuchen. "His father is my teacher. When I get back to Qianming, I will report to him that Qian Yang and Zhao Han were killed by those from the barren city." Yi Wuchen looked at him, but did not say anything. "If you kill me as well, Ancient Lulan will help keep all this a secret, but my teacher will still investigate. He's bound to find clues to lead him to the truth." Dugalung continued, "That injury on his back is evidence that I also had a hand in his death. Naturally, I will keep this secret for the rest of my life." Qian Yang glared at Dugalung and fell to the ground with despair and anger in his eyes. He was definitely not going to be resting in peace. Chapter 186. Yi Wuchen stood in the air. Sword intent flowed across his body. His eyes stared at Dugalung. Qian Yang possessed noble fate and was at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane. Even without a ritual implement, he could still fight Yi Wuchen. However, because of Dugalung, Qian Yang died before he could even release his true abilities. He died unjustly and unwillingly. Of course, Yi Wuchen didn't pity him. He only felt that Dugalung was extremely cold-blooded. He'd stabbed Qian Yang while he was fighting Yi Wuchen without any hesitation. And Yi Wuchen must admit that his words had been logical. After the relic, everyone else left. No one knew that Yi Futian and Qian Yang's groups remained in the palace. As long as the people of ancient Lulan helped keep it a secret, no one outside would know. Yi Futian had the Virgin keep news in as well. News wouldn't spread, which was why he did it. But if Qian Yang's group vanished, the Qianming area would definitely investigate and find some things out. If Dugalung could cooperate and blame it on the barren city, it would be even more perfect. As to how to keep it a secret, Dugalung definitely had his own tactics if he decided to do this. "Yun Qianma is a flaw," Yi Wuchen said. She knew about the rivalry. Actually, if he killed Qianyang, he didn't fear the ancient barren world's revenge. The Qianming area wasn't capable of it. He only feared that they would take out their anger on the Kangi kingdom. Since Yun Qianma agreed to be her servant, it's clear she's ambitious. My master only has one son. After Qianyang's death, it's most possible that I'll inherit the position of lord. With Zhao Han's death, if she's willing to ally with me, she may inherit the top position of the Sword Clan, Du Guling said. She's smart, and I'm more convincing of the two. Du Guling was able to complete the 13 steps of death in the Noble Grotto. His talent was undeniable. Yi Wuqian fell silent, and the sword intent disappeared. You better do what you said. I naturally know what to do, Du Guling said. With the talent of you three, I don't wish to become your enemy, even if I become the lord of the Qianming area. He'd witnessed their talent in the Noble Grotto. He couldn't kill them, he'd be the one to die. Qianyang and the others' deaths today were the best proof. Qianyang had wanted to use Yi Futian, but look at his demise. As an orphan, Du Guling had had it much harder than Qianyang. He knew to observe and was more cold-blooded. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive until now. Go, Yi Wuqian said. He must admit that he'd been persuaded, and Yun Qianma truly was a flaw. It would be most suitable for Du Guling to take care of her. Goodbye. Du Guling turned and left. No one stopped him. After he left, Lulan Shui appeared. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng also came. Yi Futian hadn't come out because he believed that Yi Wuqian would perform well. He didn't say anything before, Yu Sheng said. Of the 5, Du Guling had the least sense of existence. Even though his talent was equal to Qianyang, it was easy to overlook him. That kind is the most dangerous, Yi Futian said. Virgin, can you help me? He asked Lulan Shui. With what? Lulan Shui looked at him. Help me send men to Qianming City, and keep an eye on them, Yi Futian said. He was involved with Du Guling now, but he still must be careful. He had to see if Du Guling could successfully keep things a secret. Qianyang's death would spread to Qianming City sooner or later. Then they'd know the situation. Okay. Lulan Shui understood Yi Futian's motive. She nodded. We'll cultivate for a while and wait for their news. Then we'll head towards the barren city, Yi Futian said to the others. Naturally, no one opposed. The barren city was the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. The surrounding area was the entrance to the various forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. They all ruled over one part and fought inside the barren city. There would be many strong cultivators there, such as those equal to ancient Lulan. This may be their last stop in the ancient barren world. After traveling to the barren city, they would leave. There, Yi Futian would try to get rid of the threat of Luo Junlin joining the Royal Xian Temple. Months later, Yi Shao returned to the Kangi Palace with strong cultivators protecting him. When Emperor Yi had brought them to the ancient barren world, we'd sent strong cultivators to wait for them. Everyone knew about Emperor Luo's desire to kill Yi Futian. He'd expressed his determination at the Tingfeng banquet. If Emperor Luo didn't want to go all out, he wouldn't act personally. However, Emperor Yi still had to be careful. Thus, he posted strong cultivators at the gate to the ancient barren world. In addition, the war between Kangi and Nandu had intensified to the extreme. Emperor Yi always had his eyes on Emperor Luo. Since Yi Shao was back, Emperor Yi obviously went to meet him. Now, the talents of the Kangi College also entered the palace with Yi Shao. How was the trip? Emperor Yi asked, looking at the group. The ancient barren world is filled with talents and prides. Now I know how big the world is. The Kangi kingdom has many talents as well, but they're nothing there. Yi Shao sighed. Father, I must work harder. It's good that you know it. Emperor Yi nodded. It seemed that he had not received noble fate. Luo Junlin truly was talented to receive it. What about Futian and Wuqian? Did they not come back? He asked. Hearing the question, Yi Shao furrowed his brows. He started to speak, but then stopped. Seeing his expression, Emperor Yi asked, "Speak straightforwardly." "Father, Yi Futian is an outsider after all. No matter how talented he is, aren't you leading trouble in?" Yi Xiao asked Emperor Yi. "In the ancient barren world, he disrespected me just because of his talent and wouldn't travel with me. Yi Wuqian is also a pride of the Fenghua banquet, and they became closer while I became the outsider." Emperor Ye's eyes flashed. He glanced at the others. They all kept quiet, as if silently agreeing with Yi Zhao's words. "I see. Go rest now," Emperor Yi said indifferently. "Yes." Yi Xiao nodded and retreated. "Summon Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi," Emperor Yi said to his guard after Yi Xiao left. After a while they arrived. Emperor Yi saw them and repeated what Yi Xiao had said. Then he asked, "What do you think?" "Yi Futian is proud, but he's not like that. Regardless of whether brother is a prince, he owes you and wouldn't do that," Yi Danchen said. "I agree. At the Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian requested to heal his master, while Yu Sheng requested to find his master. Later, they all worked hard for this at the Nanda Nation's Tingfeng banquet," Yi Lingxi said. "Father, you wouldn't treat him so well if not for his disposition, right?" Emperor Ye's treatment towards Yi Futian was practically perfect. He'd accepted Hua Jiu as goddaughter and practically declared war with Emperor Luo because of Yi Futian, leading to a true war, despite Luo Junlin being accepted by a force from the eastern barren territory. If Emperor Yi only valued Yi Futian for his talent, and he turned out to be heartless, what could he do if the Kangyi kingdom was at risk? "So you too think Yi Xiao is lying?" Emperor Yi asked. Yi Danchen lowered his head. Yi Lingxi fell silent too. This was a sensitive matter after all. If that is the case, Yi Xiao must have done something extremely antagonizing to Yi Futian, Emperor Yi said quietly. If not, Yi Xiao had no need to report and offend Yi Futian. Yi Xiao wouldn't act as the tattletale unless something happened between them. In addition, Yi Xiao cultivated at the Kangyi College. It was normal for them to be close, but if they lied to the crown together. At that time, someone outside called, "Your Majesty, Princess Jiu requests admittance." "Let Jiu in," Emperor Yi said. He looked outside and saw Hua Jiu walk in. Hua Jiu was as beautiful and elegant as before. Her demeanor had become more extraordinary as well. Emperor Yi knew that Hua Jiu had been cultivating with the imperial advisor, and she'd had many physical changes. She also improved quite a lot. "Godfather," Hua Jiu greeted, bowing. "Jiu, I've said that you don't need to bow like an outsider. Futian isn't even as polite as you," Emperor Yi said with a smile. "Godfather, I heard that the eldest prince has returned," Hua Jiu said. Emperor chuckled. "Are you here for news about Futian?" "Yes." Hua Jiu nodded. Yi Futian didn't return with Yi Xiao. He must still be in the ancient barren world. Yi Xiao isn't good at cultivation, so he returned early, Emperor Yi said. "Godfather, I wish to go to the ancient barren world." Hua Jiu gazed at Emperor Yi with her pretty eyes. "No, even though you've improved greatly, you're still only in the second-level Dharma plane." He went before even entering the Dharma plane, Hua Jiu said. "Plus, I just can't enter the third level. I wish to test myself in the ancient barren world too." Emperor Yi looked at Hua Jiu's eyes and nodded. "All right, Danchen and Lingxi will go with you. In addition, I'll have men protect you. Don't cause trouble in the ancient barren world." "Thanks, Godfather." Hua Jiu smiled and nodded. She left soon, after knowing that she would enter the ancient barren world. Hua Fenglu immediately refused. "Jiu Futian is really smart. You shouldn't be worried." "I really am worried," Hua Jiu said. "It's been so long, but he won't come back to see me." Seeing Hua Jiu's expression, Hua Fenglu suddenly understood. He said, "Jiu Futian looks like a playboy, but he won't do anything. Don't be worried." "I trust him, but not other girls," Hua Jiu muttered. That boy is so bad. He's really likable. Hua, Fenglu couldn't reply. Chapter 187. The Barren City was the heart of the ancient barren world. It was also the most majestic ancient city with a very long history. All the top talents from all over the Eastern Barren Territory were grouped in the Barren City. No matter how talented a foreigner was, they didn't dare go wild here. The slightest mistake could insult a disciple of a top force, and then they wouldn't even know how they died. Thus, the disciples of the top forces were the absolute stars in this glamorous city. The others were just the sidekicks. The disciples of top forces would often fight each other in the city. At this time, a group walked down the cobblestone road. They stood out from the crowd. The one in the center was around 17 or 18 years old. He was extremely handsome with a perpetual smile on his face. The smile was extremely effective on girls. On his left was a muscular man. He looked intimidating and was very burly. He seemed to be filled with endless power. On his right was a one-armed youth. He had a sword slung across his back. His eyes were sharp. He was definitely a powerful swordsman in training. Behind the three were two girls. They were both extremely beautiful, especially the girl on the right. Her silver hair was like snow, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. Her aura was cold. Behind them followed a group of men, seemingly guards. Passers-by would definitely take a second glance at a group like these, wondering if they were disciples of some top force in the Eastern Barren Territory. The only thing that stood out was the Black-Winged Eagle. How could such a powerful group ride such a common demon? It wasn't good enough. Naturally, this group was Yi Futian and the others. Lulan Shui had followed them as per the Empress' orders. She didn't even have her people with her. Yi Futian found it strange, but he couldn't say anything. Did you find out? Yi Futian asked Lin Yueyao now. Yes. Lin Yueyao nodded while glaring at Yi Futian. After arriving in the Barren City, he'd told her to find out information whenever something happened. It seemed that she'd taken Yun Qianma's role as the maid after Yun Qianma left. It was annoying. Lead the way, Yi Futian said nonchalantly, seeming to not see Lin Yueyao's resentful eyes. The group climbed onto the Black-Winged Eagle. It rode with the wind and traveled through the air. There were many demons above the Barren City. They all went to different places and didn't disturb each other. Lin Yueyao and Lulan Shui's beauty occasionally attracted some gazes, but no one bothered them. After some time, they arrived at the heart of the city. The buildings here were even more magnificent. There were more demons too, as well as strong cultivators. Lin Yueyao held a map and pointed toward somewhere. Gradually, an extremely tall mountain appeared in their vision. This mountain stood in the heart of the city, but didn't seem awkward at all. Instead, there was a sacred aura about it. Many people were heading towards it. As the Black-Winged Eagle continued, they approached the mountain. They could see a huge stone monument before the mountain. It was very eye-catching with 3 giant words carved on it. Ancient Barren World. These words were carved in the stone monument. This was where the name of this place came from. We're here, Yi Futian mumbled to himself. The Black-Winged Eagle continued to the top of the mountain and landed before the stone monument. There were countless people before the monument, more than 100 meters tall. The 3 words, Ancient Barren World, seemed to have some attractive force, making one stare at it involuntarily. Not far from the monument, there were steps leading up the mountain. Many people were climbing like a pilgrimage. Let's go, Yi Futian said. Then he followed the many others and climbed the stone steps. He followed the steps to the end where he was even with the stone monument. The mountaintop was very flat, as if the peak had been sliced off. It was a hugely vast area filled with activity and people. When Yi Futian and the others stepped onto it, a gust of fate hit their faces. Yi Futian gazed around and his heart jumped. Just as he'd found out, Mirror Mountain had everything a cultivator would want. There were many different regions in this vast space. Each region seemed to contain a relic. Some people were playing chess. The game was extremely deep, as if it contained sophisticated matrices. Some people were painting. Their paintings could communicate with the skies and earth. Some people were playing instruments. Others were transcribing. Everyone in each region was cultivating and communicating with a noble intent to build a fate. Thud! At that time there was a huge sound. Yi Futian felt a terrible force. He looked over towards the source and saw a line of drums. Someone was hitting the battle drums powerfully. As the booms sounded without stop, more drums sounded as well. It created an even more terrifying force. There was another thunderous boom. Yi Futian looked elsewhere. There was a region of thunder. Other than that, there are some noble statues on the mountain. They contained terrible, intent power. Many people were cultivating before them. People were cultivating and studying in each region of this vast space. They all came from the various top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. The mountaintop was a flourishing scene. As expected of the barren city's heart, Yi Futian muttered. Cultivators of any type could accomplish something here. He slowly turned his gaze and looked forward. In the distance, there was a side of the mountain that was smooth like a mirror. This was the famous Mirror Mountain stone wall of the barren city. Its mysteries were endless and could even test a cultivator's talent. In addition, the various top forces had all left powerful spells on the wall. When a strong cultivator went there and awakened the wall with their noble intent, the forces would be able to see what happened here. Yi Futian didn't know if Luo Junlin had come, but here he could get rid of the threat Luo Junlin posed. Not only does that stone wall let people of the Eastern Barren Territory see noble fate, it also contains many mysteries, Lin Yueyao said. It can test talent other than noble fate. Strange phenomena appear when a cultivator senses the power within. Phantom, noble images appear on the wall. The more talented someone is, the more images will appear. Lin Yueyao had been the one to get the information after arriving in the barren city, so she was the most knowledgeable about it. She'd been upset about this for a long while. How could Yi Futian order her around like a servant? But when she said those words, she was slightly anticipatory inside. When Luo Junlin had received noble fate, he'd been accepted by the royal Xian temple. Now Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen were at least equal to Luo Junlin. Yi Wuchen had already been at the mid-level noble fate during the battle in the Lulan Palace months ago. If the trio went to display their talent at the Mirror Mountain Stonewall and was seen by the top forces, she couldn't even imagine what the Kengi Kingdom would be like then. The three would all be accepted by top forces. That much was indisputable. Thinking of how all emperors went to congratulate Luo Junlin when he was accepted by the royal Xian temple, she started anticipating what may happen at the Kengi Kingdom. What would Emperor Luo's expression be like at that time? Emperor Yi of the Kengi Kingdom had done much for Yi Futian. He was even willing to go to war with Emperor Luo. He must be very proud of his foresight. Thinking of this, Lin Yueyao's eyes fell upon Yi Futian. Grinning, she urged, "Won't you go show off? You have to be low-key, you know." Yi Futian replied nonchalantly. Lin Yueyao pouted. "Since when was this guy low-key? There's so much noble fate on this mountain. We can't waste it." Yi Futian looked around and smiled brightly. To him, all these relics were giving away noble fate for free. Lin Yueyao's eyes flashed. She was speechless. She didn't know what level Yi Futian's noble fate was now, but if Yi Wuchen was at mid-level, Yi Futian shouldn't be any lower. He had received 2 precious books in the Lulan relic. He'd also taken the most treasured book in the entire ancient Lulan. He probably received very powerful fate. All right, everyone choose the place most suitable for you. Yi Futian smiled and everyone nodded. Yi Wuchen walked towards somewhere. A moment later, he arrived before a sword matrix. The sword matrix was extremely frightening and contained endless sword intent. No one dared to enter brashly. However, there was someone sitting inside, quietly. He let the endless sword intent pass through him. He guided the sword into him and cultivated. Shocking sword intent flowed across his body. Apparently, someone beside him said, all disciples of the Futian sword clan that enter the ancient barren world to train would come here to make the sword test their bodies. No one has ever failed. Li Daoqing is one of the prides of the clan. He obviously won't fail. Apparently, his brother Li Daoyun is just as accomplished. Yi Wuqian's eyes glinted instantly and looked at the youth inside the sword matrix. Chapter 188. Li Daoyun's brother? Yi Wuqian's arm had been chopped off by Li Daoyun. He didn't expect such a coincidence, but he quickly composed himself. He walked quietly into the sword matrix, as if he didn't know the other. In an instant, many sword marks lit up inside the matrix and surged towards him. He sat cross-legged, sword intent wrapped around him. When endless sword intent from the matrix came at him, he didn't fight back. Instead, he guided it into him. There was faint emperor's intent about him. The sword intent within him was like the king of swords. It guided the murderous intent into itself and flowed throughout his body. The weak would be destroyed by sword intent. The strong could use it. This was the difference. Yu Sheng walked before the battle drums. There were 9 sides and booms came endlessly. Someone stood before the drums and beat them. The first hit, one side sounded. The second hit, the power could extend from the back and make 2 sides sound. The third could make 3 sides sound. Each time, a horrible power would reverberate back and become stronger, multiplying. After the third time, it was already very frightening. Yu Sheng watched and saw that most people could only make 5 sides sound. He walked up before the battle drum and pounded with his fist. There was a boom and the drum shook. However, it didn't stop. Yu Sheng punched it again, and the boom sounded. A burst of power and reverberations rushed at Yu Sheng, but he seemed not to feel it. He punched a third time. The booms were endless. The drums seemed to go wild in an instant. A horrible power exploded with the strength. Hearing the densely packed sounds, many looked over. Yi Futian, who had walked elsewhere, looked over too and rolled his eyes. Couldn't he be more low-key? Who beat drums like this? The fourth side sounded. It practically created shock waves and many were speechless. Compared to Yu Sheng, the others had been too gentle. A burst of aggressive power and strength converged into a horrible storm. It beat crazily on Yu Sheng's body, but he just roared and punched again. His burly body stood upright like the god of war. The moment of his 5th punch, there seemed to be a storm surrounding him. All the intent power rushed into his body, putting it through a trial. There were continuous cracking sounds. A dark golden armor appeared. Endless strength surged inside Yu Sheng's body. He punched again. It was like thunder, and everyone looked over. Very few people could make such a commotion with the battle drums. Lin Yueyao was speechless too. Did he have to do this so soon? Boom! Noble fate rose up in Yu Sheng. Now he seemed to be covered in a demon's armor. He punched a 7th time. Power rolled in the air domineeringly. Even Yu Sheng's powerful body was forced back. He grunted, blood coming out of his mouth. But he didn't give up. He stepped forward again, like a wild demon. He punched again. This time the people cultivating in the area were all shocked awake. Their eardrums vibrated. As for Yu Sheng, his body cracked. The power seemed to want to destroy him. He opened his mouth and roared. Veins bulged all over him. A terrible power poured into him. Yu Sheng was forced back, and he spat out fresh blood. However, his fate was changing as if there was a storm of fate. Gradually, it became purer and more terrifying. The drum was still going, unable to stop reverberating. There was another boom. Yu Sheng actually continued forward. Before the drum stopped, he beat it for the 9th time. With this boom, the drum shook 9 times, and the 9 sides resonated at once. Many people shook inwardly. Then, a burst of destructive power rushed into Yu Sheng's body. There was no suspense. Yu Sheng flew out, and his dark gold armor cracked. Blood flowed from his lips, and he crashed onto the ground. He didn't seem to feel anything. He quickly climbed up and sat there, cultivating. "This idiot," Yi Futian muttered. He understood Yu Sheng's intent, of course. Yu Sheng had seen the immense power in the battle drums. To quickly create mid-level noble fate, he forced himself forward. He used the drum's intent to challenge his body, even willing to destroy it. How crazy, many people thought. Yi Futian didn't cultivate. He walked to Yu Sheng to help him. Many people looked over. Some even walked over and studied Yu Sheng curiously. After a long while, Yu Sheng finished cultivating. Opening his eyes, he saw Yi Futian and grinned. Yi Futian glared at him. At this time, Yi Wuchen also walked over. He asked Yu Sheng, "How are you?" "Same as you now," Yu Sheng said, laughing. The intent within the drum was very pure. He used this power to challenge his body and fate. Now, he'd comprehended pure, noble intent and power. It was mid-level noble fate. With his natural talent and strength, he'd used the drum's strength and was successful within a short period. Now Lin Yueyao walked over. She gazed at Yi Wuchen with a strange look, as if she was stopping herself from speaking. "What's wrong?" Yi Futian asked, seeing Lin Yueyao's expression. "I heard people discuss that Li Daoyun's brother is here," Lin Yueyao said quietly. Yi Futian's eyes flashed and stared at her. "I know." Yi Wuchen nodded calmly. "You know?" Yi Futian looked at him. "Yes, I cultivated with him in the sword matrix," Yi Wuchen said calmly. "I'm not in a hurry for some things. Plus, the one who took my arm is Li Daoyun. You are a man of principle." Yi Futian looked at him, and then looked around. He found where Li Daoqing was. He'd naturally saw who Yi Wuchen had cultivated with earlier. "I'm going to see what's in the Mirror Mountain stone wall," Yi Wuchen said. He started walking towards the stone wall. Yi Futian and the others followed. He was curious how the stone wall would test talent. Arriving at the stone wall, Yi Wuchen sat down cross-legged. His noble intent rushed directly onto the wall. Instantly, the wall flashed brilliantly. A powerful aura enveloped him. The stone wall seemed to turn illusory. It was like a mirror that emanated with a strange aura. Yi Wuchen closed his eyes. Yi Futian could see sword intent bloom crazily from him. His noble fate was released to the extreme too, as if he was fighting. Soon, a noble figure appeared on the stone wall, like a picture printed on it. After this appeared, Yi Wuchen's aura grew even more terrifying. He was sitting there, but sword aura went crazy around him. After a while, a huge battle seemed to have ended. A second noble figure appeared on the stone wall. So powerful, many people had to say. It was very difficult to make two figures appear. The requirements for that to happen were very strict. Many people walked over and looked at Yi Wuchen. Who was this group? Earlier, Yu Sheng had pounded the drums. Now, Yi Wuchen was testing his talent at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. He had mid-level noble fate and could make two figures appear. Yi Wuchen was still persevering. Sword intent rose up around him terrifyingly. After a while, he grunted. The sword intent flowing through him disappeared, and he opened his eyes. The Mirror Mountain stone wall returned to normal. No one mocked him. Instead, they were impressed. His talent was definitely powerful if he could receive mid-level noble fate and make two figures appear on the stone wall at only the 5th level Dharma plane. "Are you from the Fuyun Sword Clan?" someone came up and asked. The speaker was a girl with average features. She looked at Yi Wuchen curiously. "No," he replied nonchalantly. "Someone with such powerful sword intent isn't from the Fuyun Sword Clan? Then what clan are you from?" The girl asked. "Why?" Yi Wuchen looked at her. "If you haven't joined a powerful clan, our princess would like to invite you to join the Lu Kingdom," the girl said. Then she looked back at someone. A beautiful figure in a long green dress stood there. Her temperament was extraordinary, and she was beautiful. There was something elegant about her. Lu Qinyu, princess of the Lu Kingdom. Everyone's hearts shuddered. It was also their first time seeing Lu Qinyu in person. They didn't know this beautiful person was the princess of the Lu kingdom. She nodded lightly at Yi Wuchen. Other than being a place for top talents to cultivate, the Mirror Mountain Stonewall was also a place for those without clans to display their talent. Many of the Eastern Barren territory would come here after receiving noble fate. That was why Lu Qinyu invited him. Yi Wuchen's talent was uncommon, and he already had mid-level noble fate. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. He didn't expect that they would get an invitation without even leaving the ancient barren world. Yi Wuchen seemed to be considering whether he should make the decision beforehand. "We'll consider it," Yi Futian said. They weren't in a hurry. They could decide after becoming familiar with the entire Eastern Barren territory. Lu Qinyu nodded lightly and didn't say anything. At that time, Li Daoqing walked over to Lu Qinyu. He said, "I am Li Daoqing of the Futian Sword Clan. Let me greet the princess in place of my brother." Many saw this and were shocked. It was rumored that Li Daoyan of the Futian Sword Clan was pursuing Lu Qinyu. Now it seemed to be true. Becoming the princess's groom would be hard. Chapter 189. Seeing Li Daoqing walk up, Yi Futian made a face. What was the relationship between the Futian Sword Clan and the Lu Kingdom? And Li Daoqing was greeting her on behalf of his brother. Did Li Daoyan know the Lu princess? Yi Futian walked to Yi Wuchen's side and muttered, "Wuchen, we're not familiar with the forces of the Eastern Barren territory. That's why I rejected her proposal." With Yi Wuchen's abilities, there was no need to worry about getting accepted. "No need to explain," Yi Wuchen whispered. He knew that Yi Futian was explaining why he acted for him. Yi Futian nodded lightly. He walked up to the girl who invited Yi Wuchen. "She must be the Lu princess' servant. Does your princess know Li Daoyan of the Futian Sword Clan?" he asked. "You haven't heard." The servant looked Yi Futian, slightly shocked. "Heard what?" Yi Futian asked. "Our princess has many pursuers. Li Daoyan is one of them." The servant was a bit proud. This news wasn't any secret. Li Daoyan publicly pursued her princess. "Your princess didn't accept him?" Yi Futian continued asking. The servant studied him. "You have too many questions. The princess is such an extraordinary figure. I naturally grew curious." Yi Futian smiled brightly. His handsome face looked better with a smile. Seeing this handsome face, the servant murmured, "Li Daoyan is talented, but he's not undefeated in the Futian Sword Clan. He is not number one there. My princess is so precious. She can't accept so easily. Is the Futian Sword Clan or the Lu Kingdom more powerful?" Yi Futian continued. Seeing the servant's weird expression, he chuckled awkwardly. "We're not from here, and look up to the forces of the ancient barren world. Can you tell me?" "They're both top forces of the Eastern Barren territory," the servant said. "Oh!" Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He glanced at Lu Qinyu, princess of the Lu Kingdom, and smiled. "I didn't know how powerful the Lu Kingdom was, but now I've thought about it. Can you ask your princess if we can cultivate with you all? If we're suitable, we can join the Lu Kingdom." "We didn't invite you." The servant pursed her lips and looked to Yi Wuchen. "Who is he to you?" "He's my young master. He's really talented," Yi Futian said. "He is indeed talented if he can possess mid-level noble fate." "I will report to my princess," the servant said. Yi Futian nodded. "Thank you." With that, he returned to Yi Wuchen's side. Smiling, he said, "I sacrificed myself for you." Thankfully, he was handsome. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use a beauty trap to get information. Yi Wuchen looked at him strangely. "What did you two talk about?" "I helped you accept the Lu princess, but just to follow her temporarily," Yi Futian replied, smiling. "What are you planning?" Yi Wuchen didn't understand. "Do you find the princess pretty?" Yi Futian asked. Yi Wuchen nodded seriously. "Yeah, the more you look at her, the prettier she gets." It helps with your eyes to have a beauty beside you. If you interact with her more, you may develop feelings, Yi Futian said meaningfully. Beside them, Lulan Shui blinked her silver eyes. Wasn't this what the Empress had told them? Lin Yueyao pursed her lips. If feelings could be developed, why was she still treated like a servant? Was she not pretty? But what did that guy mean? Did he want to take action on the Lu Kingdom's princess? Yu Shen gaped at Yi Futian. Without Huaju here, Yi Futian was going wild. At this time, Lu Chenyu received her servant's report. She looked over at Yi Wuchen and walked over. Her body was sexy, delicate, and also elegant. When she reached Yi Wuchen, she said, "Lu Chenyu." Looking at the girl, Yi Wuchen couldn't act impolitely. He said, "Yi Wuchen." "Who are they?" Lu Chenyu glanced at the others. "We're his servant and guard," Yi Futian said. Then he looked at Lin Yueyao and Lulan Shui. "And maids." Lin Yueyao glared at Yi Futian. When did she really become a maid? However, Yi Futian had also become a servant this time. "In that case, you can all cultivate with me in the ancient barren world from now on," Lu Chenyu said. "You are talented, but seem to be in a low plane. I can aid you if you follow me. If you wish to join the Lu Kingdom someday, you can tell me." With Yi Wuchen's talent, it would be great if he was willing to join the Lu Kingdom. Yi Wuchen felt that he'd been tricked badly by Yi Futian. Looking at Lu Chenyu's eyes, he could only nod. "Congratulations, Your Highness, for receiving more subordinates," Li Daoqing, who hadn't left, said now. He was congratulating her, but actually he was insulting Yi Futian's group as if they were only subordinates. In reality, Lu Chenyu hadn't said anything like that. But to Li Daoqing, his brother was pursuing Lu Chenyu. If she brought Yi Wuchen's group with, they would definitely be subordinates. What else could they be? Yi Futian studied Li Daoqing. He was indeed similar to Li Daoyan. Seeing that Lu Chenyu still wouldn't talk, Li Daoqing glanced at the others and said, "From now on, you must serve the princess wholeheartedly. If you have any needs, you may come to my brother or I as well." Lu Chenyu frowned. Li Daoqing's words were exceeding his authority. Regardless of how she'd sent the invitation because she saw Yi Wuchen's talent, even if they were her subordinates, Li Daoqing didn't qualify to order them around. It was as if she and Li Daoyan had some close relationship. Yi Futian looked intrigued at Li Daoqing's words. He was looking for an excuse, and now it was given to him. Li Daoyan wanted to pursue Lu Chenyu? If that was the case, he'd like to see how Li Daoyan did it. "Princess, who is he?" Yi Futian asked, despite knowing the answer already. "Li Daoqing of the Futian sword clan," Lu Chenyu said. "Princess, this man's words have other meanings and destroy your reputation." "It's as if you're already theirs," Yi Futian said. "Would you like us to teach him a lesson for speaking so impolitely?" Hearing that, Li Daoqing stared at Yi Futian. His words indeed could have another meaning and might not have been that proper. But it was just a slip. He didn't mean to be impolite, but after Yi Futian said that, "Shut up. I am speaking with the princess." "There's no place for a slave like you," Li Daoqing growled. His eyes were sharp. He had heard Yi Futian say he was Yi Wuchen's guard. How could a guard be so brash as to ruin the relationship between him and the princess? "Li Daoqing, you are presumptuous," Lu Chenyu said coldly. "Your Highness, that slave doesn't know his place. He dares to instigate us. I don't mean any offense to you, Your Highness," Li Daoqing said. Lu Chenyu scoffed. His words truly were easy to be misunderstood. There was no problem in saying he was impolite. "Princess, you heard it too." "We can't bear this tone," Yi Futian said. Lu Chenyu looked at him and said, "Li Daoqing is in the 5th level Dharma plane." He was from the Futian sword clan, was at the 5th level Dharma plane, and had noble fate. He was definitely a powerful fighter. Yi Futian was only Yi Wuchen's servant. How could he fight Li Daoqing? Unless Yi Wuchen fought. Only the 5th level Dharma plane. Yi Futian said confidently. Lu Chenyu studied his expression. Did he really think he could defeat Li Daoqing at that young age? Yu Sheng, Yi Futian called just as Lu Chenyu thought he would fight personally. Take revenge for the princess. Okay. Yu Sheng stepped forward and took off his battle axe. He walked up. Li Daoqing flashed and shot into the air. Sword and tent snaked all around him as he stared coldly at Yu Sheng and Yi Futian. Did they dare look down on him? The terrifying sword intent flowed, rushing towards Yu Sheng. The next moment, Yu Sheng stepped forward. There was a thud, and he shot into the sky. His aggressive body flew at Li Daoqing with terrifying speed. You're looking to die. Li Daoqing pointed in the air. Endless sword intent instantly swept towards Yu Sheng. It flowed, destroying everything. However, Yu Sheng hacked down with his battle axe. It seemed to cut the void apart. No matter how powerful the sword intent or swordsmanship was, it was all cut apart. The sword intent flowed wildly to the side, forcefully halved. Yu Sheng descended before Li Daoqing, and there was no more suspense. Under Li Daoqing's shocked gaze, Yu Sheng didn't bring his axe down. Instead, he swept to the side. There was a crack and then a huge boom. Li Daoqing had been smashed to the ground with just one strike. Yu Sheng hadn't used all of his power either. Otherwise, he could kill Li Daoqing easily. Just as Li Daoqing tried to get up, there was another muffled thud. He was on the ground again. Yu Sheng had him under his feet. Slave? Li Daoqing's so-called slave was stepping on him. The surrounding people all stared at this scene in shock. Li Daoqing was from the Futian sword clan. He was Li Daoyun's brother. How could he be treated like this? The rivalry had been set, and the princess was involved as well. She most likely could not escape from it. Yi Futian watched this calmly. He didn't pity Li Daoqing at all. This was just collecting some interest from what Li Daoyun owed. Li Daoqing had come up by himself too. Chapter 190. Li Daoqing was shocked. He felt pain all over his body, but what he couldn't bear was the humiliation. The Futian sword clan was respected by all. They enjoyed keeping to themselves and acting as they wished without any concerns. However, he was humiliated at this moment. The axe was a powerful ritual implement. How could Yu Sheng defeat him relying on the ritual implement? Lu Chenyu was shocked too. Yu Sheng fought too violently with Li Daoqing and was rude to Li Daoyun as well. Princess, how could this kind of clown dare harass you? From now on, we will deal with them. Yi Futian took the credit immediately as if he was taking revenge for Lu Chenyu. Lu Chenyu glanced at Yi Futian with a strange look. You will die very miserably. Li Daoqing stared at Yi Futian from the ground. Haven't figured out the situation? Yi Futian looked at him strangely. Kill me if you have the guts. Li Daoqing's eyes were very fierce. Yi Futian didn't respond. Yu Sheng grabbed Li Daoqing's arm and yanked him up. He swung his strong arm, and with a bang, Li Daoqing was smashed onto the ground, vomiting blood. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions sounded. Everyone was stunned by the sight of the scene. In Yu Sheng's hands, Li Daoqing was smashed to the ground again and again. Every smash shook the spectators' hearts. When Yu Sheng stopped, Li Daoqing was already numb, but his eyes were still staring at Yu Sheng coldly with strong murderous intent. He climbed up with difficulty, his body trembling. For him, Yu Sheng's group was dead meat already. Go back and complain. Li Daoqing had stood up, but Yu Sheng sent him flying out with a kick. Li Daoqing's face turned livid, and everyone was terrified. Yu Sheng's kick and words were definitely a great humiliation to Li Daoqing. Go back and complain. What a disgrace. Li Daoqing once again climbed up. He dragged his injured body away pathetically. Do you know the background of Futian sword clan? Lu Chenyu asked Yi Futian beside her. Yes, Yi Futian said. Sooner or later, they would fend the clan. Of course, they would not really kill Li Daoqing at this moment. Yu Xing knew his limits. Fighting was quite a normal thing. Even the humiliation was not worthy for the entire clan to act. But if they really killed Li Daoqing, the Fuyun Sword Clan would definitely take action. Why did Yi Futian come to the ancient barren world? It was to remove the threat posed by Luo Junlin, which mainly came from Royal Xian Temple. They didn't have the confidence to kill Li Daoqing yet. The reason why they came to the barren city Mirror Hill Stonewall was to prepare for this. Li Daoqing's senior brother, Li Daoyan, is the top talent of Fuyun Sword Clan with great achievement in Dharma. He is very strong, said Lu Chenyu. Well, it seems that I have to enhance my ability to. Yi Futian laughed and said, Your Highness, you can have a talk with my young master now. Saying so, Yi Futian left. In the ancient barren world, one could borrow the power of many relics. There should be no problem with so many relics here. Moreover, this vast area was enough for them to practice for a long time. Seeing Yi Futian leave, Lu Chenyu walked to Yi Wuchen and said with a smile, Servant, bodyguard, and maid? His servant didn't look like a servant. His bodyguard was not like a bodyguard. His maids were even less like maids. Their appearances could easily be compared with her. Who would believe they were maids? That guy likes to monkey around. Don't be bothered, Your Highness, Yi Wuchen said. So my guess is correct? Lu Chenyu looked into his eyes. We are all brothers. What about them? Lu Chenyu looked at Lu Lanxue and Lin Yueyao. Where were those two beautiful women from? You'll have to ask him. Yi Wuchen looked at Yi Futian. Lu Chenyu's face changed. She immediately smiled and said, Your brother is really naughty. Naughty? Yi Wuchen murmured and then nodded. He indeed was naughty. So which clan do you all belong to? Lu Chenyu gazed at Yi Wuchen. Since they dared to fight with Li Daoqing and were really gifted, they might be top talents from some top power that kept a low profile, so she didn't know them. The answer was quite important. The reason she admired Yi Wuchen's ability was his noble fate and talent. If Yi Wuchen really wanted to join the top cultivation, she would like to accept him. Meeting Lu Chenyu's eyes, Yi Wuchen said, We have nothing to hide about this. We do come from small powers, which is why we came here. We want to join top powers. Hearing this, Lu Chenyu's expression changed a little. However, there is one thing I want to tell you, Princess. Actually, there are some grudges between Li Daoqing and I. My arm was chopped off by his brother, Li Daoyan, Yi Wuchen said in a quite calm tone, as if he was talking about something very normal. If Yi Futian heard what Yi Wuchen had said, he would complain that Yi Wuchen was too honest, but swordsmen were probably all like this. No matter from the aspect of talent or personality, Yi Wuchen was very suitable for swordsman's training. Lu Chenyu's beautiful eyes flashed for the first time. She looked at Yi Wuchen with surprise. A few months ago, the 4 top powers in the Eastern Barren Territory went to Lulan City. Li Daoyan was among them. You all come from Lulan City? Lu Chenyu knew of this event. No, we come from a farther place, but we were also trained in the ancient ruins of Lulan, Yi Wuchen responded. Li Daoyan's group of 4 went there for a bet with the relic of Lulan as their battlefield, but it ended in a draw. I heard that Li Daoyan was quite unsatisfied by the result. The relic treasure was found by someone else. Was it your group? Yes. Yi Wuchen nodded. Li Daoyan was at the peak of the Dharma rank and also had a ritual implement, but he only chopped down one of Yi Wuchen's arms. He didn't kill Yi Wuchen or even take the ritual implement. Now, these guys even came to the barren city and beat up Li Daoqing when they met. They were really bold. So, it actually had nothing to do with Your Highness. Yi Wuchen was very frank. Lu Chenyu observed Yi Wuchen. He and the swordsman from the Fuyun Sword Clan gave her different feelings. That guy said he would consider it and then agreed. Now I see it is because of Li Daoqing. Lu Chenyu smiled and said, So you actually haven't decided which power you want to join? We know little about the situation of Eastern Barren Territory, Yi Wuchen answered. Then my country, the Lu Kingdom, would like to join the competition. Lu Chenyu smiled, showing her breathtaking charm. Moreover, it seems that I have some advantages now. In the distance, Yi Futian looked back and happened to catch Lu Chenyu's smile. Chenyu meant the charm of a great beauty, and she lived up to her name. Yi Futian looked at Yi Wuchen, smiling. He didn't expect that Yi Wuchen was a flirting master. He had been underestimating Yi Wuchen. Recomposing himself, Yi Futian looked at those statues before him. Using others' power was unreliable. Only by enhancing himself could he become strong enough to handle all. He believed that this relic was his battlefield. He had assured himself about that many times in the ancient barren world. Many people were gathered here. Every statue here was special. The statue Yi Futian was observing at this moment was like the god of flame, emanating a flaming red breath from which a surging, powerful intent could be felt. The statue beside it was the opposite. It contained a very strong, icy aura, and approaching it would make one feel cold. In addition, there were statues of other attributes. Among them was a statue which was cast with swords, emanating a sharp aura. Everyone in this area was powerful. They looked at Yi Futian with interest. Does this man want to perceive those statues? Few people could actually do that. Lu Chenyu noticed Yi Futian too. She said to Yi Wuchen, "Those statues are dangerous. Shall we warn him about that?" "How dangerous?" Yi Wuchen asked curiously. "People without noble fate may not view them, or the consequence might be miserable." Lu Chenyu looked at Yi Wuchen. "That's all right." Yi Wuchen was quite calm. Lu Chenyu was amazed. Could it be that the servant had noble fate too? "Actually, of us three, I am the least competent from every aspect of us three," Yi Wuchen said to Lu Chenyu. Lu Chenyu was silent for a moment. Yi Wuchen was able to receive the noble fate at just the 5th level Dharma plane. There were 2 noble statues at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. According to Yi Wuchen, he was the least competent among the 3. Then what was the talent of that servant and so-called bodyguard? I have seen many swordsmen in training from Futian sword clan. They are all very arrogant. It's rare to meet such a humble swordsman like you. Lu Chenyu laughed. I am not being humble. Yi Wuchen shook his head. He looked into her eyes and said seriously, "It's not just me. I haven't encountered many top talents of the Eastern Barren Territory yet, but I believe few of them could be compared with my friends." Hearing Yi Wuchen's serious tone, Lu Chenyu gazed into his eyes. Even the top talents of Eastern Barren Territory couldn't be compared with Yi Futian and Yu Sheng? Yi Wuchen was somewhat too overconfident and arrogant. However, though their conversation, she believed that Yi Wuchen was not arrogant at all. So how could he say those words? Was he that confident in Yi Futian and Yu Sheng? Li Daoyan from the Fuyun sword clan can't actually be counted as the top talent of Eastern Barren Territory, said Lu Chenyu. Yi Wuchen had fought with Li Daoyan once. I know. Otherwise he wouldn't have been hurt by me, Yi Wuchen said calmly. Li Daoyan doesn't deserve to be compared with them from the aspect of talent. The figure in the distance stirred Lu Chenyu's heart for the first time. Was he really as gifted as Yi Wuchen described? Chapter 191. Lu Chenyu's pretty eyes flashed. She could tell his nature from their conversation. He wasn't a braggart. Since he had complimented Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's talent, it was clear that they were extraordinary. However, Yi Wuchen said that the prides of the Eastern Barren Territory couldn't compare with them. Lu Chenyu still didn't believe that. After all, she was one of those people. It wasn't that she was confident. She was just more familiar with the top forces than Yi Wuchen. He hadn't seen them before, so he might underestimate them. However, she was now curious about how strong Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were. I'll wait and see, Lu Chenyu smiled. She was a bit excited. Yi Wuchen knew that Lu Chenyu didn't believe him, but he told her because she left a good impression. She didn't seem upset after knowing the truth. Instead, She had even joined the competition. This made him think well of her. Whether they joined the Lu kingdom or not, Lu Chenyu could still be their friend. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, on the other hand, all wished to take revenge for his lost arm and kill Li Daoyan. It was highly likely they would become enemies with the Fuyun sword clan. Today, Li Daoqing had been angered. Under these circumstances, it would be great to receive Lu Chenyu's help. Of course, he didn't want to take advantage of her. He just told the truth. He's starting. Lu Chenyu looked to Yi Futian and continued, "Pretend we never talked. I'd like to see how long he can keep pretending." Servant. She wanted to see how this handsome young servant would perform in this area. At that moment, Yi Futian was staring at the huge flame statue before him. When his mind entered the statue, the flames instantly swallowed him up. It was even burning at his spiritual intent. It was terrible. Sensing something wrong, Yi Futian's noble intent rushed wildly into the statue. His intent transformed into a phantom, fending off the incoming flames. This was a world of fire. The figure formed by his intent stood in the fire. Both the ground and the sky was fiery red. Endless waves of fire hit him, trying to burn his intent to ashes. If Yi Futian's body wasn't formed by noble intent, he would probably be wiped out instantly and get swallowed. The intent contained by the flame statue was so terrifying. No wonder the people cultivating around here looked so powerful. Now, a red maple leaf seemed to appear in the sea of fire. It seemed to be burning with extreme fire formed by the flame intent. The maple leaf floated towards Yi Futian and fell upon the body created by his intent. At that moment, Yi Futian clearly felt an extremely terrifying burning sensation. A maple leaf imprint appeared on his body. The mark contained extremely bright firelight and burned with a golden glow that spread to the rest of his body. Yi Futian fought with the flame intent, but he quickly discovered that in this world of endless flames, countless maple leaves fluttered in the air. They kept appearing, quickly covering the sky and sweeping towards him. Soon his body was covered in maple leaf marks, burning at him. He actually felt pain. At this time, maple leaf imprints seemed to appear on his body in the outside world. It was frightening. Is this a spell? Yi Futian thought. A burst of icy intent bloomed on his body, covering him with a layer of frost. The maple imprints were also covered. Inside the statue, Yi Futian's body changed as well. Fire and ice mixed, and the two different intents complemented each other, stopping the other from swallowing him. After that, he began quietly studying the intent in this world of fire. A long time later, he started fighting back against the statue's intent. Instead of defending passively, he was attacking. A stream of fire flowed towards Yi Futian from the statue. It transformed into endless threads of fire that was about to wrap around him. Many people looked over at Yi Futian in shock. How did he do this? What step would he get to? The statue and his body's intent combined and became one. Only the top geniuses that specialized in the flame intent could become enlightened inside the statue. However, Yi Futian's aura was clearly at the top of the second-level Dharma plane. He was still a step away from the third level. At that time, the flame current turned around and returned to the statue, disappearing from Yi Futian's body. Did he fail? Everyone looked to Yi Futian. It was normal to fail at the second-level Dharma plane. At that time, Yi Futian opened his eyes. The aura slowly faded and a bright smile appeared in his eyes. It was just as how he'd guessed. He's unharmed. Many people were shocked at Yi Futian. Someone of such a low plane had studied the statue for so long but was unharmed. Yi Futian's talent must be extraordinary. Lu Chenyu had been studying him. Seeing Yi Futian open his eyes, she said to Yi Wuchen, "He indeed is very powerful. It seems that he has noble intent already. It's mid-level noble fate as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle it. But even so, it wasn't to the extent that Yi Wuchen had said. Yi Futian had failed to become one with the statue. Perhaps he could do it after he reached the pinnacle of the Dharma plane. Yu Sheng, Yi Futian called. Then he gazed at Yi Wuchen, who was beside Lu Chenyu, and said, "Young master." Yi Wuchen felt awkward. Lu Chenyu already knew, but Yi Futian was still calling him that. "Continue." Lu Chenyu seemed to smile at Yi Futian. She wanted to know how much longer he could keep up the act. Seeing Lu Chenyu smile, Yi Futian thought something was wrong. What expression was that? However, Yi Wuchen and Yu Sheng arrived beside him. "This statue is strange. You can try communicating with it," Yi Futian said to them. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen nodded, since Yi Futian said that he must have discovered something. The two walked to the statue best for them and sat down to sense with their eyes closed. Yi Futian moved. Instead of staying to cultivate before the flame statue, he went to another powerful statue. He sat down and continued studying that one. Lulan Shui also walked over and found an ice statue. Lin Yuao tried too. She was almost wiped out, but thankfully she reacted quickly. "Princess, you seem interested in them." Lu Chenyu's servant was curious. The princess rarely became so close to men. Half a year ago, someone who said he was from the 100 Lands received the noble fate and was accepted by the royal Xian temple. Later, the ancient barren world opened. Apparently many people from the place no one cares about came here. Lu Chenyu said, "Do you think they're from there?" Lu Chenyu didn't reply. Even if she didn't think Yi Futian was as impressive as Yi Wuchen said, he was still at the level of the prides of some top forces. If he really did come from the 100 Lands, then he was honestly shocking. At that time, many people looked at the stairs. A group of people had arrived. The leader was a girl dressed in a long white dress. She was so beautiful, her steps were so light, and her figure was so wonderful that she looked like a fairy. She had many followers behind her, both men and women. Seeing her appearance, someone exclaimed, "It's the witch, Gubiua. It's her." Hearing the words, "the witch," many people looked over. They were all shocked by the newcomer. She seemed to radiate a magnetic force as she walked, making everyone fall for her. She was Gubiua from the Witch Mountain. The names Chenyu and Biue both came from poetry about beauties, so many people would compare her with Lu Chenyu. They were both extremely beautiful girls. Gubiue smiled brilliantly, making many people fall for her without even trying. She walked to Lu Chenyu. "I heard that you got some subordinates that hurt Li Daoyun's brother?" Something flashed past Lu Chenyu's eyes. Did news really spread that fast? This meant that the Fuyun sword clan would get here soon too. "What is it to you?" "I just pity Li Daoyun. He's been pursuing you for this long, but was rejected in such a cruel way," Gubiue said delicately. "Does that mean I have a bigger chance?" someone else said. Another group arrived on the steps. The man in the front wore a golden robe. He was very elegant. "It's the Ji family." Everyone's eyes flashed again. The Ji family was a top, noble family and had been passed down many generations in the Eastern Barren Territory. They weren't just a simple family anymore. Many other clans were subordinate to them. They controlled a portion of the Eastern Barren Territory. "Ji Zimo, are you pursuing the princess now?" the witch teased. "If I can marry either of you two, it'll be great. Of course, if you both are willing, it'll be perfect." Ji Zimo smiled at the beauties. "I don't think you can take it." The witch's pretty eyes rolled, and her gentle voice was disarming. "I need to try to know," Ji Zimo chuckled. "The star is here." The witch looked behind him. There were several glowing figures there with swords on their backs. It was the Fuyun sword clan. Li Daoqing was amongst them. Chapter 192. Li Daoqing's group arrived. The eyes of the people at the top of the mountain were all fixed on them. The two beside Li Daoqing were all from the Fuyun sword clan. Mu Yunha Xiao Teng. Ji Zimo smiled when he saw the two. Mu Yunha and Shouting were all extraordinary cultivators of the Fuyun sword clan. Mu Yunha especially was at the 8th level Dharma plane. He had the noble fate in swordsmanship. The three took a look around and then noticed Lu Chenyu. They walked to her. Mu Yunha called, "Princess Chenyu." Li Daoyan was pursuing Lu Chenyu. They didn't want the relationship to become too awkward since Lu Chenyu wasn't the one that hurt Li Daoqing. It was one of her subordinates. In this case, Lu Chenyu had nothing to do with Li Daoqing's being defeated. Lu Chenyu looked at Mu Yunha's trio without emotions. "What's the matter?" "Don't you know?" the witch Gubius said with a smile. It seemed that Lu Chenyu wanted to protect her subordinates. "I've heard that Daoqing made rude remarks about the princess and caused some misunderstandings. I'm here to apologize," Mu Yunha said. Lu Chenyu looked at the man before her. Mu Yunha was indeed Mu Yunha, very considerate. "No need to apologize. He has been taught a lesson," Lu Chenyu said indifferently. The spectators were amazed. Lu Chenyu took Yu Sheng's cruel beating Li Daoqing as a lesson for his rudeness to her. This meant that she would take responsibility for it. In this case, people were quite curious about how Mu Yunha would react. Would he turn against Lu Chenyu? If so, that would be very interesting. He deserved it. Mu Yunha nodded. The people were shocked, but Mu Yunha continued. "However, Daoqing is quite reluctant to accept being defeated with a ritual implement. This time he comes for a fair fight. It has nothing to do with your highness. He just wants to save the dignity of the Fuyun sword clan. I hope you won't take any offense." Lu Chenyu gazed deeply at Mu Yunha and responded coldly. "Li Daoqing is at the 5th level Dharma plane, while the one that defeated him is at the 2nd level Dharma plane. Where is the fairness? Level is a part of one's strength. Since you think so highly of that man, there must be something special about him. If you think it's unfair, Daoqing will suppress his ability while fighting," Mu Yunha said calmly. Lu Chenyu stared at Mu Yunha while he continued. "The men of the Fuyun sword clan could be defeated, but not in this way. If Daoqing is defeated again, but in a fair way, we'll let it go." Mu Yunha spoke calmly, but he still sounded aggressive, despite speaking to the princess of the Lu kingdom. It was not only about Li Daoqing who was humiliated in public, but also about the reputation of the Fuyun sword clan. If Lu Chenyu stuck to what she had said before, Mu Yunha couldn't blame her. However, the clan would not just let it go this way. Lu Chenyu could tell Mu Yunha's resolution from his words. She walked toward Yi Futian's group. Everyone followed her. Gubius grew curious. Did Lu Chenyu really plan to have her people fight with Li Daoqing again? Many eyes followed Lu Chenyu. People came up to the top of the hill constantly from the stairs. They were all not nearby, and hearing that Li Daoqing was beaten up by Lu Chenyu's subordinate, they all gathered to watch the show. At this time, Yi Futian's group was cultivating quietly. Appearing to notice something, they opened their eyes to see everyone looking over. Then they saw Li Daoqing and Lu Chenyu's group and immediately figured out what was happening. Yi Futian's group gathered together. Lu Chenyu told them what had just happened and said, "If you don't want to fight, just ignore them." Hearing this, Yi Futian grew interested. Did they want to fight without using any ritual implements? Someone was beaten up but wanted to talk about fairness? Li Daoyan intended to kill them with his peak achievement in Dharma, and he chopped off one of Yi Wuchen's arms. Was this fair too? If the one who was defeated was not Li Daoqing but Yu Sheng, the clan would say nothing about it. But the fact was contrary, and now they wanted a fair fight? So you really went back to complain. Yu Sheng glanced at Li Daoqing. "Do you want to die?" Li Daoqing's face was livid. He had been beaten violently by Yu Sheng. At this moment, he just felt pain all over his body. If not for the special recovery methods, he would not be able to fight at this moment. What a ridiculous fairness! Yu Sheng stepped forward. "Since he wants fairness, I'll fight again," Yi Wuchen said calmly. He was at the same level as Li Daoqing, the 5th level Dharma plane. If Li Daoqing wanted to talk about fairness, Yi Wuchen would like to fight with him. Yu Xing looked at Yi Wuchen and said, "Okay." Yi Wuchen's arm had been damaged by Li Daoqing's senior brother, Li Daoyan. He was more suitable for this fight. Yi Wuchen stood out but didn't pull out his sword. Since Li Daoqing wanted a fair fight, he would fulfill that wish. Li Daoqing stepped out. In a second, great murderous sword intent could be sensed. A terrible storm of sword aura rolled over. Great sword intent swept towards Yi Wuchen's body. Li Daoqing was considered to be just as talented as his senior brother Li Daoyan. He had great achievement in swordsmanship with a mid-level noble fate. His sword intent was extremely strong too. However, Yi Wuchen was just like him. When the two sword intents appeared, people including Gu Biyue were all stunned. No wonder Lu Qinyan wished to protect this group. They were all great talents. It appeared that Lu Qinyu wanted them to join Lu Kingdom. But even with great talent, it would still be hard for Yi Wuchen to win against Li Daoqing. Yi Wuchen stood there quietly, emanating horrible sword intent, as if he was a statue cast by swords the moment Li Daoqing moved. Countless beams of light filled this space. They were the reflections of the swords. He moved very quickly, like lightning. People could only see his blurred figure. Then they saw Li Daoqing descend from above Yi Wuchen. Countless swords appeared and swept over the air. At this moment, people saw horrible sword streaks cut the void. If Yi Wuchen was hit by those lights, his body would be cut into countless pieces. It's the split light sword technique. People all saw the brilliant sword, which was like a godly technique. They could practically see Yi Wuchen be engulfed by the endless sword light. As an extraordinary cultivator of the Futian sword clan, Li Daoqing showed his absolute advantage with only one move. Yi Wuchen still stood there. Everyone was watching, wondering whether he just couldn't figure out how to resist this. If he couldn't, he would most likely die. Yi Futian looked coldly at the sword. The opponent had started with a fatal move. Lu Qinyu only stared at Yi Wuchen. Surprisingly, he didn't even move. Shocking sword intent flowed through him at this time, but it was still hard to block Li Daoqing's attack. Mu Yunhe and Xiao Teng looked satisfied. There were no flaws in Li Daoqing's attack. Endless swords tearing through the air were about to hit Yi Wuchen. Everyone mourned for him. Would he lose with just one move? Sure enough, there was still a big gap between him and the Futian sword clan. Just as the sword came down, Yi Wuchen's body, bathed in the light of sword, turned transparent. It was as if he was a sword rather than a man. When cutting down, Li Daoqing's sword was influenced. It spun around as if it was to be integrated with his body and become a part of that sword. It is the sword body. The people of the Futian sword clan were surprised. Yi Wuchen was not Yi Wuchen anymore. He was the incarnation of the sword. The sword body was the ultimate pursuit of all swordsmen. It could not be attained merely relying on talent. One also needed an incomparable faith and a sincere heart in swordsmanship. The sword and the self must be one. People who could form the sword body were all top talents of swordsmanship. It's not the sword body yet, but just an immature form. Mu Yunhe was shocked by this sight. Even now, it was still very destructive. It was very possible for Yi Wuchen to succeed. Seeing the scene, Li Daoqing felt embarrassed. His fatal kill was integrated into Yi Wuchen's body. His body like a sword, he streaked past. Another sword struck out as if all blades were one. A horrible light sliced through the air. At this moment, Yi Wuchen's body moved. He looked like the king of swordsmanship. As he moved, all swords followed him. His body seemed to be turned into a real sword and descended on Li Daoqing. Li Daoqing felt great murderous sword intent approaching. He stepped back, but a bunch of cold light swept past his neck. Li Daoqing stopped, his eyes fixed on the figure. Yi Wuchen had caught up to him with the sword and sliced the throat. Blood flowed down Li Daoqing's neck. He would die if Yi Wuchen made the slightest move. Everything was silent. Many people shuddered inwardly at the sight of that sword. The Futian sword clan was famous for its swordsmanship. The clan was known as the strongest sword clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. However, Li Daoqing, one of the top talents from the Futian sword clan, was defeated by just one move. Though Yi Wuchen only made one move, everyone could tell how strong he was. It was enough for him to be compared with those top talents of the Futian sword clan. Lu Qinyu was shocked too. She had heard Yi Wuchen had lost one arm when fighting with Li Daoyan, but still wounded Li Daoyan. However, she didn't realize how excellent Yi Wuchen was until now. He was stronger than she had imagined before. However, Yi Wuchen once said that he was the least competent of the three. Was it really so? Lu Qinyu doubted that. She didn't train in swordsmanship, but she knew that what Yi Wuchen had performed was an indication of the sword body. A swordsman that learned the sword body was so terrifying. She looked at Mu Yunhe and Xiao Tang and said, "This is the fairness you asked for before." Satisfied, Mu Yunhe looked at Yi Wuchen deeply and said, "We are indeed defeated. We will let this go." The eyes of the Witch clan and Ji family grew sharp. Other spectators were a little disappointed. The Futian sword clan would not take further action? That's it. At this time, an untimely voice sounded. People turned around and saw Yi Futian stepping forward. He was gazing coolly at the Futian sword clan. Chapter 193. After Li Daoqing was hurt by Yu Sheng, he called the Futian sword clan over for a fair fight. Li Daoqing's strikes were fatal. Could Yi Wuchen kill him? After being defeated, he just said that it was over and left. Instead of being defeated, it felt like he was forgiving them. Everyone's eyes flashed as they stared at Yi Futian. What did he mean? Mu Yunhe furrowed his brows and asked, "What do you mean?" "Wuchen also has sword intent," Yi Futian said with a smile. Yi Wuchen naturally understood what Yi Futian meant. Release your fate. One must pay the cost of losing a battle. Hearing their words, everyone became amazed. Was Yi Wuchen about to steal Li Daoqing's noble fate? Li Daoqing's expression grew uncomfortable. He was already extremely humiliated to be defeated by the same plane. He was the pride of the Futian sword clan after all. Now, Yi Wuchen even wanted to take his fate. Interesting. Gu Biyue grinned as she watched this. It seemed that Lu Qinyu had taken in some very interesting people. Judging from the talent Yi Wuchen had just displayed, it was no wonder Lu Qinyu didn't care about Li Daoyan's attitude. Mu Yunhe looked between Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen. "This is over," he said. "We just had Li Daoqing fight a battle with you," Xiaoting said coldly. They'd already taken Princess Lu Qinyu into consideration and didn't use their status to press down on them. But now Yi Futian wanted to take Li Daoqing's fate. It was presumptuous. "You won't dare," a furious voice said. It was Li Daoqing. However, Yi Wuchen's noble fate transformed into Emperor's fate and swept towards him. At the same time, Yi Wuchen's sword poked into Li Daoqing's throat. The icy feeling was too much. Blood suddenly dripped from Li Daoqing's neck. His entire body was numb, and he didn't dare move. "Do you know how I lost this arm?" Yi Wuchen's eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at Li Daoqing. Li Daoqing glanced at Yi Wuchen's shoulder. What did it have to do with him? "He said his name is Li Daoyan from the Futian sword clan," Yi Wuchen continued. Li Daoyan didn't care about fairness when he took Yi Wuchen's arm with peak Dharma power. It was one thing if Li Daoqing didn't bother them. However, he'd instigated it and then lost. Did he really think he could leave like this? Hearing this, Mu Yunhe and Xiao Ting's expressions all changed. So was this an old rivalry? There was a reason why Li Daoqing was beaten like that. The surrounding people were surprised as well. Yi Wuchen's arm was lost because of Li Daoyan. the pride of the Fuyun sword clan at the peak of the Dharma plane and a super swordsman in the 5th level Dharma plane had created such a rivalry. Gu Biyue glanced at Lu Chenyu. Did you know? Lu Chenyu didn't look at her. Her eyes were still on Yi Wuchen and Li Daoqing. Since Yi Wuchen revealed it and wanted to take Li Daoqing's fate, this was a public challenge. Did he not fear Li Daoyan anymore? Or was it for her? Lu Chenyu wondered if Yi Wuchen really trusted her, or if he was confident in something else. As Yi Wuchen pressed his sword further, Li Daoqing finally felt fear. He released his fate. Yi Wuchen's Emperor's fate was extremely aggressive. It quickly swallowed Li Daoyun's fate clean. Yi Wuchen's sword fate quickly turned terrifying, while Li Daoqing had nothing. All his effort in the ancient barren world was gone. Yi Wuchen let go of Li Daoqing. Mu Yunhe and Xiao Ting just watched quietly from the side. Even the extremely cold Mu Yunhe was aghast now. As disciples of the Fuyun sword clan, they'd always been the orthodox swordsmanship. But today, Li Daoqing lost to a swordsman in training of the same plane. He was restricted and had his fate taken. For disciples of a top force, this was extremely humiliating. Princess, what do you think? Mu Yunhe gazed at Lu Chenyu, still holding back his anger. Even though Yi Wuchen was very talented, the Fuyun sword clan couldn't let him go for taking Li Daoqing's fate in public. If Lu Chenyu wanted to protect Yi Futian's group, they could leave for now, but this wasn't over. Isn't this the fairness you wanted? Lu Chenyu was indifferent. I understand, Mu Yunhe muttered. In that case, we will leave now. With that, he glanced at Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen. We will meet again. Meet again? Yi Futian looked at him and asked, Did I allow you to leave? He looked at the Fuyun sword clan. They wanted to leave? That was funny. Everyone's eyes narrowed and looked at Yi Futian strangely. It wasn't over yet? What did he want to do after taking Li Daoqing's fate? Lu Chenyu also looked at him. The previous judgment on him had been very suitable, but where did he get the confidence? Mu Yunhe and Xiao Teng's fury were uncontrollable now. They stared darkly at Yi Futian. How may I help you? Mu Yunhe asked coldly. His voice was sharp. Are you going to hand your fate over, or do we have to do it? Yi Futian smiled at Mu Yunhe. You came so powerfully but want to leave after getting defeated? And go find the Fuyun sword clan to take revenge? They had to leave something behind. Reckless. Xiao Ting walked up. He was at the 7th level Dharma plane, and his aura was extremely powerful. At that time, Yi Wuchen had walked before Yi Futian. Then he unsheathed his noble sword. Reckless? Yi Wuchen was at the 5th level Dharma plane and had a noble sword. Would there be any problems to deal with two men? He hadn't been this powerful when he'd injured Li Daoyan back then. Disregarding him, Lulan Shui was behind Yi Futian too. She'd been quiet, but Yi Futian had seen her abilities. She could easily defeat someone like Li Daoyan. Of course, this wasn't why he was confident. Without any nonsense, Yi Wuchen brandished his sword and walked to Mu Yunhe and Xiao Ting. He wielded the sword with one arm but couldn't hide his glory. Sword intent flowed through his body. His body seemed to have transformed into the body of a sword as well and dazzled brightly. With a flash, his body disappeared. An instant later, a sword stabbed forward. It transformed into a rain of swords, engulfing Mu Yunhe and Xiao Ting. A curtain of swords appeared around the two. They waved their swords, cutting the countless swords that had appeared. However, Yi Wuchen's swords were much simpler. When he descended again, he struck down on Xiao Ting. Endless sword intent flowed with his movement. The sword curtain was cut and Xiao Ting's expression changed. Rays of light flashed, and he felt a coldness. His shirt was shredded and cuts appeared on his arm. He froze in place, not daring to move. So fast. Everyone stared at the battlefield. Yi Wuchen didn't stop. He started after Mu Yunhe. No matter how Mu Yunha's sword intent flared, Yi Wuqian just stabbed and the sword rain turned into one point. A beam of sword light appeared before Mu Yunha's body and went through his neck. It was only a bit away from being fatal. Sword intent wrapped around Yi Wuqian. He walked to Mu Yunha and pointed at the throat. Mu Yunha's expression was heavy and dark. He looked furious, but still released his fate. He was robbed. Shouting was next. The three powerful cultivators of the Futian sword clan had come and thought that they could easily take revenge for Li Daoqing if Lu Chenyu didn't stop them. They didn't expect that they would humiliate their clan like never before. They lost to someone on the same plane. They still lost when they were in a higher plane with a ritual implement. The three had their fates robbed. It was such a big difference compared to their confidence when they first came. "Tell Li Daoyin that I am Yi Wuqian," the man said. Back then, Li Daoyin had killed all along the way. When he had gone, he reported that he was Li Daoyin of the Futian sword clan. He'd been so arrogant. Mu Yunha's group didn't say anything. They left pathetically. Countless gazes at the mountaintop fell upon Yi Wuqian. With the talent he displayed today, he could join any top force. Lu Chenyu of the Lu Kingdom had gotten there early. Apparently, they'd already agreed to cultivate with her. Amazing! Ji Zimmel walked over now. He smiled at Yi Wuqian. "You're very talented. If you're here to join a top force, you can consider the Ji family. We are a noble clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. If you come with us, you can create a clan in the future. The people behind me are all from the clans of the Eastern Barren Territory." Yi Wuqian glanced at him and then at Yi Futian. He wasn't good at this stuff. Yi Futian should decide. Everyone looked at Yi Futian in shock. It seemed that Yi Wuqian wanted him to decide. "Don't worry. They can also come with me. I won't treat them badly," Ji Zimmel said with a smile. If Yi Wuqian could join him, it would be a great help to him. As for Yi Futian's group, it didn't matter even if they weren't as talented. They liked pretty girls. Gu Biyue walked over and said to Yi Futian, "Would you like to be my subordinate? I can definitely treat you better than Lu Chenyu." Her eyes and smile were mesmerizing. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. Chuckling, he asked, "How much better?" "How much do you want?" Gu Biyue was intrigued. "I had a servant before, but she left. How about you come with me?" Yi Futian smiled brightly at Gu Biyue. Shameless. Behind him, Lin Yueyao blinked. Did he want another pretty servant? Chapter 194. At the top of the hill, people all looked at Yi Futian when they heard what he had said. Yi Futian wanted Gu Biyue to be his maid? What an arrogant guy. The witch Gu Biyue from the witch clan exceeded others, both in talent and appearance. Gu Biyue's status in the witch clan could be compared with Princess Lu's in the Lui Kingdom. Yi Futian chose to follow Lu Chenyu, but wanted Gu Biyue to be his maid? Was this Yi Futian's response to Gu Biyue's offer of letting them be her subordinates? Most of the people behind Gu Biyue were confused, while some of them were looking at Yi Futian indignantly. Was Yi Futian serious? Ji Zimmel was also surprised. Where did this guy's courage and confidence come from? Lu Chenyu smiled at this scene. She was curious about how Gu Biyue would react. However, Gu Biyue was just a bit stunned. Then her smile grew more brilliant, full of charm. She stared at Yi Futian and said, "You want me to serve you?" Her tone sounded quite flirtatious and evocative of people's imagination. Witches always did whatever they wanted. However, anyone who wanted to take advantage of them would suffer a lot. It is a wonderful thing to be served by a beauty. Yi Futian smiled at Gu Biyue. Seeing his smile, people were wordless. This guy was too bold. As the weaker one, how did he dare to ask Gu Biyue to be his maid? Wasn't he too naive? In the Eastern Barren Territory, even the top talents from top powers dared not to let Gu Biyue serve them. "But I would rather you to be my subordinate." Gu Biyue laughed. "So, are you to be my subordinate or I your maid?" "Well, a problem." Yi Futian looked at her. "What do you think?" How about a bet? Gubiua smiled and said, If you lose the bet, not only you, but he will all be my subordinates. She looked at Yi Wuqian and smiled at Lu Qinyu. It was very fun to take people from Lu Qinyu's hand. What if you lose? Yi Futian smirked. Serve you as you said before. Gubiua giggled. Her eyes were overwhelmingly beautiful and mesmerizing. In Lulan City, Yu Linglong, who followed Qianyang, was fascinating too. But Gubiua was different from her. Yu Linglong's appearance and temperament couldn't be compared with Gubiua. She was fascinating from the inside out. Her every move and smile exuded exotic charm. Her elegant temperament made her a strong attraction to those top talents. Actually, she had more pursuers than Lu Qinyu did, including many top talents from Eastern Barren Territory. What kind of bet? Yi Futian smiled. She had dug the pit, waiting for him to jump in. The peaks of Mirror Mountain are all relics. Since we are here, let's take the relics as the bet and make them our battlefields. We'll send 3 people per side and choose 3 relics. The outcome will be known after 3 rounds. What do you think? Gubiua said with a smile. Many people's eyes fixated on people behind Gubiua. Those people were all extraordinary cultivators. Hearing Gubiua's words, Yi Futian looked strange. Take the relics here as the bet? It was not challenging for him at all. Good idea. Yi Futian responded with a big smile. Will Gubiua be a better maid than Yin Qianma? Hope that she won't run away too. Seeing Yi Futian agree so readily, Gubiua also smiled. This group of people were definitely going to be her subordinates. Can I participate too? If you lose, be my maid? Ji Zimo smiled at Gubiua. But I'm not interested in you. Gubiua looked at Ji Zimo and then glanced at Yi Futian. You're not as good-looking. Ji Zimo's face turned livid. People were speechless too. Gubiua smiled at Yi Futian and said, You pick the relics first. Yu Sheng, Yi Futian called. Yu Xing knew what he meant and walked towards the war drum zone. Those who had heard Yu Sheng beating the drums had a strange expression. Gubiua deliberately set the trap for Yi Futian, but she might lose the first round. Accompanied by a boom, the drum's sound vibrated the space. Yu Sheng's aura burst from him and began to go wild. After a while, the 9 drums were beaten at the same time. A violent storm rolled over the top of the mountain. People's hearts were stirred by the sounds. Gubiua's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. The 9 drums rang simultaneously without stopping. It was incomparably destructive. No one among the people behind Gubiua could do this. That was to say, Gubiua lost the first round. I concede. Gubiua recovered and showed a bigger smile. She didn't expect that Yu Sheng had a great talent too, as Yi Wuqian did. In this case, if this group of people could be her subordinates, they would help her a lot. Her status would be further stabled and might even ascend. The competition within the witch clan was very intense. Being able to be assisted by the strong was naturally wonderful. She had confidence in controlling people of any personalities. Since Yi Futian's group were willing to follow Lu Qinyu, she was confident that she could handle them too. Second round, which of you will fight? Gubiua smiled and asked. Yi Futian looked at Lu Lanxue. She could have a try. Lu Lanxue stepped forward quietly. Many eyes fell on her. All were slightly surprised at her appearance and temperament. A figure behind Gubiua walked out. This man in a black robe was slender and quiet. He had been standing behind Gubiua, quietly but emanated a dangerous aura. Lung Feng. People shuddered at the sight of him, the great talent of the witch clan. He had great talent, but was obsessed with Gubiua. He was willing to do anything for her, even subordinating himself. However, his talent wasn't any lower. Since they chose the drum area, you just choose the same. Gubiua smiled at him. Lung Feng nodded. He walked toward that area and started beating the drums. The reason why Gubiua conceded when Yu Sheng beat the drums was that Yu Sheng had done the extreme. No one could surpass him. But actually Lung Feng was strong too. His every beat was stable, as if there was a fantastic rhythm in his beating. He beat the drum again and again. The drums gradually turned into a horrible storm. But Lung Feng stood there still and continued his beating until the 9 drums rang at the same time. Yi Futian took a glance at Lung Feng. As expected, Gu Biyue did prepare for this. Lu Lanchue walked forward and beat the drum too. This was her first time doing so, but she had a strong talent too. She managed to make 8 drums ring, but failed at the last drum. Now it's back to the beginning. Gu Biyue smiled at Yi Futian and said, "Which of you will fight in the last round?" "Him." Gu Biyue looked at Yi Wuchen. "You set the rule first. Which relics will you pick?" Yi Futian asked. "Are you sure?" Gu Biyue smiled at Yi Futian. At the previous 2 rounds, they all had selected the battlefield once. Unexpectedly, Yi Futian let her decide the final round, which was supposed to be discussed by 2 sides. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. Gu Biyue smiled at him. He was pretty cute, letting her choose. "Then I choose there." Gu Biyue pointed to an elegant place. There was chess, paintings, gyukins, and flutes. She may take the final round into her own hands. "You can't promise her like this." Lu Chenyu walked to Yi Futian and whispered. Yi Futian was overconfident about himself. How could he let Gu Biyue select the final battlefield? Her own hands. Yi Futian looked at Gu Biyue. The witch seemed to attach great importance to this match. "It's all right." Yi Futian smiled at Lu Chenyu. "Gu Biyue is good at playing the flute. She is proficient in music, especially the witch requiem of which clan. Even Yi Wuchen won't be able to resist it. Even without the spiritual attack, the music transferred from spirit is destructive enough." Lu Chenyu couldn't help to say, after seeing Yi Futian was so confident. "Which requiem?" Yi Futian grew more interested in this. He said with a smile, "Then I would like to have a try." Saying this, he walked toward that area with Gu Biyue. His group followed behind. Lu Chenyu was stunned. She looked at Yi Futian meaningfully. He said he would like to have a try? Rather than Yi Wuchen, Yi Futian would participate in the final battle? Didn't this guy say that he was just a servant before? A servant wanted to have the witch of the witch clan to be his maid? Lu Chenyu was speechless but followed them. The witch did have some means. If Yi Futian failed in this battle, then this group of people would really have to join her. The group of people came to the relic that was a great place for musical competition. There were gyukins, drums, and flutes there. However, everything seemed to be shapeless, as if they were illusions transferred from spirits. Those instruments floated in the air, diffusing the power of fate. It seemed that many great masters had fought here once. "Decided who will fight?" Gu Biyue asked. "I will fight," Yi Futian smiled and responded. Gu Biyue looked at him deeply and smiled gently. "Since I want you to follow me, I hope you will be truly convinced. I am pretty good at the shao, so I will play a song for you. This song contains no spiritual attacks, but only spiritual interference. If you can resist it, I will concede." Gu Biyue smiled at Yi Futian. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded lightly. Then Gu Biyue moved toward that musical aura where there seemed to be countless invisible notes pulsing. Those miraculous notes were all transformed from intent. Gu Biyue murmured in her mind. The notes fluctuated and formed a shape of shao. Many people were surprised that Gu Biyue would attend the final round personally. Chapter 195. Gu Biyue placed her shao to her red lips and blew slowly. A mysterious sound came out of the shao. In an instant, it brought everyone into a beautiful artistic conception. So beautiful. Gu Biyue was known as the witch because of how she acted. But actually she was extremely elegant as she played the shao right now. The music was beautiful and her long hair flew in the wind, her white dress fluttering. Like a fairy, she was otherworldly and mesmerizing. This was the first time for many to see her. Looking at her right now, their eyes almost fell out. They couldn't pull themselves out. Only she existed in their eyes. A witch indeed. Enthusiasm flashed past Jizimo's eyes. Lu Chenyu and Gubiue were different types of beauties, but were both lovely. They had high status too. It would be great if he could have either of them. The witch was more attractive right now, but Jizimo knew that it was because everyone was affected by the Zhao's artistic conception. The witch requiem was created from the witch clan's spiritual sorcery. It could transform, and was extremely powerful. The witch requiem was the foundation of the witch clan. Only the core members could cultivate it. Gubiue was of high status, so she could cultivate it. There seemed to be no sound other than the Zhao at the top of the mountain. Countless eyes looked over. So many people were mesmerized by the witch now. She was beautiful, and so was her music. Everyone was affected by it, even Yi Futian. Right now, he stood across from Gubiue. Music notes flowed endlessly into his mind with intent power. However, it was different from what he'd imagined. It didn't attack him. Instead, it engraved an image in his mind. It was the image of Gubiue. Her fairy-like image was planted in his mind and consciousness. The beautiful music was intoxicating, and the fairy-like figure was even more so. At that moment, his mind was completely taken over by Gubiue's image. She seemed to want to be ingrained in his mind until he couldn't pull himself out. He involuntarily started admiring her, wanting to love her. He purely wanted to make that figure the most important part of his life. Is it the witch requiem? Yi Futian thought. It was an advanced tactic and much more powerful than usual alluring techniques. Gubiue claimed that if Yi Futian could withstand it, she would admit defeat. It seemed that the so-called withstanding was a bit different from what he'd thought. It was possible he would surrender with one song. This was similar to the beast master life spirit that Emperor Yi Qing had blessed him with. It was different, but one of the same. The witch had really set up a trap for him. Unfortunately, her target was him. No one in the ancient barren world could surpass him in will and intent. Gubiue couldn't affect him either. The song grew more and more beautiful. It was the first time for many to hear such a beautiful Zhao. Even though the witch only targeted Yi Futian, everyone was still affected. Some weaker ones were about to be taken over. They stared at her with endless admiration, as if gazing at an angel. As the music streamed into his ears, Yi Futian seemed close to falling for Gubiue. However, he was resolute. Another image appeared in his mind. He hadn't seen Fox in a long time. Thinking of the one he loved, a smile appeared on his face. He erased the marks Gubiue left. Gubiue, while playing the Zhao, stared at Yi Futian and saw a brilliant smile on the handsome face. It was as if he had seen his beloved girl. However, she didn't feel proud. Yi Futian didn't smile like this because of her Zhao or because of seeing her. While she played, he actually thought of someone else. Was it one of the two beauties standing behind him? Thinking of this, Gubiue furiously added her intent to the music notes, making the song even prettier. However, Yi Futian was still unmoved. Gradually, the song changed. Instead of being beautiful, it turned aggressive. This change seemed to be shapeless. The pulsing and aggressive notes rushed directly into Yi Futian's mind. It cut apart his fantasies. Hua Jiu's image kept disappearing from his mind, forcefully wiped away. Gubiue no longer looked like a fairy. Instead, she was a domineering goddess. She was brilliant and horrible. She forcefully entered Yi Futian's mind to plant her image until he couldn't get rid of her. She would force Yi Futian to submit before her. In the fantasy, Yi Futian looked up at Gubiue in the air. She was as powerful as a goddess. Her music tried to make him surrender. In his mind, Hua Jiu's image gradually faded away as if being wiped. Only Gubiue's image was allowed to stay. Outside, the spectators' feelings changed. They were also influenced by the song. However, Yi Futian's clothes and black hair fluttered as if bearing horrible intent pressure. Yi Futian's eyes sharpened. Want to make me submit? Want to wipe away Jiyu's image? He grew even more resolute. Walking forward, he arrived at an instrument created by music notes and said, I must return a gift to you out of courtesy. Yi Futian played the guqin. His will entered the music notes as he strummed the strings. His music instantly accompanied the shao. Everyone felt a powerful force at once. The two types of music notes collided in the air, creating a shapeless windstorm. The shao was extremely violent. It wanted to wipe away everything in Yi Futian's mind and plant Gubiue's image. The guqin was magnanimous. Like an emperor, it protected the image in his mind. His territory was like a painting. The terrifying guqin music seeped into the witch's ears. It wiped away the aggressive goddess, trying to make her bow down. Yi Futian used his own enlightenment and understanding of the musical piece the world to make it perfect. A great artistic conception was born. He's fighting back. Everyone was shocked at the scene. Gubiue's witch Requiem couldn't take Yi Futian down. Neither the fairy-like gentleness nor the aggressive goddess could destroy Yi Futian's will. Now he was fighting back. Yi Futian's aura changed instantly. An emperor-like power emanated from him. He seemed to have become a powerful king. The guqin and shao collided. The emperor and goddess clashed. Endless music notes fought crazily in that area as their auras grew stronger. The witch Requiem made the goddess become indomitable. Endless images of her appeared in Yi Futian's mind. The world was equally domineering. Right now, Yi Futian was like a true emperor. His musical pieces will descended upon Gubiue to make her surrender. Such powerful intent. Everyone stared at the terrifying storm of music. They were up neck to neck. Neither was willing to step back. Would this turn into a tie? However, Gubiue had said that if Yi Futian could survive one song, she would admit defeat. Their bet had been that if she lost, she would become his servant. Yi Futian couldn't do anything if she didn't keep her word, but there was an audience here. It would be embarrassing. Just then, Gubiue's shout transformed into an endless river of notes that poured into Yi Futian's mind. She used her intent to communicate with the music notes and asked, Who is in your mind? With her body, aura, and the witch Requiem, even the strongest person would surrender, let alone someone in a lower plane like Yi Futian. But he seemed to be protecting someone this entire time. Yi Futian grinned. Do you surrender? Surrender. Gubiue repeated. I just can't defeat you with my will. She'd said that if Yi Futian would bear it, she would lose. Oh. Yi Futian chuckled. What if I tell you that I haven't even tried yet? His words surprised Gubiue, but then she smiled. You're so arrogant. With that, the shao returned and the witch Requiem attacked again. Yi Futian also smiled. He continued playing the guqin, but his aura had changed again. Now he was like an emperor. He instantly blasted away Gubiue's image in his mind. At the same time, an undefeatable intent descended in Gubiue's mind, forcefully cutting off her witch Requiem. Her powerful spiritual power burst forth to restrict that will. Her shao stopped and she gazed at Yi Futian. The emperor-like figure stopped playing and smiled. He stood as if only he existed in the world. Everyone's eyes were fixated on those two figures. This wasn't a tie. Gubiue had lost. In this battle of will, the witch Requiem had lost. Lu Qinyu stared at Yi Futian's figure. She thought of what Yi Wuchen had said. Now, it seemed that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were definitely amazing and not below Yi Wuchen at all. They all specialized in different things. Yi Futian could actually face the witch Requiem and defeat Gubiue. Even more shocking, he was only in the second-level Dharma plane, but his will was already so powerful. When he played the piece earlier, his aura was like an emperor. Someone like this wouldn't follow others so easily. Gubiue and Ji Zimo wanted Yi Futian to be their subordinate. No wonder he would fight back and make Gubiue his servant. Yi Futian smiled at the dazed Gubiue. "You're mine now.